What's up, everybody? Welcome to the pre-show for CEO Dreamland. I am one of your, hosts and casters, Sparky878. Sitting next to me is the bad guy from The Fifth Element, Gary Oldman.
I guess that's accurate if Gary Oldman was Asian?
That's more of a joke about your haircut than your nationality. I wouldn't make that joke.
I mean, you can make whatever jokes you want, but hello, I am Duke X-Fam. You can see it at the bottom. You can see Sparky over there at the bottom as well. How's it going, everyone? We are here in Florida for CEO Dreamland. We are about to get into the 2v2s, the 2v2 pools, but before that, we've got some pre-show stuff. We're going to be doing some winner stays on best of threes. Currently on stage, we've got Stevenator and Zaloxery. They'll be going up against Boomy and Part of the Creed.
Now, Boomy and Part of the Creed, basically a brand new team. Boomy's 2v2 teammate so far this year has been LDZ. Unfortunately, LDZ could not make it to CEO Dreamland, so he will be going up against Stevenator and Zaloxery, who are Two's partners for the 2v2 tournament later on today.
So this is more or less practice for Stevenator and Zaloxery. Stevenator and Zaloxery, for those of you who maybe are not familiar with them, are on opposite regions, EU and NA, so they likely don't get a lot of time to practice together in 2v2, so hopefully they've been putting in the time today. I mean, the show floor has been open for quite a while, so maybe they've been practicing this morning, maybe they were practicing offline. I think Zaloxery was at the Salty Suite last night. Was Steve there?
I don't think Steve was there unless he was there before we got there.
Yeah, maybe he got there early. But regardless, they've had maybe a day and a half to practice, arguably longer than Boomy and Creed have had. But, you know, things happen.
I know Boomy and Creed were running twos online in ranked a handful of days ago, just in preparation, if there was some sort of way to sub LDZ's spot out to get Creed in. Obviously, that is not doable, but they have had some time to play together. And Boomy even said, like, just do 300 damage, and I'll carry you the rest of the way. That's all you got to do.
That's some bold confidence coming out of Boomy, but hopefully we'll be getting to watch them shortly. I think they are ready. I think we are locked in and everything. And we're seeing the character picks already. Stevenator on that Val, Zaloxery on his Ember. Not surprising there. Boomy on Azoth, Part of the Creed on the Jala. I think Part of the Creed's Jala is arguably one of the more nuanced ones, just because in the past he used to be a huge fan of Katars, but with the recent nerfs to them, he's swapped over to the Jala.
Jala is his pick for 2v2s. That's who he feels really, really comfortable with. Of course, the generous axe hitboxes. But on Zaloxery's side, with that 3-defense Ember, he told me a while ago, and I guess that has changed since then, he used to play 2-defense Ember in 2v2, and specifically seeked me out to tell me that and to almost dare me to call him out on it for playing 2-defense in 2v2. He is still with a low 3-defense.
If you're playing with fire, what's a little more gas, right? Like he's going to get burned.
More fire.
He's going to get burned either way. The risk is equally bad. But
no, it's more of a risk.
I mean, is it that much more? Haven't we proven that defense doesn't change that much?
It does, though. Defense absolutely changes. It's one of the most important stats right now.
But, like, how much damage does he have?
It's not necessarily an issue of damage.
But, like, how much damage does he have? It's a risk-reward. He has higher damage output for that lower defense. So, you know what? It's worth, especially when he can shove Creed into Boomy's attacks. Nice ground pound. Zaloxery,
oh, and the gravity cancel. Does that mean the red team is losing both of their stocks first before the blue team? It was a ground pound taking out Boomy from the side of Zaloxery, but Boomy has both members of the blue team in the shenanigans area. Back on top, Boomy ends up getting a kill, taking out Stevenator. Zaloxery looks to be in dangerous territory.
He's at the wall touch.
He's able to get back. You saw Boomy immediately rotate back up as Steve was coming in.
But Boomy really wants this kill. He's going aggressive. Was able to dissuade Zaloxery from getting to that wall and evens up the stocks. But again, I want to point out Zaloxery survived the longest out of the 4 people despite being on that 3-defense Ember. Right side though, Creed almost getting gimped by Stevenator, but is able to dodge out. He knows about the wall game. He knows about the push-off column.
And Creed just kind of playing around down on the
how to count his
bottom.
Jumps, though.
I guess he doesn't know how to recover very well. Oh, and another ground pound from Zaloxery. That is 2 kills coming out from the ground pounds of Zaloxery. 1 from the bow, 1 from unarmed. Zaloxery's doing a great job. The blue team in general is doing a great job rotating back and forth
left side
between opponents.
Steve not able to finish it, couldn't quite pick up that nair, but Boomy's going to help out Steve, put some damage out. And Creed is going to survive for a little bit. Turn around. Nice there. Zaloxer's dead.
Incredible follow-ups from Stevenator. He was able to confirm that kill on Creed, taking him out of the game. Boomy's having to play the 1v2. We've seen Boomy play a 1v2, but I don't think it was up against 3 stocks when we saw him go against Astronaut and Starlight in that nefarious game where he caught some heat for wall camping a little bit on Great Hall, and he's going to end up falling. The blue team coming in very confidently, game 1, and with a total of 3 stocks.
Creed did 198 damage. He did not meet the minimum requirements to get on the ride of doing 300 damage. So unfortunately, Creed did not do what he had to do, and Stevenator and Zaloxer were able to close it out. Solid offstage play. Steve was able to put a lot of pressure on Creed. Almost every single time he had Creed off stage, he was like 1 hit away from finishing off a Gimp, and then on the other side, Zaloxer would be fighting it out with Boomy, just holding him off so that Steve had free reign on Creed.
It was really good follow-ups and rotations from both players on the blue team. They would switch who the opponent they were currently fighting was. They would take time to put 2-player pressure onto one person on the edge guards. They would follow up on the edge guards. There was the one part that you talked about where Boomy ended up hitting Creed with a bow ground pound. You saw Steve go right back in immediately. That was able to secure the kill on part of the Creed instead of just worrying about rotating back up and having stage control. And that it's things like that where Steve is just so valuable in 2v2 and Zaloxer as well.
I mean, Steve, he's just got a really strong 2v2 mindset. He's been on more than a handful of 2v2 teams, and he's had success with almost every single partner that he's had. So it's no surprise to see, even though he's playing with someone from a different region with arguably a different play style from the NA region, he's still able to make it work. He still has that knowledge of the 2v2 scene to be able to rotate whenever necessary.
And somehow Stevenator is still alive, even though he was off screen on the top of the screen with Boomy and part of the Creed at his heels. He was able to live. Now Zaloxer taking some heat.
Dares.
He ends up falling. Stevenator back off the screen on the top.
Just so much pressure. No answer back from the blue team. Creed is getting the red, but Boomy is going to take down the stock from Stevenator. Not able to take the stock off of Boomy, and it is worth pointing out Boomy has swapped over to the Bryn from the Azoth, wants to warm up his spear game.
We didn't see a lot of signatures coming out of his Azoth, and that's something that we're used to seeing, especially in 1v1. Maybe not as much in 2v2 because you have to worry about team damage, but a long time ago back when he used to play Azoth, he's able to get back the dare, and then
Creed
the
comes over, and he's still alive, able to uppercut Creed away, and Steve was there to help out as well. Neutral lights onto Creed. Zaloxer picks up the kill onto Boomy, but that's just his first stock.
But this game's basically even. You're seeing Creed in the red, and the red team actually falls behind. Creed is now on his last stock yet again. Will Creed be the first one to fall? Will he get that 300 damage? Meanwhile, Zaloxer somehow managing to stay alive. Steve somehow managing to stay alive, even though they're taking huge amounts of punishment, just really spreading out the damage between those two.
I'm surprised they dropped that black hole. They had the neutral light opportunity. Creed was under the soft platform, not really even looking to get up.
I think that was just an in-the-moment black hole opportunity that they might have seen too late. I don't think there was any setup there in the neutral signature. Steve's still staying alive.
But Creed is in the red, and a nice ground pound from Stevenator. Boomy wanted to help him out. You saw him go low, trying to nair him up. And it's all up to Boomy. Stevenator is going to try to get a Gimp, and Zaloxer wants to follow up. But the dares from Boomy will take down both.
Boomy doing a great job timing that dare onto Stevenator. He was waiting for that last second dodge up. You saw Stevenator completely delaying that. He didn't want to blow it too early. He was trying to hold it to the last possible moment where we would just be able to get back onto the wall and reset his jumps. Now Boomy fighting the 2v1 yet again. A little bit of team damage coming out, but that's not huge as Boomy ends up getting knocked out by the side signature from Zaloxer.
There's a very real possibility here for Boomy. I get that it's casuals. I get that in theory losing this really doesn't do anything more than bruise his ego. But at the same time, you want to win. You want to do it. You want to make this team that's actually going to be playing in the 2v2s in a little bit work for it.
And you mentioned the black hole earlier. They didn't drop that one. You saw Boomy was able to DI out of it, coming from the side light of Zaloxer's bow and the neutral light of Stevenator's gauntlets. If they actually are able to set up a black hole, I don't think they're going to drop it. I think before it was just a fluke. That was an in-the-moment thing, and they might have been worried about the pressure from Creed. They didn't want to take too much damage as he kind of peeked over that corner.
I mean, if there is some in-the-moment stuff, tournament nerves have to get out now. Again, pools start in something like 30 minutes, so they will not have time to shake off that tournament nerves later. Boomy is still alive. He is in the red. He's been taking damage. And I kind of like what Steve and Zaloxry are doing is Boomy will put damage out onto one of them, but the other one's like, you're not going to get that damage for free. I'm going to hit you regardless of if you hit my teammate.
And if we're talking about Boomy and tournament nerves right now, Boomy can just chill today. He's not able to play 2v2s now that LDZ's not here, so he's just able, this is complete relaxation time for him. He can do whatever he wants right here. He can play any character, do any moves, or he'll just pick up the 1v2. Is Boomy going to win 1v1s
I didn't get to see Creed's damage. They just hopped right into the next one. But I have to assume Creed, he did it. He crossed over the 300 damage threshold, and subsequently Boomy was able to carry against Steven Zaloxry, and that's got to be a little bit of a blow to Steven Zaloxry, considering they're playing against a team that A, just started, and B, is not even playing in the tournament.
I haven't actually seen Steven Zaloxry's bracket, so I don't know who they're going to be going up against first. I don't know if it's an established team or if it's just two people who might be local to Florida who are here and are playing together for like the first time. I don't know how it's going to work, but if Creed was able to sub in for LDZ, Boomy and Creed might be a team to worry about. If that was an option, we might see Boomy drop LDZ altogether, pick up Creed for the long haul for the rest of the season.
They had a very real possibility, but again, unfortunately, they were not able to hit that sub. But as it is right now, Stevenator and Zaloxry tied 1-1 against Boomy and part of the Creed. Boomy's sticking with that Bryn. He's found what works. The spear game in particular really worked out for him, and some solid axe stairs off stage.
And we're going back to Mammoth Fortress where Boomy just clinched the 1v2. Boomy's able to pick up the weapon. Steve putting out some unarmed damage, looking like some vintage Steve.
But now he's on that sword, and it looks like he wants to put pressure on a part of the Creed, but right side, Zaloxry looking for the Gimp, doesn't get the ground pound. Boomy turns it around. Zaloxry is going to go down. Steve wants to get it.
He's able to put out some serious damage, putting pressure out with those stairs, gets the ground pound. And you see Zaloxry rotating in to put out some damage on part of the Creed. While they have the power play, not going to quite kill Creed. That forward defense from the defense stance. And Boomy is keeping Zaloxry completely zoned out. He's able to get that dodge just off a cooldown.
Creed's in the red, but he does get the downlight recovery onto Zaloxry, just putting damage out on all sides. Not able to finish off this stock of Creed. Stevenator is getting handled a little bit by Boomy. Nice weapon toss to interrupt.
And Creed, who was the first to die, is now one of the ones with his first stock and almost the most damage on him at this point.
He's still holding on, despite the fact that he's on a relatively low defense character. I mean, obviously he's not Zaloxry's 3 defense Ember, but that neutralite's going to kill it. Nice side sig. Boomy is on his final stock. Boomy's the one who's supposed to carry.
Last stock hero, maybe part of the Creed is going to pull something out of the seat of his pants. Maybe he just has something in the tank ready to go. It's not going to be just throwing those signatures out when nobody is near him. He is just having trouble keeping Stevenator zoned out, but a big dare is going to take out Steve.
And a neutralite to take down Zaloxry, evening up the stocks.
There is some life. There are signs of life in part of the Creed and Boomy.
What was that there?
I don't know. It almost looked like he was
going for Creed.
It looked like he was deliberately attacking Creed.
Nice interrupt from Creed with that quick side air. Just little moments like that. He does pick up both with that side light, but wasn't able to roll over, get that ground pound off stage, and go for a quick Gimp.
And you're actually seeing, you started seeing Boomy and part of the Creed just playing almost stacked together, just forming a wall.
You know, they are on comms. They have the opportunity to talk to each other, and the other team can't hear them. So there's potential for Boomy to be saying, like, hey, I'm on my final stock. Let's play a little bit safe.
I think Boomy just absolutely saved Creed's life with that side air, interrupting the ground pound from Steve that almost would have certainly killed the lower defense part of the Creed. And that recovery is still not going to kill Steve.
Zaloxry's out!
How were they able? They held on to those stocks for so long. Boomy and part of the Creed just able to stretch those stocks as long as they possibly could. Boomy is in the red, but they do have the 2v1 power play advantage. You see Creed trying to go in with that Sare.
Oh,
and Steve.
He went hard.
Overcommitting.
He went hard.
Steve going for the Hail Mary.
I don't blame him. If that worked, that would have been great. Part of the Creed is on a fresh stock. If Stevenator had gotten that hard Gimp and just come in with a fresh stock of his own versus Boomy's red health, there's a real possibility there. But unfortunately, he dropped it, and now it's him with a fresh stock, Creed with a fresh stock, and Boomy's still alive for the red team.
Stevenator does have the option to knock Boomy out pretty quickly. He's trying to get that weapon right now. It looks like he's aggressing a little bit onto Creed. Creed is the one who is taking point on this. That axe recovery putting some more damage on Boomy. That sidelight putting damage on Creed. Gets the recovery. Stevenator. He is going 1v1 against the weaker 1v1 player between Boomy and part of the Creed.
And, I mean, Steve's been doing these 1v1s throughout the 2v2, and it's been working. He gets the down light into the recovery, not quite enough to finish, but the down light into a different recovery, different weapon, will close it out 2-1. And I'm seeing Zaloxery and Stevenator, he gave him a pat on the back. He's like, you did it. We got to stay on. We got to stay in the hot seat for this Winner Stays On pre-show before the 2v2 pools for today.
Now, based off of their clothing, that is Daiku, and I think that's TB.
I think that was TB.
I'm wondering why TB is playing with Daiku here. His partner, of course, for the tournament is Multimum. But this is just pre-show. This is just fun
time.
This is to get those just warm-ups around everybody.
Ulterior motive, maybe Multimum and TB are trying to get some scouting information. Maybe like, hey, I'll play with you, but really I'm going to keep an eye on you, see how you play in twos, and see if there's anything I can abuse later on in our tournament today.
I don't know. If that's what they're going for,
opportunity.
I would say that's probably coming out of TB's camp, unless Multimum has just kept everybody fooled since BCX. Like, Multimum is a pretty chill dude.
They assume he's just eating sandwiches, but deep inside.
Multimum's just, he's here to have fun. He's here to hang out. He's here to play well, but I think Multimum's just probably chilling somewhere.
I mean, he's probably eating something. That's my assumption is he's kind of like Brad Pitt in the Ocean's movies where he's always eating something. You have no idea what I'm talking about, but you know a Gary Oldman reference.
Yeah. I've seen the Ocean's movies, but I don't remember.
You don't know that? Yeah, like literally every scene he's in, he's just got like a plate of food, and he's like whatever he's doing, he's just eating.
I'm kind of mad at Cassie right now because I would I would look it up on my phone.
Like, is this a real thing?
Yeah.
But yeah, once again, coming up next, we've got Daiku and TB going up against the current champions of the hill. It is Stevenator and Zaloxery. Stevenator and Zaloxery, they were looking a little bit rough right there.
Rigid?
Rigid was, I think.
You mean ragged? Rigid.
It's pre-show.
I don't think they were looking stiff.
We can make up words.
They were looking a little ragged.
Steve's looking right at us because he can see us from here, and he's just like, what are these guys talking about?
Stevenator, the only proud North American player up on the stage right now. Everyone else is an EU player.
I just want to hear Zaloxery say "wada" a couple more times.
Is he from Brooklyn?
I don't know. He says "water funny," and then when I call him out for saying "water funny," he says it in his American accent, and that's funnier.
Zelo.
Zaloxery.
Zelo.
Say water.
Say water.
Say it with your American accent.
Hold on, wait.
Do it on the mic.
Say it on the mic.
Hi, Stream. So I say water. They want me to say water. All right, bye-bye.
Why do British people always, whenever they do an American accent, they always...
See?
British people always do a Southern American accent. They always go water. It's sporty.
It's great. It's amazing.
A sports car.
I love it.
That's so weird that they always do that. I hope that wasn't too much of an interruption. I wanted to hear it. It's pre-show. You're making up words. I'm telling Zelo to say stuff with his strange accent.
Fine. Pool starts in I don't. Do you have a watch?
Yes, I do have a watch.
Is your watch actually on the?
No,
right?
this one works. This is actually one of my nice watches. It is 3:40 right now.
So
3:41ish.
20 minutes roughly till pools start. We're just having some fun, doing some winner stays on. Zaloxery and Stevenator currently on stage. I just heard a Bryn lock-in likely for the Daiku. And TB will be on that cross. I don't think they put in their names. Come on, guys.
No, they're the challengers. The champions get their names.
Champions get their names.
The challengers are just a bunch of nobodies. I know Daiku's probably looking for. Okay,
he's looking for the threes up flag. Is what he's looking for.
I don't think Daiku's looking for the threes up flag. If it was Boomy, maybe.
TB is just gonna go for his national flag of
Finland. I think.
I was gonna put you on the spot because
Zelo!
I didn't.
What nationality is TB? Is he Finland? Okay, yeah.
Finnish.
Is he from Finland?
He's a Finn.
Yeah, he's a Finn. All right, cool. I was right. Geography. What's up
Learn
to my
your national flag?
What's up to my junior high teacher, Mrs. Kapczynski? I'm just gonna make up that name. That was actually my math teacher, but I'm gonna pretend it's my.
I mean, was that even the same grade?
It was. It was actually. It was the correct grade I'm going for. A different teacher, Mrs. McCatton. That was her name. What's up, Mrs. McCatton out there?
I don't remember like any of my teachers' names.
She was a pretty.
Apparently,
I
hated one of my teachers in elementary school. My parents always tell me about how I hated her, but I don't remember at all. Daiku and TB versus Zluxray and Stevenator. Zluxray and Stevenator, current reigning champs. Daiku on that Bryn with the axe. Zluxray swapped over to the Roland off the Ember.
I like a Bryn pick. People are playing Bryn now. I love this Roland. Zluxray's Roland is one of the reasons that he won Combo Breaker last year. That and his Ember. I love defense in 2v2. I love defense in 1v1. Defense is a hugely strong stat right now. Stevenator with this Koji pick, though, I don't know if he's just having some fun right now, if this is something he's trying to warm up for later today, if he's trying to get that synergy with the sort of middle of the range defense and high defense with that high dex. Nobody plays Koji anymore.
I mean, there's a handful of Kojis out there. He's definitely waned in popularity, but I talked to Stevenator earlier. It seemed like he was 100% going to be on the Val, so this might just be pre-show. Funny business, just doing whatever he wants to do. On the other side, Daiku, I feel like this is his tryhard pick. This is his I'm going to go into 2v2s with this Bryn. We've seen him play 2v2s with Jala. We've seen him play 2v2s with Ragnar as well. So he is a fan of the axe in the 2v2, but maybe he's got the Bryn in the back pocket as well now. I'm
also loving the Cross pick coming out of TB, another high defense character.
He's got strong guns too.
Cross is almost impossible to kill. Like, he is an unkillable beef castle, and I'm glad people are starting to play Cross now. That shift kind of happened after the
Gauntlet buff.
The Gauntlet buff and the kind of respreading out of stats. So low dexterity is more viable now, which Cross is kind of one of the lower dexterity characters. And now that guns are starting to become a thing again, I'm loving a Cross pick. I hate his signatures. I can't hit him personally.
I mean, you in particular, you were doing the knocks when we were playing in Salty Sweet and when we played online. You did a lot of those like sidelight, and then you'll go for like a gravity cancel knocks neutral sig or something off stage. It's a similar effect with Cross. I've seen a whole lot of slide charge neutral sigs in particular because it'll do just that pillar of hitboxes as you slide down, which is a really strong option. Something that you don't see too often with other lasting hitboxes like the Ragnar down sig. You don't see it ever. You don't see it on the Olgrim Lance down sig, which would have a similar effect. It's that giant angle, but it seems like Cross, that neutral sig, that's where people like to use it, is that slide charge.
It's because Cross neutral sig isn't bad, and those other two that you mentioned are horrible signatures.
They're amazing.
Worst signatures
don't
in the game,
talk
pretty
about
much.
Olgrim like that.
Worst signatures in the entire game.
You were literally at the lunch with me when Frone was talking about getting 3 down sigs in a row in 2v2s.
On randos and ranked!
To another into a kill.
He
don't
didn't
call them randos. You don't know. He didn't name them. Maybe he was saving them from the shame.
Frone wouldn't do that. He would shame them immediately.
But it looks like Zluxray and Stevenator are in the lead in this 2v2 right now. TB and Daiku are struggling. On the plus side, they don't have to play together today, so it's okay if they struggle. Zluxray, nice dare on the TB, but he's got plenty of jumps to get to the left side.
Stevenator keeping Daiku relegated to the left side of the stage, forcing him almost onto the wall. You're seeing Daiku go back onto the wall. I guess he feels confident in his edge guard against the bow. TB just ends up ground pounding Daiku into oblivion, taking him out of the game. Zluxray and Stevenator with their 3 stocks to TB starting to get red last stock.
Oh, but a nice neutral light.
Did he just kill with a gauntlet neutral light on Roland?
That thing's got force.
Hello?
That thing's got force, though. And Roland was reasonably damaged. But regardless.
Roland! You said Roland! Roland was reasonably damaged. Is Gauntlet Neutral Light going to turn into a kill move at Dreamland like Axe Neutral Light did at BCX?
It's got force. Regardless, TB is he's in a very rough spot right now in the red against Zluxray and Stevenator. First game is going to go to the reigning Kings of the Hill.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Zluxray just did 676 damage. That's not the most I've ever seen, but whoa. Whoa.
Whoa.
I'm not even gonna touch that.
Gosh.
Not even gonna touch that.
Really? It's like that's too far in this line.
Not even gonna touch that.
What did you order at lunch today?
Chicken tenders.
Oh, okay. You're not gonna. Okay.
That were that have spices on them. They were blackened with Cajun spices, probably Cajun spices. That's usually. I think that's what Popeyes.
I think that's
uses.
Popeyes is Cajun. Yeah. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Yep.
Are we allowed to?
we are not sponsored by. I swear, we're not sponsored by
sellout
Popeyes.
mode. No, but if they want to, like, I'm down. Like, hit me
Yo,
up,
if you want to be Popeyes
how many
Sparky
retweets?
878.
How many retweets do I need, Popeyes?
Who's Louisiana Fast as their chicken?
I don't know.
Louisiana Fast. Who's that?
Singing it helps me.
Well, that's the jingle.
I get that, but I don't.
What are the chicken joints? There's KFC, there's Popeyes, it's not Church's.
El Pollo Loco.
I would make a joke right now, but literally I would get it and no one else would get it.
All right.
It's a wrestling joke, so just like, don't worry about that.
Church's.
Yeah, it's not. Church's isn't Louisiana Fast.
I mean, I feel like it was just an old Popeyes jingle.
It might have been. I'm actually going to look that up.
You'll stop to look that one
Yes.
up? You'll look up
Yeah.
Brad Pitt eating.
Well, because that one I'll have to watch like a video, right? I'll have to
That's fair,
see
that's
all
fair.
of the. It was Popeyes, yeah, because it's Popeye Louisiana Kitchen.
Yeah.
And it's Louisiana Fast.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was right. Cool. We're good.
So speaking
All right,
of,
y'all can go ahead and play the game now.
you guys do whatever you want. It seems like they've swapped spots, but they need to put back in their names. It's going to be the same character picks. I see a Wushang. I'm kidding.
It's not even. It's not the same.
Well, I mean,
character picks.
Roland's already picked Koji's pick. They haven't put their names in. But on the blue team, it looks like it's going to be Hattori Wushang. I guess they're just playing wheel of characters, maybe throwing darts at a board, or it's pre-show and they don't want to reveal their hands to Stevenator and Zaloxry just yet.
I don't know, man. I like a Wushang pick in 2v2. I think he's got a great signature kit. That's the reason that people were playing him initially when Gauntlets came out, were those hugely
his
dynamic
spear sigs
signatures.
are great.
I mean, his Gauntlet ones are too. Like, they have so much movement in them that if you don't happen to be in the right place to punish them, like, you just can't. And that sounds obvious, but I feel like that happens with Wushang.
If you can't punish it, you
can't. And I feel like that happens a lot more with Wushang than other characters. And you're able to throw those, like, the neutral signature.
A lot of people like the Gauntlet neutral sig.
It's so good because it's like it's midway between like one jump height up and grounded. So if you're anywhere else, which the way people play in EU is very, very floaty, right? Is very floaty. So rarely
Wait,
are
do they play a lot of axe in EU?
They do play a lot of axe in EU. So rarely are they like one jump height up, right? You'll see them at like 2 and 3. Sometimes they'll go off screen because you know how EU players play. Yeah. But I love a Wushang pick. I want more people to play him. Shouts out to Addy Mestic, who could not make it here. He was the Wushang warrior.
Right.
The one who played him kind of since Wushang's release. And then I think Steve played him a little bit, right?
I mean, Wushang's been touched by a lot of players. Like, I mean, not that way, but you can't. Regardless, there've been people who've tried out Wushang. Not too many really stuck with him. I think Steve, when he was going through his Gauntlet characters, he's played some Wushang. He had the Val, he's had the Core. He kind of just like tried out some characters, but I don't think really Wushang was something that stuck very long for him. Whereas like Val, he played for a little while.
There's also like one tournament where Crocky played. It was like a signature-heavy Wushang play style.
Air quotes.
Yes, that was in his words. And Daiku's playing a signature-heavy Hattori right now.
That's Hattori.
He did the side signature, and he did the neutral signature, and now Zaloxry going in unarmed. We have the lance.
Steve with a nice gravity cancel side sig, though. Oh, missed the ground pound. He's bad. TB's dead.
You heard it from Duke. He said he's bad. That wasn't even me burying someone this time.
I'm trying to see if Steve can hear me. He's like literally, he's telling me he can hear me. I'm trying to grief him a little bit. But full stock advantage for Zaloxry and Stevenator over TB and Daiku. They're already up 1 game. If they win this one, they get to stay on and go up against the next team. I know Midget's looking to get on the stage, so maybe that's going to be the next team in line. TB trying to take down the stock of Steve. I liked that. The sidelight into the speed dodge, try to punish whatever dodge comes out, but he's just going to get a clean side sig kill onto Zaloxry.
Oh, and there's the neutral signature coming out of the spear this time. We were talking about the Gauntlet one. The spear one is great, too. You saw TB gravity cancel to peek it over the edge. That's the huge movement coming out of Wushang's signatures that are so valuable. They're great gravity canceled. They're great just doing them on the edge. Like the Gauntlet neutral signature is great on the edge.
Bouncing
the side signature. Oh, the down signature. Did that hit and that just happened to bounce?
It bounced off the stage. It bounced off like just the very edge of the stage. But so much damage in that short moment onto Zaloxry. Zaloxry's barely been on his second stock for a minute. And just so much pressure from the blue team. TB's thrown out more than a handful of sigs, and every single one of them have connected so far.
And while Zaloxry and Stevenator were a stock up, It's now been even up, and then Steve just got that ground pound. Daiku on his last stock. We used to talk about how Daiku was able to stretch his stocks for dang ever in 2v2. Today with a Hattori pick, maybe he should be looking for a little bit higher defense than Hattori has.
I feel like he would have been better off just sticking with the Bryn. He's had more success with Axe characters in the past, and Bryn's got more defense, but maybe he wanted something with a stronger signature kit. Goes down off stage to go for Zaloxri. Nice weapon toss to take down the stock and punish. Didn't have to go risky putting his body in front of that hitbox.
But he did put his body in front of TB just twice, taking some serious damage on his last stock when he's getting closer and closer to the red, just barely getting through that second hit from the side signature of Zaloxri. And you see Zaloxri is going straight for Daiku right now. He's not going to have the movement, and you see Stevenator was there even if
just in case.
He still had recovery options. Steve was there with the ground pound. The dodge was already burned. And Stevenator and Zaloxri looking like they might just warm those seats up further and further today.
Might just start putting their jerseys on those chairs because they are going to be the champions of those chairs for at least a little while longer. It's all up to TB, and Stevenator is going to make it a little more dramatic, trying to get a neutral sig on his Zaloxri.
But that's a neutral signature onto a very high defense roll.
Nice
and
patience.
Stevenator still has 2 stocks.
Did you just throw something?
My pen slipped out of my hand because I'm so excited.
Just out of the corner of my eye, I just saw this thing fly out.
What is?
Brackets in 5 minutes. I get he's British, but he's like 5 feet away from me. Like, he's not saying what. Oh, you're really getting onto him about the word bracket right now?
Yes. Because I didn't know what he said. He said bracket.
Bracket.
What is a bracket? It's a bracket. It's a bracket.
It's a bracket.
It's a bracket. It's not a bracket.
It's water.
What is a bracket? Is it a small bracket? Because there's only 17 teams, so it's a small bracket.
It's like a parakeet and a bracket got together and they made a bracket.
Why would a parakeet and a bracket get together?
Because that's how words work. You take brack and then parakeet, bracket.
Ooh. We see Stevenator and Zaloxri getting up from their
getting
chairs
ready for pools
for the first time.
I mean,
today.
really, they could have just stayed there and had their first pools match on stage.
But are we going to be streaming their match first? Or, I mean, we've already seen them. We've already seen them for a bunch of sets in a row.
They just won their pool. If you're in front of them in the pool, like, just get out.
Steve talking to Mominator 546 right now, trying to get that hot coaching details.
She's got the hot tech. She was watching. She was like, that Daiku kid, he doesn't know how to play Hattori. Just like, get him off the stage. He's easy. He's free low. He doesn't even like know what country he's in.
Those are all direct quotes. Yeah, you're not burying Daiku.
I was watching.
That's Mominator 546 is the one burying Daiku.
Exactly.
So if you're mad at anyone, Daiku, it's not us.
It's not us.
It's her.
Mominator 546 with Dadanator 546 in her ear as well.
She looks like a sweet woman, but she is vicious. I will tell you.
She's got the hot Scrabble tech. I saw him playing.
Vicious. She's out there to win. She's going to take no prisoners at all whatsoever. And I'm sure Dadanator 546 is the same way. I bet he's the strong silent type.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
He's just kind of staying in the back, taking the lay of the land. I don't know why we talk about people's parents so much, but like we did it at BCX.
LDZ's parents aren't here. Or
with Lance's parents. I miss you, mommy and daddy Lance. We will be taking a quick break right now at 4. We will be back live with that hot 2v2 bracket. So get ready. We got some, like the great action is just starting. Like you thought that was sick? Like get ready because it will be the teams fighting at their best for their chance at this prize pool here at CEO Dreamland. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. Local. Azov. Nah. Nah. Azov. 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 Random. Azov. Random. Three, two, one, brawl! Blue team wins. Now, Azov. Nash. Bodvar. Azoth. Azoth.
What's up, everybody out there on Twitch TV /FunkyP? I am Sparky878, and sitting next to me, I was going to make a joke about your dumb blue hair, but I can't think of anything.
That was good enough.
I've been making a joke about hair today, so
Right.
who's sitting next? I don't know this man sitting next to me.
My name is Defensive. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/defensive. But I'm a member of the community. I do this thing. I've got blue hair. Sparky's not a fan of it, but I think it's awesome. It's appropriate for Dreamland, and I kind of look like a parrot, so that's Florida-ish, right?
Sure. I mean, it's your dumb hair. You can do whatever you want. I do know this man next to me. This is my good friend Defensive. What do we have coming up next? You know who's playing next? Because I can tell you who's playing next. Can I tell you who's playing next? I'm really excited to tell you
I
who's
can see
playing
two
next.
of them. I don't know the other two of them.
We got Midget, the legend killer, the man who took out Boomy, playing with Hyper Hero, a man that Stevenator is more afraid of than anybody, against Crocky and Doppy, who just recently played Dobrain and Daiku 12 games in a row in 2v2, beat them all 12. And there wasn't even any Johns from Daiku. Like, I legitimately asked Daiku.
Wait, seriously? They beat him 12 times in a row?
I straight up asked Daiku because I didn't know if it was like Doppy, that works. I didn't know if it was Crocky and Doppy like talking themselves up, but no, Daiku was like, they legitimately destroyed us 12 times in a row.
That's extremely exciting.
Like, that's
I
huge.
love to hear that.
I haven't seen a lot from Doppy and Crocky in a while. Like in the Brawl League Open Cup 2v2, they got 17th place. Like, that's not great.
No, it's pretty low.
And before that, in the Winter Championship 2v2, they got 9th, which is like, that's pretty good. In BCX 2v2, they got 7th.
Right.
So they started reasonably strong, but finished a little bit weak so far this season. So I honestly, like, I have no idea what to expect from these two.
Well, coming into the just warm-ups and friendlies and beating arguably the best 2v2 team in the world 12 times in a row, that's saying something. They've obviously practiced a lot, and they're in a position where they can get first place, get that top 3, which they've been missing out on for seemingly a long time.
Yeah, so coming into this game 1, I have no idea what to expect. We're seeing Doppy on Azoth. I told him to play Azoth a million years ago. Crocky's on Nash. That's a little bit of a departure from his Orion and from his Ada. Meanwhile, Midget is on this Bodvar and Hyper Hero. We have 2 Azoths in this match. I don't know if I've seen that ever in my entire life.
The only person that used to play Azoth was who was it? The lad's man, Arkosh.
Yes.
And he did amazing with Azoth. And Azoth is terrific in this meta. I know that Hyper Hero's been playing a lot of Bo. He has Koji in his back pocket as well. He's been playing Koji for a long time. But I'm honestly not surprised to see the Bodvar from Midget. He's been playing Bodvar since the dawn of Brawlhalla. And Crocky on that Nash, he's been playing Spear forever.
Absolutely. He's been one of the few people who's really stuck to Spear. That's been his main thing. He says he's a gun Ada. Everybody out there knows he's actually a Spear Ada. And with this high movement speed, with this high defense and this high force coming out of Nash, he's going to be able to survive a long time and put out serious damage and rack up those kills, which we've already seen him get 1.
Right, but you were right in saying that he does have high movement speed. I mean, Nash has 7 base movement. So if he's
I forget. I legitimately forget that Nash has that much movement speed.
He's crazy. He's just a step down from max speed. So he is one of the speediest characters you can possibly pick up. And the fact that he hits hard is awesome. I mean, you can run around and just stare. As long as you don't miss, you'll win.
And you actually play Nash. Like, that's kind of, Nash is your guy.
Yeah.
So how do you approach 2v2 as a Nash player?
Well, I mean,
Other than
throwing it back to
cheese.
like BCX, or BCS 2016, I mean, as long as you don't miss and don't get hit a lot, you win. Because Nash is strong. So it's honestly just avoiding your opponent and just do a perfect spacing. I know it's...
Everybody out there, the way to play Nash is to hit people and not get hit. So play Nash exactly like you play every other character in the game.
Well, no. Some characters you want to get hit with because you have a lower startup frame than someone's follow-up. There's a meta, Sparky.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. These are just things I don't understand yet. I'm glad Defensive's here.
As someone that's gotten top 250 this season globally, I know a couple things, even though I call myself a master casual.
Well.
But in the match, we have stocks almost even with Midget down to his last, and Hyper Hero dark red on his second.
We could see Doppy get knocked out. He's pretty red as well. and he's unarmed. He finally gets that axe, gets a nice side signature. That's going to take out Hyper Hero. Hyper Hero on his last stock. Crocky coming in with that classic Superman punch, just completely floating, waiting for Midget to get it back, gets the down air, gets the weapon toss, doesn't even need to finish off with an egg drop. He ends up getting the kill, and you see him scooting across the stage. Crocky and Doppy looking pretty strong coming out the gate.
And man, I'll tell you that, not getting hit with Nash is important. You can see Crocky's on his second stock, but he's barely touched, barely in the yellow. And he's gotten, I think, 4 stocks in this match. The Nash pick was terrific for him. He's put out a lot of damage. He's avoided a lot of damage, and he's supported Doppy by, being behind and ready to hit his opponent, to avoid, getting knocked around.
And Doppy just completely juggling Hyper Hero in the air. You saw Crocky start off the string, then Doppy immediately picked up where Crocky left off, hit that bow recovery, started those juggles. Incredible work coming out of Crocky and Doppy. Keep in mind, in the block 2v2, I said they got 17th. That's not even from playing. They straight up got DQ'd for their first few matches.
Was it because of an absence or they were late? What?
I don't even know. But
disqualification in 17th?
They didn't play. I think they actually, they technically, on Smash GG, both teams got DQ'd on the first match, so one has to go down in a loser's bracket, one technically has to win that.
Is it randomized?
I don't know how that works, but I know that they moved on. So then the other DQ team moved down in a lower bracket. That's how they got 17th.
17th with a disqualification sounds
right?
pretty
That's
lofty
insane.
to me. That's pretty good.
That's insane. So I really legitimately have no idea what to expect from Crocky and Doppy. Doppy hasn't played hardly any 1v1s, actually any 1v1s, since drowning in BCX 1v1 pools. So this is a team I'm really looking forward to seeing. I'm also looking forward to seeing Midget, what he can bring to the table. When he beat Boomy, that could have been because Boomy was trolling. Let's be real.
Boomy has a little bit of a record of enjoying competitive scene a little bit too much, and winning's not his priority a lot of the time, which sounds bizarre in this scene, but he likes to have fun.
I think they're going to run into trouble here. Just completely brick wall of Doppy right now. You saw Midget just completely relegated to that left wall. Doppy completely zoning him out with those bow dares, with the bow side airs, but now Midget's on the offensive. Crocky over on the left side of the screen.
And you said it's rare to see 2 Azoths play, and we see Doppy and Hyper Hero going back and forth, Azoth versus Azoth on the right side of the map. And it looks like they've been trading out a lot of damage, but Hyper Hero's on the short end of that stick, taking more damage. But Doppy here could get knocked out, but Hyper Hero misses his side air, and Crocky replaces him on the edge. And they're fighting. Crocky trying to get that recovery, not quite hitting the side air, misses, and Hyper Hero is helped out by his teammate Midget. He just walks on over with a sword and does a ground pound, and then goes to the right side of the map to tag down Doppy as well, a DKO for that man, Midget.
When you saw Crocky go down deep, I was expecting the hammer recovery. So was Hyper Hero. That's what so many hammer players do, is they ground pound really, really deep, then they go for the deep recovery almost right after. And Hyper Hero was completely staying at the perfect angle to avoid that 100%. If he was straight above, he was high enough above, over 1 jump height. Doppy ends up getting the kill, though, with that bow recovery. Crocky trying to go crazy with that gravity cancel neutral signature on Nash.
And he keeps on going for him. That's the 3rd he put out in less than 20 seconds. And a 4th makes contact on the Hyper Hero. It does a lot of damage. It hits stacks and it hits far in front. So any approach that anybody tries to use will just not work. The neutral sig just completely blocks anybody from coming in on you.
And isn't that kind of, let's be real, how most Nash players play? They throw out a lot of those signatures.
They're hard to punish.
I'm trying to be really nice about this, but that is the Nash play style, is throwing those signatures, doing those max range hammer down signatures, those just Superman punches right over the corner with the spear side signature. And he's making it work so far. Like you said, it's hard to punish, and he hasn't hardly been punished whatsoever.
Right, it is something that if you have a signature kit that works, you use your signature kit. You don't ignore the primo part of your character. And Crocky again with a neutral sig hitting it onto Midget there, chasing him down. And again, the spear player extraordinaire tries to go for an egg drop, misses though, and Midget punishes with the hammer recovery we were just talking about. You're in red, you're over edge, a hammer recovery, you're gone.
And now we're starting to see the game wind down. Midget, Hyper Hero both in the red. Hyper Hero, oh, and Crocky went for the down air over the ground pound. The ground pound might have connected and killed at that point. Might have been a misstep coming out of Crocky, and you're seeing Hyper Hero put out some serious damage. Doppy coming in for the save with that bow sider. That might be it for Hyper Hero.
It is. He is off the stage, and Midget is in a 1v2 situation against Crocky and Doppy. Crocky sitting in orange health and Doppy in the red. Midget could pull this off, but it's going to be an uphill battle for him. He goes deep on Doppy. Doppy tries to get a recovery past Midget's. Doesn't quite get it. Doppy with a down throw into a ground pound, and that is it. Team Red takes the second round and the first set.
You saw Midget put his head in his hands a little bit. First set going the way of Crocky and Doppy, the team that took out Dobrain and Daiku in a 12-stretch game.
I'm so impressed by that. I'm so sore that I missed out on watching that spectacle because I'm sure it was something to watch.
I want to know what Dobrain's Johns were for that, because Dobrain does tend to John a little bit, but he also, like, when things aren't on the line, he doesn't play as well. Like, I think that's just like a mental choice. He's like, it's whatever.
It could be the pressure, and it could be the fact that it's in a setting where he's expected to win. So it's even more pressure on someone that's been ranked 1 and ranked for a long, long time. And I remember back to the first tournament I ever saw him lose was, I think, a BCS qualifier. Or no, it was a $1,000 EU tournament where he lost to Nalakat. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Over a year ago at this
that.
point. That was something that just blew the community up. The subreddit was going absolutely bonkers. The cameras were just shaking everywhere. And it was arguably one of the most hyped things to happen on the scene in a long time.
And his John then was Nalakat just would double jump and axe down air. So Dobrain is one to John. We also saw it in Brawl League Masters during the qualifying phase. Like, a lot of players will just try to get that the highest seed they possibly can. They'll play multiple qualifiers to get the highest seed that they can. Or they'll go the way of Dobrain and just be like, if I qualify, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what my bracket is. Like, I'm going to win. If I'm last seed, I'm going to win. If I'm first seed, I'm going to win. It does not matter. And we saw him take that tournament. He got first place with basically 3 moves. It was downlight, sidelight, recovery on gauntlets. Dobrain and Daiku are the ones to beat today, but I have really high hopes for Crocky and Doppy. Granted, they just did go up against Hyper Hero and Midget. I wouldn't consider necessarily Hyper Hero and Midget one of the
They're no one to
best
sleep on at all. They're good players.
Absolutely, but I wouldn't put them up there with, like, the way Starlight and Astronaut have been playing, the way Dobrain and Daiku have been playing, the way I would have said Boomy and LDZ.
Oh, man. Boomy and part of the Creed.
Boomy and part of the Creed. I actually misspoke earlier. It is confirmed that Boomy will be playing with part of the Creed. Part of the Creed will be substituting for LDZ. He's got some big shoes to fill. But I wouldn't put Hyper Hero and Midget quite up with those tier of players.
No, and you're right, and that's why I was surprised to see an even match both times. It wasn't a shutout. It wasn't 4-stock victory for Doppy and Crocky, for Daki, right? So I'm looking forward to how they play in the rest of the tournament, especially Midget and Hyper Hero, as, you know, a team that's not looked at. They're not. I don't think either of them are sponsored, but they played well. They gave Doppy and Crocky a fight's worth, right?
For sure. On game 2, it ended. I don't remember which was which, but one player was orange, the other player was absolutely red.
Right.
That we've seen 1v2s with a much higher damage differential go the way of the one player.
Right. Just at BCX last year, we saw Daiku come back between, I think it was Effie and Lands. He just came back and won the match. And granted, it was when Ragnar was Ragnar. And he had the axe in his favor.
The dark times, those dark times. We don't talk about those dark times.
Every weapon has its medieval stage, you know? And Ragnar had his.
Or
but
if you're Hammer, you always have it. That's just your life. That's just.
I heard someone say the other day that Hammer is not good. I just don't think they recognize that if you use the entire kit of the Hammer, Nares, Dares, Sares, I think that was it, right? That's it? That's the only moves that count?
If you talk to Magma Bob, he'll say that Hammer Dare is a horrible move.
I don't know, man. If you hit a dare into a recovery really early on in the stock, it just, like, your opponent's like, what did he just do to me? How did he just do that? How did you get so much damage in 2 moves?
Do we know who we have coming up next? I'm looking at production right now.
I think I'm tagging out for the Master Froned himself.
Am I tagging out, or is Blue Hair tagging out? Whichever one of you wants to tag out. Defensive is tagging out for my man, You Got Froned. We have a first here at CEO Dreamland.
Right now.
I will be casting with my very good friend, You Got Froned.
I'll be back.
Thank you so much, Defensive. It is a pleasure, as always, my friend.
Thank you, man.
Please get a haircut. Or just,
I did get a haircut.
I'll shave it. I'll shave it. We'll match. It'll be cool.
Actually, yeah, if you got the clean razor, I'm down.
We'll be the Baldest Boys in Brawlhalla Esports.
What's up, my dude?
Now we have a man who needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway. Actually, he's going to introduce himself. He's an adult. He can do it. What's your name, my friend?
Well, my name is Mike, but you can call me You Got Phone or Phone. Either one. That's fun.
The smoothest, silkiest, deepest voice in all of Brawlhalla Esports here at CEO Dreamland. How are you feeling, my man? I know you made a long drive down.
It wasn't that long. I mean, other people might have made longer drives, but 7 hours is not that bad. And I cut it in half, so it's fine. Stopped in the middle, went to a Days Inn. It's pretty comfortable.
Okay.
Had a nice shower, you know, had a nice breakfast. It's continental breakfast. Had waffles.
This stream is not sponsored by Days In. we're really messing up that today. But hey, if you want Days In Sparky 878, hit me up, Days In people. Shoot me a DM.
Promo
on Twitter.
code DaysInSparky.
Days In Sparky. Like, yeah, daysin.com/Sparky for 10% off your next 3-night or more stay at a Days In of your choosing. But up next, we have a team that I'm so excited to see play. Boomy and part of the Creed. I know Boomy was just in the worst of moods ever since he figured out that LDZ wasn't going to be able to make it to CEO Dreamland. He was just scrounging around trying to find a substitute. I'm a little bit hurt that he didn't ask me to be his substitute, but
he
honestly,
didn't ask me either. So, you know,
like, I don't blame him though. Like, you've seen me play this game.
I usually play with you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you've definitely seen me play this game. You know how we do in twos.
We do pretty good, though. I don't know. We're pretty good.
Well.
I mean, we got a team name and everything. I won't say it, but it's pretty awesome.
We do have part of the Creed and Boomy, though, and through Boomy's own words to part of the Creed, all you have to do is 300 damage, and I will take care of the rest.
As long as he hits that threshold, I think he'll be good. I think that team will do decently enough that they can continue on.
But we saw Zaloxry and Stevenator take out Boomy and part of the Creed. It was, I believe it was a 2-1. So there is room for part of the Creed and Boomy to come back. It wouldn't be the biggest upset in the world.
Unless they're going against that same team, I think they're going to be. I think they're still going to be good.
I don't know if the bracket. I don't think the bracket changed. So Boomy and part of the Creed actually get a free bye through winners round 2 because Addy Mestic and Cake are not here.
Yeah, none of the Reason Boys. None of the Reason Boys are here. I mean, Addy Mestic, Cake. I don't know. Just everybody from Reason, not here.
Addy Mestic, Cake. Everyone else from Reason. Shouts out to E-Ram. You're my boy out there. I miss you, my friend.
I was about to say Rain, but I couldn't remember if he was kicked or not kicked out. If he left Reason. Are they? We're just getting the info right now for who is about to play the game against Creed and Boomy.
I've just confirmed. Wait, did you just say who they're playing?
No, I said we were about to get that.
All right, they are playing against Gobi and Wrenched.
Ooh.
Yes, Silly Gobi, the, I guess, self-proclaimed Lance Lord.
I mean, he's been playing Lance for quite a while. And I mean, this is
He's
in all these metas where Lance has not even been played very much. Well, at least in NA, because no one likes to touch anything that isn't sword. Or Katars, I guess, but not very many people are going to be playing Katars this tournament, I don't think.
I would probably tend to agree with you. I mean, we've already seen Zaloxry. We saw him play Roland. We also saw him play Ember. That's where his Katars are going to come in.
I mean, he's been playing those for quite a while, so you can't really hold it against them. I mean, when you got a main and you've been sticking with it for a certain amount of time, you just have to stick with it. Like me and Ada. I've been playing Ada ever since I started playing ranked, so I can't stop now. But
on the other side, we have Gobi and Wrenched. I don't know how much these two have really played together. Like in the Brawl League Open Cup 2v2, they tied for 25th. Now keep in mind, Crocky and Doppy got DQ'd every match and placed 17th. Meanwhile, Gobi and Wrenched tied for 25th. They couldn't really find a rhythm. They won one game, not even one set. They won one game their entire time in the top 32 team bracket.
You never know. They might have figured something out within that time. There's been a little bit of time since they played then and then to this tournament now. And we're also playing on LAN. So everything is a little bit different. The feeling is different. There's no, like, you feel the input lag when you press a button because there are those 2 frames right at the start of everything where there's a little bit of input lag. So you feel that, and it kind of changes the game a little bit. I mean, Boomy was saying himself that there's certain things that you can't do anymore because it's not online. So you never know. Maybe this is going to change a little bit for them.
But with Wrench specifically, we've kind of seen a fall from favor from him. Like back in Brawl League Masters, I think it was Season 2 in December, he went head-to-head with Starlight in a hellacious Asuri mirror match. Like, it was absolutely insane. But ever since then, the Winter Championship, he tied for 7th. The Winter 2v2, he tied for 13th. But it wasn't with Gobi, it was with Minivesin back then. In the Brawl League Open Cup 1v1, he tied for 7th. So we've kind of seen him really struggle to just be on the periphery of that top 8.
Well, the thing is, Katars are his thing.
Yep,
and everybody knows that. He is great with Katars, but Katars have received a lot of nerfs recently, and that is going to carry over to his play if people start learning how to take care of Katars, and I mean, they're going to have a much easier time with it now. It just means, by default, he's going to have a harder time winning.
And kind of like one of the shifts that Defensive mentioned earlier is people are attacking out of hit stun now. Instead of just dodging immediately in a panic dodge, you're seeing people attack out of hit stun. Boomy is kind of one of the first people that I really noticed doing that, especially against Scythe. That'll carry over against Katars. Creed knows that as well. Like, you and I remember the one time he posted, like, in his Discord, like, just I think it was Neutralite. If you ever get hit by a Katar Dare, just Neutralite.
Yeah.
And you will win because they will still, your frames, you will have the advantage there, and you will end up taking them out, and you'll be able to do damage, you'll be able to escape damage, and you won't burn a dodge.
Yeah, so remember that. Next time you're crying about Katars and ranked, and you get dared, just press Neutralite. Easy.
I wouldn't say, maybe not that easy.
No, just easy.
But we are going into this game one. Boomy is on Diana. Creed is on Brynn. Oh, this is just a button check. Okay, this is just a button check. Creed, I believe he'll be playing Jala just like he was earlier. I know Boomy has played Diana. Boomy, one of the largest character pools, probably almost the largest in Brawlhalla. I'd put him up there with Dobrain. I'd say maybe he has more than Dobrain.
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, it was a long time ago, almost a year now. But at Combo Breaker back then, Boomy pretty much just picked any character. I mean, he picked Roland, he picked Jala, he picked. I can't remember the last one, but it was a different. It was a different character every single game, and I want to say it was someone with Axe. It wasn't Ulgrim.
Ragnar wasn't out back then.
It was someone with Axe. That's all I remember. However, he could play pretty much everyone, and if you see him on a character, you can guarantee he knows how to play that character.
For sure. I don't even think it's just an issue of characters with Boomy. I think it's weapons that Boomy has. Like, Boomy has bow, Boomy has guns, Boomy has hammer, Boomy has axe, Boomy has sword. I'm pretty sure Boomy has a spear in there. I don't know if he really plays Katars.
I don't think I've seen him play gauntlets too much. That might be the only thing.
I don't think I have either, but the amount of weapons we just listed, how many characters does that cover? I'll tell you, a lot. I'm not going to come out with the number because I'm not trying to count it up right now, but we are seeing him pick this Diana. Meanwhile, on the other side, we are seeing Wrenched pick Ember, not a surprise here, and we're seeing Gobi pick Roland. We're seeing high defense from Gobi, sort of lower defense from Wrenched. He's actually using the defense stance on Ember. What do you think about this kind of difference between high and low defense?
Well, in 2v2s, I mean, you can take damage from 3 other players. I mean, your teammate as well, so you have to count that. That's a whole bunch of damage that you don't want to take, and you take reduced damage from your teammate, but either way, that high defense is going to let you just live a little bit longer. Right off the bat, Boomy off the stage. Wrenched is getting manhandled. Look at this.
You're seeing Silly Gobi come in. Do we get the Gimp on Boomy? No, you see Creed just immediately giving relief to Boomy, putting so much pressure on Silly Gobi when he looked like he had some serious potential for a land skip. That is a huge lead coming out already, and Boomy is still putting out the damage.
I mean, we were talking about part of the Creed. He only has to get 300 damage, right? I don't even think Boomy's going to let him get that much. He's just killing people right now.
I think Boomy's already put out 300 damage. He does end up getting caught in a gravity cancel Roland side signature. I'm not used to seeing people really use that signature very much. Oh, and Gobi's going deep. He ends up getting side aired.
I think Boomy's got an. Oh! Silly Gobi with the kill!
Gobi just gets the living daylights out of Boomy. Oh my gosh, that was huge!
Out of nowhere. Just his last act of courage, taking Boomy out. Boomy's only got 1 stock.
That was absolutely worth. Gobi ended up killing Boomy before, and he just killed Boomy again. Let's go, Gobi! Boomy just turned around, looked us straight in the eye, just completely bewildered. Oh my gosh!
Honestly, I'm bewildered as well. After what we saw in the very beginning of the game, Boomy going off on them, Silly Gobi and Wrench just out of nowhere. I mean, we were kind of doubting it at the beginning. We were talking about a little bit how they tied for what, 22nd?
25th.
25th. And now we're seeing this right now.
That is just a huge opening for Silly Gobi and Wrenched, part of the Creed, in just a terrible position right now. 4 stocks on the red team to his 2 stocks on a lower defense character. I think that's just a huge wake-up call for Boomy. He is going to have to just completely change the way he approached playing against these 2 players.
Part of the Creed right now. Oh, can he get back? No, he can't. He pulled a Mario, bounced up against the blocks.
Gobi's ability to go deep, not only with Lance, but also unarmed, has been just exactly what I said earlier, a wake-up call. You have to respect Gobi.
Oh.
He is just unafraid to go deep.
Oh, Creed might get the double. Oh, he does!
And Creed picks up the double. He knows that Gobi's going deep. Now Wrenched is going deep too. This unparalleled aggression coming out of Silly Gobi and Wrenched is what part of the Creed is going to want to capitalize on. They tried to pick up a cute little combo there. Gobi tried to hit that unarmed ground pound, wasn't able to connect with Creed. And Gobi going unarmed yet again. I think he took more kills with his fists and his feet than he did with weapons.
One way or another, he took 6 kills. All the stocks.
Gobi just aced.
He took...
Gobi just aced.
Pretty much.
Boomy and part of the Creed. And we're seeing part of the
It
Creed
looks
standing up.
Looks like there might be a little issue going on. But what do you think about that match? Because that was kind of crazy. Not what I expected in the very, at all.
I think we're kind of seeing there something that I kind of expect from Boomy. I don't know if something went wrong. Like, they're calling over FOTA, so there could have been a hardware issue, maybe with Boomy's keyboard, maybe with part of the Creed's keyboard. I don't know, but I think Boomy going into that probably felt very confident. Mm-hmm. Starlight is another player that tends to go into things feeling very, very confident about himself.
He looked confident in the very beginning. I mean, we saw what he was doing. We know it, what he can do is there. But if this is a hardware issue,
yeah,
that's very debilitating.
If that's a hardware issue, I don't know what is going to happen. I'm not sure if Boomy was a victim of the hardware issue or his own hubris going into that. For everyone in Tennessee out there who doesn't go to school, hubris means excessive pride. I don't know why I'm targeting Tennessee there, but that's just the one I picked.
I think there's a lot of space you can target with that.
I was either going Tennessee or Kentucky, one of those states that are kind of right on in there.
We don't have anyone from those states, do they? They didn't hear this.
I mean, you might be from Tennessee because you're the only. I struggle through that one. You're the only 10 I see.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. Local.
That's my boy.
I think we're still seeing FOTA at the station right now. I'm hesitant to comment on really anything in that match other than Boomy right out of the gate because that's what we're used to seeing from Boomy.
What we can do is we can we might not be able to analyze Boomy and part of the Creed very much because we don't know if there is an issue. But what we can try to do is we can look at the Silly Gobi Wrench side of things, see how they were playing because Gobi was going off.
He really was. I think I'm staggered by his unarmed play there. What he was able to do on stage and on the edge when, Boomy and part of the Creed, they had the weapon advantage. I think we might have had a hardware issue because we are seeing quad VAR. We haven't seen quad VAR in a very long time.
Yeah, this is definitely
we're just testing things out right now.
This is a hand warmer, or not a hand warmer, but a bug tester.
So we might be throwing that match out. I'm not sure what the actual tournament ruling there. That's going to be up to the
I would assume
TOs.
that it might still count as a part of the set just because, I don't know, usually in tournaments like this, well, maybe not LAN. I don't know. They could roll it back. But at least in the online tournament scene, if a match does start in the very beginning, and it's usually these rules are put in place for lag reasons, so it's hard to say if this will get called back. Right now, it looks like they're testing some fast input presses.
Yeah, I think they're testing timings on things to see if there is any input lag going into this. We even saw a taunt come out, so we can see the timing on that. See if there's input lag on the taunt.
Some people were talking about some possible input lag on some things. I don't know if it was Defensive's keyboard, but Defensive was talking about earlier a bug where if he pressed the heavy and charged it for any amount of time, it would go the full length. So I don't know if that's his keyboard or something with a oh, yeah. So they're just I guess they're just restarting it.
Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to scrap that game, but just I really don't know who just on paper would take this game. Because obviously, I would say Boomy is the strongest player in that entire matchup. I'm not saying Creed is a weak player by any means. I beat him in San Antonio at PAX South.
It's true.
So that might speak to his level of play.
That was a pretty big, you saw the crowd, and it's widely known for anyone in the audience. The bigger the crowd in person, for you, the better you are, hands down.
And that's kind of, I think, Creed's last LAN experience was getting publicly humiliated by me, which is just a huge embarrassment that you have to worry about and carry with you for the rest of your life. So that is Creed's last lane experience. I wonder if he carries that burden coming into this. I wonder if he has tournament nerves. He also doesn't want to let down
You're not
Bowie.
going against them this time, so
That's true.
technically speaking, he could be calm as. I mean, you're not. If you were up there, I mean, if it was the two of us going against the two of them, guarantee you, Creed would just SD off the side every time.
Also,
He doesn't want to face you.
something that Creed has to worry about is he was kind of a last-minute sub. Like I know Boomy and Creed were running ranked 2s queues a week or so before CEO Dreamland, just in preparation if he was a possible sub for LDZ. But I don't. First of all, that was online. Second of all, I don't really know how far they climbed in the rankings. So like a brand new team starts out. Do they start out in silver?
You started out, I think, in tin.
Oh,
actually.
you started in tin? You really?
I want to say you start out as a team. You start out at 850. So
Okay.
you work up from 850.
Yeah. So
I
starting
think
out,
that's at like the highest point in tin, maybe, or is that bronze? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I think
but
it's 10 because-
regardless, you start out very, very low
Don't hold
in
me to
the
that.
online rankings. So you're basically playing people around those rankings for a very long while. So you're not playing the best of the best. You're not getting those really top-tier competitive level team games. And I think that's going to hurt their preparation because they're used to going against worse players. I don't know if they were able to scrim anybody, if they were able to scrim any North American teams. I doubt they were able to scrim any EU teams unless they did it specifically here. Before the tournament today, maybe in Salty Suite yesterday.
They were playing a
Oh
couple
wait, no,
games.
Creed wasn't even here. So it
No,
was
I mean they were playing some games over in like the play area, but it wasn't very many.
okay. And
So
it wasn't at
it's coming down to individual
it wasn't at
skill.
a scrim level. It was just at a kind of a casual practice level. So I think that's really going to come into play here. And then from Silly Go being wrenched, like they have to go up against Boomy, a very, very strong 1v1 player, one of the strongest 2v2 players right now. I mean, Boomy and LDZ won the Winter Championship in 2v2s. I believe they won the block 2v2 as well, if I'm not wrong, for North America. Yes, he was first in the block 2v2 as well. So he has to come into this feeling very strong as a 2v2 player. And him and Creed are reasonably good friends as well. So there's already a team chemistry and a somewhat synergy.
I mean,
as well.
technically speaking, I mean, we're included in this as well, but I mean, there's a lot of team synergy coming in outside of Brawlhalla as well, because we all play a whole bunch of other games together. So, I mean, they're no strangers to communication.
Meanwhile, Gobi and Wrenched. Gobi hasn't competed in a lot of tournaments. Like I know that he has some internet issues, which is why he is kind of trepidatious about going in.
Good word, by the way.
Thank you very much. Into tournament games. So we haven't seen a lot of him in actual tournaments. Like he didn't go to BCX. So he couldn't compete in 1v1 or 2v2. He didn't play in the 1v1 Winter Championship. He did get 7th in the 2v2 Winter Championship with Stevenator, not his current teammate.
And that's nothing to scoff at either.
Of course.
I mean, in the winter 2v2, there were a lot of people who signed up for that. A lot of registries.
It was on the order of thousands.
It was quite a bit.
But then in the block 1v1, he didn't compete in that either. So really the only tournament history that we can go off of is his 2v2 7th tie with Steve for the Winter Championship, and then in the block 2v2, the 25th tie with Wrench. So coming into this, they're kind of looking shaky as a 2v2 team.
I wouldn't count them out yet. They played pretty well, and if this maybe there wasn't a hardware issue. I'm gonna let you think on that.
I think there absolutely was with with the amount of time that we've gone on this little break so far. There's no way that there wasn't a hardware issue.
There could be a conspiracy, though. Think about it. They act like there's a hardware issue. Get the whole set reversed. Start from the beginning. It's like it never happened. Boomy and Creed take it 2-0. What if that happens?
I think you think that there are a lot of powers here at work that I don't believe here
I
at
saw
work.
the Illuminati in the
but-
corner, man.
I mean,
They were over
who
there,
knows?
triangles and everything.
Maybe I'm getting worked. Maybe I'm getting got here at beautiful, sunny Orlando, CEO Dreamland.
Think about it right now. Look behind this display right here. What shape do you see? Triangles.
He's right.
That's all.
I can confirm it's triangles. Here, I'm going to go ahead and take a picture of that and tweet it out just so everybody out there can confirm.
And
that
you
this
see his
is
Twitter
triangles.
handle right at the bottom of the screen. So right here, you can see triangles. Illuminati at work.
Absolutely.
But anyway, we got other news for you. Not just this game, because they're not quite ready yet. We do have some confirmation from some of the pools games that aren't happening on camera. So one of the first things we can say is we got Multimum and TB against Zelo and Steve in the winners bracket, or the winners finals. I actually don't know which one that is. I think it's winners bracket.
I'm looking.
Because I don't think there's a finals today.
I'm looking at the bracket right now, and I don't know if I'm looking at a different bracket, but this one has not been updated. But we do have Multimum and TB. That's a team I want to talk about a little bit.
That's a strong EU team.
We used to see, like at BCX, it was Multimum and ERAM. Shouts out to ERAM, my boy out there. I miss you, my man. Come visit America. We'll hang out. We haven't seen Multimum and TB necessarily play together for a while. TB was sort of Multimum's partner a very, very long time ago. Like, he was one of the original OG Multimum partners. And TB, of course, he won the Riddle Brawl tournament for all of EU. So TB is a very, very strong EU player. He was kind of absent from the scene for a little while, but all the top players knew about him. Like, if they did a top 8 EU player ranking, TB was usually very, very close to the top, if not the top.
I mean, long-time Hattori player, very solid on sword. So, I mean, this is going back quite a ways as well. Back when sword was one of the top weapons in the game as well. So it just shows how long he's kind of been away from when he was top tier.
Absolutely, but like I said, he did win Riddle Brawl, so he came back and is still an extremely good player. I think Multimum and TB is an interesting team chemistry, because Multimum is an extremely chill dude. Like, Multimum kind of plays to have fun. If you ever look at him, he looks relaxed.
I mean, if you have to ask how relaxed he is, he ate a sandwich on stage at BCX. That's how chill he is.
He's just a super chill dude. Now, TB, I haven't spent a lot of time with him, but every time I've seen him so far here in Dreamland, he looks just as chill. Like, he's just hanging out. He's on vacation right now. This is a wonderful vacation for him. And that just, chill vibe, those cool vibes, right, together as a 2v2
He's big
team,
chillin'.
that's just a great environment to be in. Like, if we look back to LDZ and Stevenator, or Starlight and Daiku, like Starlight, he's an emotionally driven person, right? When he gets mad, he gets mad. When he pops off, he pops off.
Like, I mean, the thing is, he's got a lot of ego building up, so he feels really good about the way he plays. And, that's a good thing, too. Because, I mean, if you don't feel confident in the way you play, it'll show once you actually get in the match, and you might not play as well. So he comes into it feeling really good, but if he takes an early hit, at all, it affects him, his ego as well as it does everything else. So it breaks him down a little bit.
But with Multimum and TB, you just have this relaxed environment. One player doesn't have to say, whoa, calm down. It's all right. Just settle down. Take a breath. It's everything's going to be okay. That doesn't have to happen, because they're both chill. They're both just like, yeah, let's do this. Let's play this game. Let's win this game. Let's move on. And then with Zaloxry and Steve, I actually kind of don't know the mind of Zaloxry very well. I don't know if he's an emotionally charged person. I don't really know his reactions.
He's actually pretty chill when it comes to the gameplay. I mean, it's every game individually is essentially his mindset. He just goes into it, and he just, because I played a few games with him a while. There was one tournament, I can't remember. I think it was one of those special tournaments where there was a Brawl Ball. It was like the Brawl Ball 3v3 in the very beginning, then it cut down to the 2v2, and then there was a 1v1 at the end. I can't remember the name of it.
The Gravy Olympics?
I think that was another one that had.
3, 2.
It might have been that, but I think there was a. It wasn't BC Extras. I don't remember what it was called.
Okay.
But it was something with that exact format. And listening to him on the mic, because it was me, him, and Spirit Wolf were the team. We didn't get very far, but because they were playing on NA. That's what the tournament was.
Okay.
So they were dealing with lag issues, and I couldn't do everything by myself. But you know how it is. I'm just not that big of a carry. Anyway, I mean, Zelo he's very calm when he goes into his game. So, I mean, when you watch him play, there's not a lot of emotional baggage that's following up.
And just so everybody knows, this match going on right now, this is just a test. We're still waiting. We're going to restart the entire set. We're scrapping game 1. It looks like there was an issue. I'm not sure exactly what the issue is, but these are the testing phases, just to make sure that everything is okay. But looking at some of the other players we have coming up, we have Co-op and Carbon in losers bracket right now, going up against Cyclist and Mother Russia. Now, do you know anything about Co-op and Carbon?
I don't know anything about Co-op and Carbon.
I honestly, I don't either.
I can't say for sure anything about that matchup. So, looking at the other side of things, Mother Russia and Cyclist, these are two players we've seen a lot of recently.
Yeah, Mother Russia used to, going back to like the regional qualifier last year, Mother Russia used to be the second best in the West. LDZ being the first, Mother Russia being the second, and then Blood Diamond was kind of hovering right around that third to fifth in the U.S. West region. I think that's sort of shifted a little bit. Blood Diamond's kind of the second best in the West now, of course, second to LDZ. But with Cyclist, we saw him come out of the gate absolutely crazy in the Winter Championship. I'm looking up what his placement was right now in the Winter Championship. It was, if you watch the Winter Championship at all of the casters, I think, were there only two? I think
it was only two.
Yeah, so
all two of the casters.
Both of the casters were just like, who is this Cyclist guy? Nobody knew. Nobody knew. He just all of a sudden started playing and was so good. He ended up taking third in the Winter 2v2 with Isidru. But ever since then, it seems like he's lost a little bit of steam as time has gone on. Like in the block 1v1, he tied for 17th. So he was sort of right on the barrier of that top 32 range. In the 2v2, he got 9th with Isidru, which isn't a terrible place by any means. That's like right on the periphery of top 8. But he doesn't have Isidru here, his longtime 2v2 partner. Here he's playing with Mother Russia, a newer player, one of the other Fable boys that are coming into this. So it's one of his teammates, but not his main teammate coming into this. So there is going to be a feeling out period. I don't know how much time they've spent together once they realized that Isidru couldn't make it to Dreamland.
We'll have to see, because their match, I don't know, we might see them at some point, we might not, but one way or another, they're going to have to figure out how their synergies are going to work soon, because, I mean, today is pretty much not all of the 2v2.
No, all of the 2v2 happens
is today.
Yeah,
I didn't know if
have
the final
today.
I didn't know if the final was coming up later, like tomorrow or Sunday or whatever. But
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Is this the real match?
I don't think
so.
I think we're still testing. Hopefully they will let us know when the actual real match starts. I see Foda still up here on the mini stage that we have going on. But
honestly,
going back
at this point, I'm kind of curious as to what the issue was.
Yeah, I really want to know what it was as well.
I mean, it's taken a while. It must have been pretty serious.
But going back to the block 2v2, when Cyclist got 9th with Isidru, they started off with a tough bracket, and then sort of had an easier bracket. They lost 0-2 to LDZ and Boomy. Not a huge surprise there. But then they lost 0-2 to Lobo and Inya, which, like, you know those names, but you don't know them for being top-tier 2v2 teams, right? Like, the loss to Boomy and LDZ, not a huge surprise. They were the winter champions in 2v2, with LDZ being the 1v1 winter champion. But then losing to Lobo and Inya, that's a little disheartening. Granted, that was with Isidru and not with Mother Russia. So that mostly just speaks on Cyclist as a player, or his chemistry with Isidru. So with Mother Russia, that's kind of a big question mark going into this. And that's one of the reasons that LANs can be really, really interesting. Not only just because you're actually sitting across from your opponents and next to your teammate, but we have these new teams that are being made apart.
I mean, that's one of the big things with 2v2 as well, is if your partner can't make it, you have to find somebody else. And that might hurt you overall in the circuit, because I don't know if things have been changed yet.
You get half of your points. If your teammate cannot make it to LAN, you get half of your circuit points, I believe.
That's pretty fair, I guess. I kind of wish it was individual still, but oh well. You can't do anything about it. Either way, it looks like, I don't know, from this angle, I can't tell you anything, but it looks like things might be working a little better.
I'm not seeing Foda on the stage unless he's in my blind spot right now.
Yeah, he's still up there. So
I believe we will be making a switch in right now or in 5 minutes. I'm looking at production. We're doing a quick hot swap right now. My main man, one of my least favorite beards in Brawlhalla, will be sitting down right next to me right about now. 3, 2, 1. 3. 3, 2, 1. That's him right there. That's your boy, Raven, Daniel Nichols, the man with the plan.
Me?
The marketing whiz himself. Does dabbles a bit in community management. I think he does. Do you do those community roundups with all the art and stuff in it?
Well, Reddit does most of the work. Let's be real.
Never give any credit to the Reddit. 3 minutes. I've just been told by Photocon, the man, the myth, the legend himself, that we will be going underway in 3 minutes. Do you know what happened?
So we're trying to narrow down the problem. We're really sorry for all the delays, everybody. Basically, what we're running into is there's like an edge case with a multi-keyboard right now, because one of the things we tried really hard to do was like we need to make sure our keyboard players can play offline. So we've been working on that, and we've been testing it. But you always run into random variables at tournaments, so we're trying to swap players' keyboards in and out and try to figure out if it's something manufacturer-specific, et cetera, et cetera. We're fixing it, we're working on it, and hopefully we'll get back to the games real soon.
See, that's why you just need Chill Penguin everywhere.
Because he's chill?
You just need to bring him along.
He wanted to come, but, I mean, you know, it's hard to spare devs for every event.
So, Raven, tell me how you are enjoying CEO Dreamland in beautiful sunny Florida so far.
CEO Dreamland's been great. I mean, this is one of my favorite venues now at this point, because we've taken Brawlhalla down here to Florida a number of times. So it's just like this time coming down for Dreamland, where it's all about platform fighters. Brawlhalla gets to be on the stage. Like, it's like coming back home, man.
We're
back here.
Where is it?
There it is.
That one.
There it is.
We're there. We're right there.
We're in the logo suit, man.
We're above CEO.
It's all kinds of legit.
Like CEO's down here with all the nerds, and we're up here with all the chill dudes up in the skybox. Forget that this is tiled. This is the top. This is where the real boys go. Nerds, real boys. Nerds, Nintendo right here. Nerds, real boys.
Shabali, I hope you're listening to this.
I hope he's
not.
not.
You're listening.
Because I saw him after he cut his finger yesterday. That's not a man I want to mess with.
That was not good. All right, so we are getting an official ruling from the TOs that we are going to be resetting the score for this match. So the first match that we all saw earlier, that's not going to count. We're going to start it fresh, 0-0. Looks like Frone disappeared, so I guess I'm sticking on for this now.
I don't think he knew that it was just like it was a hot swap, and then going to hot swap it back.
That's all right. I guess I think I can cast.
Have you ever casted before?
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
We're going to do this like 2015. It's going to be.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I reminded you all about that last night, didn't I?
I don't remember what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He doesn't want to talk about this, but you know, if you guys
I let old man Raven take a set off of me last night in the hotel room.
All right. As much as I would like to tell that story, it does sound like we are going into the match. We are locking in. Everything should be fixed. And we will finally be able to see this match happen for reals now. Wrenched and Silly Gobi versus Part of the Creed and Boomy.
Everything is basically the same as before. I think Wrenched is wearing a different costume. I don't think y'all had to lock that in for this set. But we have Boomy on Diana, one of my favorite Dianas in the entire world. I like his more than Dobrain. I'll just be deadly honest there. Meanwhile, Part of the Creed on Jala, not a surprise at all. What about the other team?
I mean, the other team right now, they've got Roland on there, which means that I am very excited to be watching this match.
What about the Ember, though? How do you feel about Ember in 2v2 with that low defense?
I mean, that's the scary thing. With the low defense character and the chaos of 2v2, it's always a big risk, so you really have to be confident in that. And Wrench, he is a player that just loves that character, and he's willing to commit to it.
Now we're seeing the Boomy that we're kind of used to so far. We're seeing a lot of damage coming onto Wrenched. He's the first one in red. Meanwhile, Boomy's putting the heat onto Roland. Now Creed is switched onto Roland, almost getting a great read with the ground pound. Follows up with the side air, still playing very low, and he ends up gipped by Gobi. Is Boomy gonna get almost? Oh! Perfectly picks up with that gun recovery, coming right at that angle, but then you see Wrench coming back in, putting some heat onto Boomy. Boomy's still alive, red on his first stock. Meanwhile, everybody else has lost their first stock.
This is looking really good for Red Team right now. Oh, Diana gets caught in a big combo right there.
I don't think they necessarily planned that. I think that was Wrenched already aggressing onto Part of the Creed, but fantastic timing. Meanwhile, Creed's going to like to go under. You see Wrench there,
he gets caught.
Picks up the ground pound. A lot of force on that ground pound, tries to follow it up with another one. Meanwhile, Boomy coming in for the hot rescue. Creed's able to get back up onto the stage and remain safe.
Wrench somehow able to expand his life here on Ember. He is in a lot of risk, though. Will he be able to make it back? Boomy with the edge guard, not quite able to finish him off.
Ooh, Wrenched he missed Boomy. He almost ended up picking up part of the Creed if he didn't end up having iframes through that leftward dodge.
You know, these are all, between Wrenched and Boomy, those are two players who love to play really deep off of the edge. They go for those big risks, those big reversals, and that's why we're seeing so much of this offstage play right now.
We're kind of seeing that from everybody, though. You saw how low that Creed was playing earlier. You saw how many gimps Gobi was able to get earlier. And Wrenched is going to fall. He is on his last stock. Meanwhile, everybody else in the red, except for Roland, who's in that darker, later stages of orange, trying to fish for that side signature. Doesn't connect. Meanwhile, Boomy's going to fall. Boomy on his last stock. Creed on his second stock. Will Boomy be the one to fall first in this game for the red team?
Nice side sig coming out from the...
Hey, what's up, Duke?
Hey, don't worry about it. Who's Ember? They don't have names.
It's Wrenched.
It's Wrenched. Well, Creed used to play Ember.
No, Creed is Jala.
That's right. Jala, Diana, Boomy, Creed, everyone on their final stocks. No one majorly deep in the red, so this really could go either direction. Creed right side fighting it out against Wrenched. Doesn't want to go for the offstage play. Still a little bit worried about the nerfed guitars.
Neutral signature coming out from Boomy. Ends up hitting
the
Creed.
side
and
air!
the side air in the air, high and on the right. Ends up taking out part of the Creed. I was wondering if Boomy was going to be the first one to fall for the red team. Turns out it is part of the Creed again. Did he hit that 300 damage threshold that Boomy requires for the win?
That's the team requirement. Ooh, opportunity dropped from Boomy. Couldn't quite pick up the nair underneath the Sir Roland player that is Silly Gobi. I want to call him Sir Gobi for a second. A lot of patience. Boomy, famously known for his recent 2v1 patience, more than willing to wait out opportunities, and Gobi's not going to give him that chance. He's going to go hard on him, sends him off stage, but when he's unarmed, doesn't want to risk it. Nice weapon toss to follow up the side air, and game one goes to Silly Gobi and Wrenched.
And even without the hardware issues, whatever the problems were, Silly Gobi and Wrenched are taking game one against Boomy and part of the Creed. And now we're seeing Boomy, I think he's switching to that Bryn.
The Bryn.
He's figuring out his axe costume right now, skin.
He wants to make sure
skin,
it's
right.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that it is properly cosplayed. I do want to point out, we're getting word from the TOs. Dob and Daiku have lost to EVMAX and Arkin. Dob and Daiku will be going down to the losers bracket to fight Crocky and Doppy.
Wait, what?
Yep. And in the upper bracket, EVMAX and Arkin will continue on to fight Noel and Blood Diamond. If you check Twitter, you can probably see why Daiku is tweeting.
3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Yep.
That's a big upset. Are we going to see another upset here? I would consider Gobi and Wrenched taking Boomy part of the Creed out.
That would be a little bit of an upset.
But we are back on Great Hall. This is where Boomy won the 1v2 against Starlight and Astronaut in the Block 2v2 Brawl League Open Cup Finals.
Will he be able to do a repeat, or will Creed just, not die a lot and make it so that he doesn't have to go for the long game, have to play it safe and secure on those sides? Right side, though, Silly Gobi with some solid side air game onto Boomy. A nice ground pound will take the first stock off, and part of the Creed wanted to reply, didn't go deep enough to get the recovery to help out his teammate. Instead was just trying to take a quick stock off of Gobi, but Gobi turns it around, drags him to the left side, and finishes with a side air.
I love how floaty that Gobi is playing on the side of the stage. I never thought I would say that I'm glad someone is playing floaty.
Is he EU?
It's really working against Boomy on the edge here. You're seeing Boomy kind of stay lowerly centralized. He's waiting for Gobi to come in, and Gobi's just not having any of it. He's not going to get trapped down there. He's just waiting for Boomy to blow everything he can, and then he's capitalizing with a down air with the weapon tosses as well.
It's very precise play. He's not, throwing out a whole lot of whiff dares or anything like that. Instead, he's just waiting for the opportune moment, waits out for Boomy to attack, and then finishes with a side air. Big punishes, but Boomy going for those dares, not able to keep the pogos going, but did get some solid damage onto Wrenched. Nice ground pound. Creed is, saved by Boomy with the recovery.
Fantastic rotations coming out of Boomy. Boomy looking like he wants to play on the edge, but he's going to go back up, try to maintain that stage control that he has, trying to get the big read with the neutral signature, does not connect.
Dragged
and
in the down
side light from Wrenched pushed Boomy into that down signature coming out from Gobi's Roland. But Gobi ground pounds his own teammate. There is still a little bit of a lead. Actually, that's just been evened up. Roland in the red, Brent in the red.
And you're seeing that was the opportunity that Boomy had. The second that Gobi had disarmed himself, that's when he started going really aggressive on the Gobi, trying to keep that pressure going. Unfortunately, Gobi was able to get away and pick up a weapon. And the second he does, he's able to lead to a kill with that weapon toss into the recovery. Very slight lead for the blue team, but we are seeing Wrench is getting close to kill percentage. Will Gobi be able to finish off Creed before that moment happens? It looks like Boomy's going to make sure it doesn't.
Gobi's been really strong with those weapon tosses today, specifically with the Lance. It has such a huge hitbox when thrown, and he's been using it on edge guard so well. He ends up taking a fall there. Meanwhile, Wrench trying to just completely avoid all damage. He's not trying to engage while they have the 1v2 power play.
Oh, the weapon toss just off the mark.
Oh! Collusion! Collusion! I call collusion!
Boomy side airs Creed into the recovery from Gobi, and Gobi doesn't even care. This is the exact same opportunity as Brawl League 2v2s, where Boomy is in the 2v1. He was off stage, but Gobi's not letting him have it. He's going to put pressure out onto Boomy off stage.
And the 1v2 that he won was with Brent. So this is almost a complete recreation, except for the players and the characters on the blue team.
And Red's just too slow.
There are those floaty edge guards actually coming out of Boomy this time. He didn't go too hard. He was staying a couple jumps above Gobi the entire time, just trying to zone with those dares. And now it's a 1v1. Wrenched is behind in health. They're even on stocks, but I would say that Boomy is largely the better 1v1 player here.
Oh, but some solid bow play, great patience, waits out the dodge to pick up the side air. One recovery, not going to finish off. Looking for the second one, but Wrench goes far to the side. He does have the wall touch, is able to make it back safely. Back to a neutral. Side air.
And that's going to clinch it. Tying up the set, keeping Boomy and part of the Creed alive in this matchup between the two. How much damage?
284. 284, just under the line. Creed not quite hitting his quota.
16 more damage, Creed. Just 16 more damage. If you hit a neutral light and a weapon toss, you would have been good. If you hit a side light, you're going to be good. If you hit a nair, you're going to be good.
He's cracking up. He's going to drop sweet spot because he can hear you.
If you hit the sweet spot of the dare, you'd be good. I'm looking at the rest of it. If you hit a side air, you'll be good. If you hit a recovery or a ground pound, you'll be good on that damage quota.
He's got to up that damage efficiency, really, is what it comes down to. But Creed back on the Jala. Bryn's still on Boomy. No character swaps between Game 2 and Game 3. Oh! The turnaround.
I want to see a little bit more from Creed's axe. It just seems like he's been getting punished a lot whenever he's playing it. He's had a lot better luck with his aggression.
His sword play has been a lot stronger.
With his reads and with his edge guard, specifically with sword. I don't know if that's just more of his favored weapon here. It has lower recovery times, so it's sort of closer to Qatar's, which he used to play all the time.
Maybe it's also familiarity with the signature kit. Creed in particular is a big fan of using these Jala SIGs. We've seen him go for a couple already, those side SIGs and those neutral SIGs. But left side, Boomy not able to connect with the ground pound, so immediately disengages, goes to the central station. And Creed doesn't have an axe or a sword to his name, but a sword in Gobi's hands will lead to a gravity cancel downlight recovery for the kill.
And that's that higher force on that recovery. Recovery is now a kill move and has been for a handful of weeks now. And look at the damage Gobi has taken so far. Even though Wrenched falls, Gobi is just barely now eking into the orange.
On Roland.
Like, that's insane. It's going to be so tough to kill Gobi.
And maybe to a degree, they don't have to. Maybe if they focus down Wrenched, then they can go for those 2v1 plays. Wrenched is on the low defense Ember. I didn't quite catch if he had a stance on, but still, there is an opportunity there. At best, he's got 4 defense. Ooh, that neutral SIG.
I believe Wrench does have the defense stance on Ember, giving him that 4 defense. I didn't notice what stance Gobi has on. I don't believe Boomy has one on, and Creed has the defense stance on Jala.
Nice ground pound, though. Will take down Gobi on that Roland. Staying around just to get some damage, but Gobi with a nice downlight ground pound onto Boomy.
Ooh, and that recovery actually double tapping, hitting both Wrenched and Gobi. Coming out from Boomy. Both chasing Wrenched into the sky, putting some serious focus on knocking out Wrenched so far. He is in the red on his second stock. Meanwhile, Gobi, again, largely untouched. I think you might be right. That might be the plan, to just really try and focus down Wrenched.
Ooh, but you see, Wrenched was kind of playing safe. He was staying on the side, and Boomy was like, all right, you're going to give me the opportunity for the 2v1. I'm going to immediately rotate over to go on to Gobi. Sure, he's not the primary target, But if you're going to give me free damage, I'm going to take the free damage.
And that's what you're going to get from these seasoned 2v2 players. These really strong, high-level competitive players like Boomy. They may have a plan going into it, but that plan is adaptable. They never will tunnel vision on just trying to work that plan.
That dare looked like it was going straight for Creed. It didn't connect, but the ground pound will connect on top of Creed. Stocks are still even. Off stage, Gobi gets a nice dare. Wanted to follow up with that weapon toss and potentially a ground pound afterwards. Clashes out. Damage is relatively even between Gobi and Boomy.
And now Gobi is on that sword. We've seen him do some work with it. Now Creed's getting back onto that axe. Let's see if he's able to do work. He ends up hitting Boomy with a down air and then a side air. Boomy in serious danger of losing his stock. Gobi tried to use that weapon toss to knock out Boomy. Boomy ends up answering back with a recovery, but Wrench ends up killing with a guitar side air.
Creed's got to be careful, though. He is in the 2v1 currently, and he's getting caught by a lot of these lance nares.
That was 3 lance nares. That was, I believe, 56 damages. 2 of them were forward. 1 was reversed.
Creed!
And the ground pound, you saw Boomy trying to come in to relieve the pressure. He was just a little bit too late. Boomy having to fight that 1v2. Could this be the set for Silly Go being wrenched?
He's won 2v1. There is potential to do it again. Wrenched not looking overly healthy. But Boomy's going to play this very safe right now. Gobi, he just stays aggressive. He's got the opportunity with that high defense rolling to take a couple of hits and, if possible, let Wrench come in afterwards. But he's just got to play this right. Boomy is going to stay off stage. Goes back up top, maybe in preparation of the experimental Q test where you have to touch back down to ground. Nice dare. Gobi is going to be able to get back safely. I like the disengage. Didn't keep risking it. Oof.
Really going with that down signature. Risks some serious punish.
Turn around.
Gobi dropping the down light side air.
Nice there. He's staying on top of Gobi. Not even really worried about Wrenched right now. Oh, the recovery! Taps, not enough. Went down, staying on Gobi. Recovery takes down Gobi. Boomy versus Wrenched.
And honestly, if I'm Boomy, that's the
the
best option.
Yeah.
Is you want Wrench to be the last one, because Gobi was so good at zoning with those weapon tosses on the edge. He didn't even have to put himself into dangerous territory. Let's go. You see Boomy stand up. You see him pump that fist in the air. Such
Creed,
a close set.
Sigh of relief. Can we see the damage numbers? Is there a way? I want to know. I want to know.
Creed,
They're
how much
shaking
damage
hands.
did you do?
Creed,
what?
290. Creed!
You're almost there, dude. Boomy with a huge sigh of relief right now. Moving on, but great showing coming out of Wrenched and Silly Gobi.
They were looking strong.
Silly Gobi's safe aggression, those weapon tosses, specifically with the lance, it covers.
Are you going wide enough with your arms? I feel like it could go further.
It might be this big, but
I mean,
he was able to edge guard with that and confirm kills so well. Not even just to confirm kills when they were already down in the bottom right and the bottom left, but he was able to follow up, hearkening back to the days of Aiden Pierce, when all he would do is up throw the lance, jump, and unarmed recovery. Boomy knows what I'm talking about. He's laughing right now. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I mean, like even we saw the Wrenched hit a Sayer on the Creed, and then immediately he came over through the lance to finish off the stock. It's that extra double tap, not off his own hits, but off his teammate. Really solid heads-up play from Gobi. He held his own against Boomy, arguably one of the better 1v1 players here at CEO. So he is looking incredibly strong coming into tomorrow, but he will be going down. I believe that was an upper bracket, so he should be going down to the lower bracket alongside his teammate Wrenched to try to make the run. But we also got word during that Noel and Blood Diamond did take down EVMAX and Arkin. They will be in the winner's bracket awaiting the rest of the other 2v2 teams. I'm not quite sure who. But up next, we've got Zaloxery. I see Stevenator. I see Multimum. And I have to assume the other person is TB.
It's TB. Absolutely. But I believe the winner of that match is now top 8 in 2v2s with Starlight and Astro and Noel and Blood Diamond. I think the winner of this will also be one of those top 8 members. This is the match that we have coming up. Zaloxery and Stevenator, we saw them. They were the ones that
were the kings of the hill.
They were in the hottest of seats because their butts were warming them seats for the longest amount of time. They were not defeated in any of the sets. But Multimum and TB, the chillest dudes I think I have ever met in my entire life.
Is that a requirement? Is that a good thing in a 2v2 setting and a LAN in a tournament?
I think
you want to be the chillest guys?
I think you want to be the chillest guys. You are untiltable.
That is a good requirement to have, is to have a good head on your shoulders, but at the same time, maybe too chill could be bad. It could come back to bite you. I don't know. Multiple, I don't think it's ever bitten him how chill he plays. But they're just looking like a really strong team. They're going to be a strong EU team. This is going to be basically 2.5 EU teams, players, 2.5 EU players, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. 3 EU players, 1 NA player. Was more or less.
It's 1.5 EU teams.
Yeah, there you go. Math.
There you go. Good job. But let's look at a little bit of tournament history. In the block 2v2, Multimum and TB did take 4th. TB took 1st in Riddle Brawl. But back in the Winter Championship, Multimum and TB took 1st. They took 1st. I don't know. It's right here. It's right here on my spreadsheet. I don't know. I had so much trouble just reading the words that are right there. So they have first place finishes.
All right.
TB has multiple 1v1 first place finishes. Multimum has very solid first place finishes as well. I think they're going to be an extremely strong 2v2 team. We did see Multimum and Daiku. No, it's TB. TB and Daiku in the pre-show earlier against this team of Zaloxry and Stevenator that we're about to see.
They didn't do too hot.
But you didn't have
Multimum.
You didn't have the Swedish Lord Multimum.
I don't know. Wait.
Malte Olofsson.
Do you have the that other spreadsheet which lets people know if they are just a player who gets carried by their teammate? You know what I'm talking about?
No, that spreadsheet doesn't exist, or I would have it.
I don't know. But regardless,
that spreadsheet doesn't exist.
Some solid teams up next. I think we're getting word on other. Oh, I'm just getting pointed. I'm getting fingers pointed at.
You're going to get to listen to that nerd part of Creed who just won, though, so congratulate him, everybody.
He just got carried. Like, that's not even, like...
He didn't even do 300 damage.
In any of them. Do you know how to play this game, Creed?
I just like to say, thank you so much, Boomy, for being just the greatest player ever.
For carrying Creed so hard.
Look,
here's your chance. Tell everyone what happened. Tournament nerves? Was it the multi-keyboard?
I mean,
was it not your keyboard?
Multi-keyboard, right. So, multi-keyboard.
Are you giving me an actual answer? I was just going to let you Johns for a second.
I mean, the thing is, I had a different keyboard and a different controller.
Okay, there you go. You start Johnsing.
There's your Johns.
Let the Johns out.
My hand was like on top of my other hand. So really,
there's not enough room across those two tables.
My fault.
It's just.
And Boomy's a god.
Yeah, I mean Boomy, he carried you. I don't like.
No one's denying
no
that.
one can argue that.
No,
he
absolutely
carried you.
not.
There's a very strong reason why coming into this, a lot of people were afraid of the team of Boomy and LDZ. Unfortunately, LDZ didn't get to make it, and now Boomy has to carry the team of Boomy and Creed. And to a degree, I think Boomy would have rather just played the 2v1s.
Look, if we're being fair and we look at team damage, I don't think I did that
damage.
much.
That's all.
I don't think I did that much.
You were a damage soak. That's really what it comes down to. Is you soaked up damage for
a couple times. I did an edge guard.
Yeah, exactly.
It was pretty cool.
What Sharp is that? Sharpie dead? I don't even know what you're.
This is great.
Yeah.
This is great.
He had to write that down.
Who are we watching?
Yeah, we're watching Stevenator and Zaloxry. I mean, you can see them right there.
I can see Steven Zaloxry. I don't know who they're playing.
They're going up against Multimum and TB.
That's pretty exciting.
This is going to be an awesome set. I believe this is in the lower bracket as Noel and Blood Diamond are already in the upper bracket. Props to them, man. We haven't seen them at all. I talked to Noel. Noel was like, I'm not afraid of anyone. We're going to do this. Like, I'm not afraid. The only thing he said was, I was like, you got any other comments? Anything you want? He's like, I'm going to beat Crikey in basketball.
In basketball?
That's what Noel is
there a basketball court
He's
here?
like, I'm going to win everything else, but I'm also going to beat Crocky in 1v1 basketball. I don't know where the court is. Like, I mean, there's a big resort.
I mean,
there's a pond with lots of ducks.
Crocky's 0-1 in money matches.
I mean, yeah, he lost
today.
to Dobrain, who, like, I mean,
who did
Dobrain lose to? Eva Max and Arkin? Like, come on.
So,
just putting so many people on blast right now.
If we're looking at the cycle, that means as long as Noel beats Crocky, it's the greatest, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically. No, I mean, I mean, if anything, it just proves that Crocky's bad.
I won't argue with that.
I mean, yeah. There's
Looks like we're getting into it.
Is this button checks?
I'd assume it's button checks.
I don't know. They might have done it off camera, but it is Stevenator and TB versus Multimum. These are, I just said the names wrong. Stevenator and Boomy versus Multimum and TB. These are, in fact, button checks or just the worst 2v2 players of all time. You know, one or the other.
I mean, look at that Ember just jumping up and down
team
and
damage.
throwing. Absolutely.
Nothing checks your buttons like beating up your teammate. I mean, this is how the pros do it. These guys are here in top 8, which, I mean, you're in top 8, but, like, really, Boomy's in top 8.
I mean, yes, Boomy is in top 8, but I am also in top 8. Like,
the second you get on the mic, I'm just going to BM everyone, apparently.
I mean, I understand the frustration of people watching thinking, how on earth is part of the Creed top 8 in 2017? Well, what year is this?
You get so many circuit points for getting carried.
You know.
This is the new meta. Carry your teammates so that they can get circuit points.
Don't blame Creed. Don't blame Boomy, right?
Put your
blame Boomy, everyone.
BL blame Creeds in chat.
What are our character picks? I know.
Are these the legit ones? I see a Val and a Cross, and a Wushong and an Ember.
I want to say
I think Wushong Ember makes sense to be Zaloxery and Stevenator. I wasn't expecting Multimum to be on the Val per se, but TB did play Cross earlier in the King of the Hill, so maybe that's what happened. I'm trying to find my page on Multimum because I think he said he said he was gonna play Wushong. I didn't remember that.
Oh, yeah, they have the teams are switched with each other, so we were looking at it a little wrong.
Oh, hey, so I was right that it was TB and Stevenator. Man,
yeah.
I was so right that I thought I was wrong. That's what it's just when you're too right, man.
But yeah, Steve on Val totally makes sense. Lockster on Ember.
Yep.
We've seen that time and time again. And of course,
TB's on that
cross. And I think out of all of these people, Multimum's probably the only one who'd play anything different.
I mean, Sentinel's fallen off. Ragnar's fallen off. It seems like
he said before he's not a big fan of Katars right now. He doesn't think they fit.
I mean, you as well aren't a big fan of the Katars anymore, right? Like you switched to Jala.
Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I played Jala because Boomy told me to play Jala. I was like, Boomy, now that I'm playing 2v2 with you, just tell me who you want me to play. He said, play Jala. I'm like, okay, sure. He's like, Katars aren't in the meta. I'm like, okay.
He's carrying you, so I mean, whatever works. But regardless, Multimum, he swaps over to the Wushong. Will he be able to do the same stuff? I'm not quite sure. Currently finding it out in the losers bracket, it looks like Cyclist and Mother Russia are fighting up against Gobi and Wrenched, who we saw on stream just a little while ago. Other notable teams, EVMAX and Arkin, are fighting against Hyper Hero and Midget, but on screen you see Multimum and TB versus Zaloxery and Stevenator. Zaloxery already off stage fighting against Gauntlets. He's able to get past the dares.
Yeah, I was going to say, right off the bat, Multimum and TB were able to get both of the starting weapons and sort of push off Zaloxery and Stevenator, but they recovered pretty quickly. Everyone's got weapons now, and the real fight has begun.
Stevenator getting caught by that X-Pivot Nair. Well, a couple other Gunsup is going to swap characters. Zaloxery is trying to get on top of TB.
Stevenator going for some edge guards, gets the side sig off, but
nice Sair.
TB coming out.
Nice rotation over.
To be able to make it back on stage using that weapon throw. And Stevenator going for a downlight and a gravity cancel downlight. Certainly not a true combo anymore after the downlight changes, and TB's going to be able to just dodge right through that.
There was a possibility of it being like such an inefficient thing that other people won't expect it and maybe getting caught, but it seemed like TB was ready for it, was able to dodge out of it immediately. Right side though, Zaloxery is not afraid of Gauntlets off stage. It's an odd decision considering how effective Gauntlets can be. I mean, that Nair to turn things around, the ground pounds, and everything in between. But Stevenator gets the hot double, gets the recovery on the right side, then picks up a down sig on the just center stage to give his team the stock advantage. But again, Zaloxery not afraid of the Gauntlet play from Multimum.
And that really smart down sig from Stevenator, hitting both his teammate and the opponent, but of course his teammate hadn't taken as much damage and didn't kill him. Meanwhile, Zaloxery finally does go down, this time 2 cross, but I mean, Zaloxry, I feel like we're talking about him contesting gauntlets. He feels very comfortable off stage against really anything, regardless of what weapon it is. I think that that's easily one of his strong suits. And most of the time when we see people off stage, it's Zaloxry who will take the forefront and Steve who will hang back a little bit and say, okay, if they manage to get back up a little bit, I'll come in with a ground pound.
And I mean, Steve's got just strong rotations in general as well. If Zaloxry decides to go off stage and Steve is fighting on the other side of the map, he's been able to rotate over, try to just throw out something, throw out a ground pound, just throw out some damage. But center stage, we see another recovery kill, evening up the stocks, but a whole lot of damage has been put out onto the red team. Stevenator currently unarmed, picks up a sword. Surprised that was a Nair and not a recovery, but the Nair's maybe not as popular of a kill option, but still a strong kill option.
Yeah, I mean, basically, he used both of the Nairs really effectively. As long as he landed both of them, he knew he had the kill. One recovery might not quite have done it, but of course, because of that force, he wasn't really going to guarantee himself any sort of follow-up after the initial recovery. So really smart play by Stevenator.
Multimum on his final stock. You see, Zaloxry tried to rotate over, went for that downlight, but Multimum was ready for it, dodged out and punished with a neutral light. TB is so close to dead. Side stick thrown out.
Charges
no
a side stick, but no punish.
Nice weapon toss. Another one, and TB gets taken down on his final stock. Left side, Multimum trying to put that pressure again onto Stevenator. Side sig charged up. Multimum almost went into it.
And TB charged that side sig. Steve was able to punish it with a downlight, but was unable to get a follow-up after the downlight. He missed the chase dodge nair.
Those weapon tosses, TB does the exact same thing back to Zaloxry. 2 weapon tosses, finishes off his stock, but it's all down to TB on his final stock. Stevenator still got a second one behind this one, but the ground pounds gets interrupted by the recovery. Zaloxry is right there. 2 weapon tosses, both whiff. Ground pounds?
Oh no.
They were playing a little bit risky with those ground pounds. Oh!
They do have the space to work with, and they do get the kill with a lovely down sig on Ember's bow.
It's okay. It's okay. Stevenator did 275 damage.
Good.
It's okay, Creed. It's okay.
Yeah,
you're not alone.
I know.
You're not alone.
You know, 300 sounds like not that much, but if we're being honest,
there's 3 people that you can do damage across.
If we're being honest, it's a little bit hard to do.
No.
A little bit hard to do.
No.
Can we not accept that?
I don't know, Chad.
Are we gonna blame Creed every time he doesn't get 300? Are you gonna count every time I get up on stage?
Doing less than 300 damage is now called pulling a Creed. Like,
no.
It's just as simple as that.
And both Multimum and TB going to Wushang now.
This
switching
is
off
legal,
of
right?
Yeah, this is legal.
Okay. There's tournaments out there where they're like, oh, you can't have the same character.
It is
but I
legal
believe
in the Brawlhalla
yep,
circuit.
In the circuit, you are allowed to have double characters, so there is potential for the double Wushang. They've got the black holes with the double neutral lights on both weapons, but
unfortunately, I do not know which one's Multimum and which one's TB anymore.
I mean, you just pick one.
And right off the bat, double Wushang.
It helps that they're using the exact same skin.
Double spears. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And both of them putting down a decent amount of damage, but not quite enough. It does seem like the Wushangs are taking a bit, and some really nice crossplay between Steve and
Slide charge down
Zaloxry.
Sig. He didn't go for any left-right. If I'm not mistaken, it's got the extended movement on the slide charge, but it seems like he doesn't need it as he gets 1 weapon toss, second one taps, but not enough to kill. Center stage, Stevenator gets the recovery. Zaloxry gets the ground pound stock advantage for the blue team, showing why they were the kings of the hill before the tournament started.
And red team struggling to really find their rhythm. I feel like I haven't seen crossplay between the 2 Wushangs, them juggling Zaloxry and Stevenator against each other. Steve, meanwhile, getting a lovely gauntlet combo, and that Wushang just trying to use those recoveries to push Steve out to no avail.
Dares.
On the other side of the stage, of course, those dares do kill Zaloxry.
Stevenator still holding on to his first stock, trying to turn it around onto one of the red team members. He's still putting damage out. Oh, that recovery on stage will take down Stevenator, evening up the stocks. Not too much damage on the red team. Both of them starting to get into that orange as they help Zaloxry out. That side light, and Zaloxry is able to follow up with a jump nair.
Nice recovery to basically cover the recovery back on stage from Zaloxry. Blue team trying to find a way to kill the Wushangs, who are both in red at this point. The recovery not quite going to do it. Steve's going to go for another recovery. That's not going to do it. The Sair pushes one out.
I'd like to see Steve try to swap over to the gauntlets. He's been so effective with that gauntlet recovery, the downlight into the chase dodge recovery, or just a sidelight wait into the recovery. Left side, though, the ground pounds coming out from one of the red team members will take down Zaloxery, giving them the stock advantage, and the side sig connects. Zaloxery not able to reply in kind as there's still one extra stock on the red team.
It does feel like, especially off stage, there are a lot of weapon throws going on that I feel like I haven't seen as of late. I think that both Zaloxery especially is using those weapon throws to his advantage, and what I think is TB is also using those very effectively.
Just side is TB. Yeah, they had a couple moments where they were very effective with those weapon throws. It seems to be a little bit more limited as they've been playing a little bit more on stage as well. We haven't seen any hardcore offstage play, no big gauntlet strings trying to get that edge guard or that gimp. It's just been some neutral stuff on the left side. Immediately, Zaloxery disengages, tries to come down for that bow ground pound, but then again, disengages as Steve comes over.
And right now, this Wushang's trying to make it back on
side
stage.
sig!
And gets hit by the recovery, and the Wushangs take it. TB and Multimum take game 2. It definitely looked like Steve and Zaloxery had that at the beginning, but it seems like they made a big swap.
Are you going to tell them?
Can you guys turn on HUD names?
You're going to try to put on names to help us out for a second. There's the name tags. Now we'll be able to know which one's TB. TB is technically the secondary Wushang, as he's got the not exactly original red. He's got the slightly off-brand red, the great value red.
Is that great value? I thought
it's the Hill Country Fairs of red.
It looks like blood red.
Blood diamond.
No, that's the wrong person. I'm sorry.
Anyways, TV Multimum on the red in the double Wushang. They just took out game 2. We're going to game 3. Steve and Zaloxery 1 game away from proving that on stage they are the kings of the hill. They've got to be able to close this out. We're on Twilight. This is the first time we've seen Twilight today, I believe.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I think there's some very interesting edge guarding that can go on here, especially on that right side.
Multimum's just been getting juggled between Zaloxery and Stevenator. Meanwhile, TB really hasn't taken a whole lot of damage. Stevenator got both with the downlight, but immediately waited, wanted to see where one of them went so that he could try to follow up. Nice Sair from Zaloxery to dissuade TB.
Yeah, TB using that weapon throw, he really pushed Zaloxery to the edge, but Zaloxery was able to use that side air. And Multimum's in an edge guard position.
No
Steve cannot connect the ground pound. Does connect the neutral sig.
Multimum, first one to get taken down. TB trying to take down Zaloxery, but Stevenator with a nice sidelight jump into a ground pound, expecting that downward dodge. Just a great read. Gets a neutral light onto both his teammate and his opponent, but since they've got the stock advantage, they can afford it. Nice sidelight into the gravity cancel down light, keeps it going. Multimum tries to pick up the side sig, but can't.
Steve is just pulling out these cookie cutter combos on his gauntlets. Multimum with that ground pound.
Rolls right over the edge for the ground pound.
But what I did want to say, Steve has been using a lot of these cookie cutter gauntlet combos, and even if he starts dropping them, a lot of the times he'll pick up the other Wushang in the middle and just keep going.
Just like, all right, we're gonna tag out. Swag out, tag out, switch it up. Zaloxery gets the side sig to even up the stocks. TV is on his second stock. Fresh Multimum is very red on his second stock, but they haven't been able to take him down. A nice downlight recovery is not enough. And Stevenator disengages, trying to get some pressure out onto TV.
Multimum with the sidelight downlight gets punished as a result. Zaloxery is looking for this final kill and still can't get it.
He wants it. Doesn't even pick up the weapon instead. Rotates around trying to help out Stevenator. The side sig will take down Multimum. Very slight stock advantage for the blue team.
Steve looking for this kill. The ground pound's not quite going to do it, but TB is not able to make it back on stage. Falls to his death, even though Steve didn't actually touch him.
He tried to follow up with that neutral sig. You saw it.
And Multimum just took an incredible amount of damage as Steve and Zaloxery juggle between him. TB with a slide charge neutral sig.
He was looking for Stevenator. Zaloxery fell into it and gives them a slight breath of life. Still a stock advantage for the blue team, but the recovery will answer it. Multimum is in the red. He is getting close to kill range. Side air.
Zaloxery looks for the side sig. TB, who landed that sidelight, had the opportunity to maybe put Zaloxery in a bad spot, but because Multimum was there too, he could not go for that risky recovery and risk killing his teammate. who is on his last stock. Multimum all the way in the
Side
red, and the
zig.
side zig's going to do it now. It's a 1v2.
All left to TB. Can he do it? Goes off stage. This is where he has a chance. If he can pick up the Nair onto Stevenator or Zaloxery, turn it around into a quick ground pound or a dare into a ground pound, just trying to get some sort of offstage gimp. But no, he throws away the gauntlets, trying to pick up the spear. Oh!
Tries to hit TB into Zaloxery's charge neutral, so they can't get it in time. But they've put down a lot of damage on TB, and TB does not seem to have any specific plan of action to take on this 1v2.
He's not really focusing either player. He's not really trying to go off stage. Instead, he's more or less playing it as if Multimum was still alive. He's just playing out a normal 2v1. Oh, but the down air from Stevenator. They hold on to their hill, keeping those seats warm. They're saying, we're going to come back to this later, but they're high-fiving right now. So Luxury wants it. There's the high five. Wants the hug, but no. It's the manners first.
I didn't know
man.
this
It's
cam
manners first.
existed.
You didn't know this?
No.
You didn't know? No.
I was sitting there. I was shaking
This is
hands.
the hot player cam.
This is pretty neat.
It's
You get to see the in-depth handshakes.
what you really get to see is you get to see the cards played. How many mountains, how many islands are getting played? That's a Magic reference. Dobran, what's up? How you doing?
He's motioning to his keyboard. He
wants
needs my
do you
keyboard.
want your keyboard? He wants your keyboard. Do you want his keyboard?
My keyboard,
Whose keyboard?
was having
one
issues.
keyboard. He has one keyboard. He wants
For
your
me.
keyboard. You want his keyboard? Whose keyboard? What? Just come on, Dobran, come here. Dobran, just come over here.
Come on over.
Just come
Yeah,
over here.
Yeah, yeah.
Use your big boy words. Use your,
Just
you
go
gotta
around, go around. Yeah, yeah.
Follow the curtain. Follow the curtain.
All right, what's up, Dobran?
Get on the mic. What are you trying
Yeah,
to
just let me know. Just let me know.
I'm trying to get the keyboard, your keyboard, because my keyboard doesn't work right.
Okay, well, I don't know if my keyboard will work because my keyboard was one of the problems on stage.
Mm-hmm.
So you can try to use my keyboard, but it's unreliable, and also I don't know where it is.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
So
Well, he's about to
good
play.
luck.
Oh, okay.
Dobran and Daiku are up next.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I think we're at a point where there's enough players just sitting around. You can try to ask someone else.
Okay, okay. It's
Yeah.
fine, it's fine, it's fine.
What?
Boomy's not playing, right? So you can ask
Maybe. Yeah.
Boomy
Dobran, let Sparky know because I think I'm after you guys, so I'll need to swap out. Yeah. Because, you know, I just got to get carried by Boomy more.
Absolutely. We want to see that goodness. But coming up next, we are going to be seeing Dobran. You got to hear his voice. He didn't quite peek in enough into the frame, but you are going to see him up on stage playing alongside Daiku. Both of them, the upset of the tournament here today, losing to EVMAX and Arkin. But I think they've got a score to settle. They're going to try to make the losers bracket run, and the thing in front of them today is going to be Crocky and Dappy.
You said losers bracket run, and that just like threw me way back to BCS 2v2 EU. I think the first one where Dobran and Daiku were clear favorites, and everyone thought they were going to do great. And then they broke one of the BCS rules. Something happened.
Maybe, yeah. I think
I'm trying to remember.
they
exactly
got
what
DQ'd
happened.
for one reason or another.
Yeah, because Daiku spoke in chat
Oh yeah!
way too soon. And
Back when we had the no spoilers rule, that was it was like a minute, and he chatted in like 55 seconds. Like it was just on the periphery of what would have been considered acceptable, and it was like it wasn't even like a good statement. It was just like. It was like Dobran's dumb, or it's just like some
Something
goofy
like that,
thing
yeah.
that like just you chat monsters would have eaten up. And unfortunately, the rules had to be followed. He got DQ'd down in the lower bracket, and they made the run. But
they made a huge run. I mean, it was massive. And I know afterward I asked Daiku how he felt about that, and he was like, as soon as we got down into lower bracket, both Dobran and I were like, we were on lockdown. There's no way we lose this tournament. We're going to make sure that no matter what, we do not drop this. And indeed, they didn't. And now,
similar situation.
Clearly something has happened. You know, whether they lost because they were outskilled or, you know,
I don't know, man. Have you looked at Twitter? Because Daiku is coming out hot fire, tweeting salt everywhere.
Let me know, because I did not see Daiku's Twitter.
He was trying to light some bridges on fire. That's the best I can say. He was apologizing to his org. He was like, I am salty. But it's not the suite. It is CEO. This is 2v2s, and he's got to make the run. He's gonna suck it up and go down to the lower bracket and try to make the run. They did make, I believe this is top 8. I don't have a full bracket, but he's got to make the run as best he can. But we are getting word that dude, I can't read this.
What? You can't read it after this?
See, what I was trying to read was this.
Creed, you're up. What?
Yeah,
now?
we knew that.
No, after this.
After this, right now.
Yeah, I can hop on and explain.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Because see, I was trying to read this.
Wish me luck.
For those of you who can't see, there's Sharpie and ink.
Sharpie and ink?
Because can you read that?
No, I mean that's because you're reading it on the wrong side. See.
Well, yeah, but you wrote on this side.
Yeah,
all right. So what's going on?
So as you can see
Raiden?
that I clearly wrote on this piece of
Papa
paper.
Raven.
Basically, what's happening is that Starlight and Astra are going to be fighting Boomy and part of the Creed next. This is one of our first top 8 matches for the day.
Okay.
We were going to be seeing Dobreen and Daiku play on stage, but they've been able to fix some of their keyboard struggles on one of the pool stations,
So
and they requested that they're going to play it out
That's fair.
right there where they know that it's
Where
working.
it'll work.
So that we can get back to matches.
Yeah, I mean, all good in the hood, as they say. Boomy and Creed, huge opportunity for Boomy to carry a whole lot more Creed. And
I know, Creed is heavy.
Yeah, I mean, he is basically dead weight.
It's like having me on your twos team.
I know, right?
That's what that is.
I was hoping that we could have gotten more King of the Hill and just seen who could carry me the farthest.
We're gonna try to do some more cool stuff.
Yeah.
Like
What's planned for the rest of the weekend, Papa?
We're basically gonna try to do as much as we possibly can when we have the time. So I know for a fact that everyone requested that after Grand Finals on Sunday, we're gonna do a U.S. versus EU crew battle.
Okay. How many EU players?
I think we have 6.
Name them.
I think we have 3.
Name them.
So we got TB.
Okay.
Oh, we've got more than that.
No, we've got 5. We've got 5.
Dobreen and Daiku.
And Zaloxery.
And Zaloxery. Right? Those are our 5 EU boys.
That is enough.
We were going to have a lot more. But, yeah, so we got 5. So it'll probably be a 5v5 crew battle. It'd be, see what he did there?
We will have 5v5, Zaloxery, Dobreen, Daiku, Multimum TB for the EU team. That is the only options as far as teams go. For NA, there's a little bit more room. We've got Boomies here, Starlight's here, Cyclist is here, Astronaut's here.
I'm actually kind of hoping that they'll just, like, either cast lots, like they used to do thousands of years ago.
Draw sticks, who got the short end.
Yeah, that would
is that
be
the good one?
But I'm sure everyone will put their best players forward. So we are going to do that. We're going to try to do some other fun stuff here and there.
Yeah, I know you've been itching to fight on stage against someone that you think you could beat.
I know, because that person is Sparky, because he's he's pretty
he's
pretty easy to beat. He's right there. Yeah.
Because we're talking about how he beat Sparky last night.
So, as happens at offline tournaments, what do? You invite a bunch of people over to play Brawlhalla in your hotel room, and I saw Sparky playing Duke, and, Duke seemed to be having a really good time just beating him up. So I was like, hey, let me get in on some of that action. And, I told the story earlier, when I was doing some stuff with Creed getting set up. It was like, Sparky, the first 3 matches were so easy that I fell asleep for a while.
Yeah, I mean, really, you basically were just you're just playing normal for about 4 games. Then you decided to give him a glimmer of hope. You took a nap, played some off characters. I
literally started getting tired, because of how easy it was. My eyelids were getting heavy. I wasn't reacting.
Do you want to reply? Do you want people to hear you? No. He's in off.
Sparky's over there making faces and stuff. He's just like. Oh,
but that was hot. Hopefully we'll get some repeat action on that on Sunday. There's gonna be a whole lot of good stuff. Tomorrow is gonna be pools for 1v1s. Same stream channel, twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, where you're watching it right now.
That is
and
correct.
Then Sunday, is there a different? Is it?
Yeah. So Sunday we are gonna be on the main stage, and we will be at twitch.tv/CEO
Wait, that main stage?
Gaming. Yes.
With the tree?
We will be on the stage with the tree.
Oh, Snapple. All right.
How lit is that?
That's cool. If you guys haven't seen, you should be checking out Twitter. Make sure you follow everyone. You see our handles on the bottom. We're tweeting all sorts of stuff. If you're not following Twitter at Brawlhalla's Twitter, twitter.com/Brawlhalla.
No, you don't need to follow Brawlhalla. That's,
just all that good stuff. We're tweeting, we're Instagramming, we're showing pictures, videos, all sorts of good stuff from this weekend. So if you're missing anything off stream, once everything's died down, there's still gonna be good
you can
stuff.
catch up on all the laundry list of photos,
that hot social media,
all the good stuff. I'm like really like, as much as I love watching matches, and I love seeing all the competition. My favorite part of these offline tournaments are like once it starts to quiet down, once you find that like nice place to eat, once you find those guys like still playing at midnight, somewhere, and like those moments are always the best.
Have you walked around at all?
I've been able to get around a little bit.
Outside, like right outside those doors, there's a guy he's just got this whiteboard, and it just says like, I came here to do money matches, like $1 money matches. I'm gonna do as many as I can. Just give me put down $1. We'll fight it out. And it's just this dude with his CRT, his controller.
Is he plus or positive right now?
I don't see a scoreboard, so I don't know if he's been winning or losing. But like it's a really bold decision if you didn't bring enough $1 bills for this. But that's awesome. It's always cool to be at these LANs, so definitely make it out. Combo Breaker is the next LAN as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, Combo Breaker is the next LAN. That's going to be in May.
Yep.
Coming up real soon. I think just about 5 weeks away or so. So that's going to be really good. I always love going back home to Chicago. It's a glorious place. Yeah, and then there might be like a secret third mystery offline tournament that I probably shouldn't talk about.
I mean, hint, hint.
Just saying, BMG, it's like what we lack in.
Is this how you put like your coworkers on the spot? Is you're just like on stream, you're gonna be like, we've got like 4 more offline tournaments coming up.
And like this thing no one knows about but me.
I got my binder and my notebook here of like
that's how we
offline tournaments.
We like to make big decisions on stream.
All right, but I think the players are sort of locked in. I think Photo's still finishing up over there.
Should we get a real caster?
Are you gonna get carried, Creed?
Creed, how heavy are you?
Are you going to do more than 300?
Just make
Boomy's
look
already
good.
saying no. Just parry, my guy.
He's saying that a control change
that's what went wrong is the controls.
Yes.
It's all the controls' fault.
Creed has troubles reading his own shirt.
I know. He's not comfortable with the Astros. Yeah, exactly. Creed would be a god at this game if he just had the right controls. That's really what it comes down to. What's up, Sheepy?
That would be it.
You want to say hi? Yeah, come over.
All right, I'm going to step away now. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Take over for Raiden?
I'm going to be passing this off to someone more qualified.
Well, someone take his spot because he's got to be a grown adult. All right, so solo cast. How's it going, everyone? This isn't a couch. These are 2 chairs that they found at the venue. Honestly, I don't even know if they're real chairs. Please help me. I'm trapped here.
So, hey, Duke, this is White Sheepy.
Do you wanna give Funky P the hot social media
I don't know how
deets?
long I'm gonna be here. I'm at White Sheepy. I've been posting pictures on Twitter. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. Sparky's right around the corner right there.
He's busy looking at Frone's phone. It's fine. Coming up next, we've got not Kraken.
No.
It's Boomy and Creed. I didn't remember.
It's
I can't
Boomy and
see
Creed.
This paper.
It's going to be Zaloxry.
Starlight and Astro.
Oh, Starlight and Astro. I'm completely wrong. Yeah, this is the only.
Can we swap you out already?
Yeah, we can swap me out. I just
Starlight
wanted
and
to say
Astro.
hi.
Starlight and Astro. We haven't gotten to see them on stream yet, but this is going to be one of those situations where, A, if Boomy can win a 2v1, it's going to be this one. B.
You can't even finish that sentence without laughing.
Because Boomy in the Brawl League, for those of you who aren't up to date on your tournament knowledge, Brawl League Open Cup 2v2, Boomy did the hot 2v1, the hot 8-minute 2v1 against both of them. And so that was that's maybe going to be a repeat. But it's going to be a lot harder to carry Creed in this particular instance. But
are we really giving the doubt of Creed being?
Creed hasn't done more than 300 damage.
Hey,
at all.
I like to defend my dude Creed
at all.
here.
He said he's working on it. He's trying to find the damage numbers.
He's currently yelling across.
Creed, you've looked at training mode more than I have. All right, you know what these moves actually do damage-wise.
I know you like to grief your man Creed, but I like to give him the benefit of the doubt here.
Sparky's literally in Creed's ear, bro, you got it.
Yes,
we can't do this.
I know y'all can't see it.
We play R6 together, you can't, my man.
Y'all can't see it at home, but Sparky is right next to Creed, giving him some hot tips. I like to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's
on
in
rolling.
there.
Is he gonna do it? Play something that won't die.
You are just smashing him right now, dude. I know Boomy's an amazing player, but don't count Creed out.
Don't count Creed out.
Do
Creed's
not
good.
Count
Yo,
Creed
Creed's
out.
good. He's diamond, all right? That's more than like 5% of players out there. I mean, sorry, that's top 5% of players, not more than 5%.
What about what about
bronze is more than
Starlight and
5%.
Astro here?
Starlight and Astro are just strong players in general. Starlight are arguably the more known of the two. He's got that hot 3s-up tag. He's reasonably well known in 1v1 and 2v2. Winner of BCX 2016 2v2s alongside his teammate Daiku, who's currently fighting it out in the lower bracket. So Starlight is no stranger to the 2v2 scene, and he's been playing alongside Astronaut for quite a while now. Astronaut, a little bit newer to the competitive scene. We have started to see him come up. A lot of people have had his name on their tongues at the start of the new season, but it's really, he's been coming to form. He's been playing Hattori the entire time. He's a big Hattori fan. So it is going to be interesting to see how well he does. I was not expecting the Val pick out of Starlight, but you know what? It's got a sword, and that's like his favorite weapon of all time.
Hey, man, yeah. They got a sword.
He's got a sword.
That's all
I mean,
you
like,
need.
if you're going to pick a character, just pick a character with the sword, right? I believe this is going to be button checks. We'll see if Creed decides to do more than 300 damage for once in his life. Nope, he is going to just swing at the air and make sure that his buttons still work.
All he needs to know if those buttons work, all right?
Make sure his SIGs work, man. Are they kicking us out? Are they turning off the lights?
No. They're not kicking us out. Sorry. Lights are flashing here in the floor.
We're going to the nighttime mode of the venue. The hot slide charges, making sure those work, making sure all sorts of tech works. As Starlight wants to make sure that he wins the button check, because when you win the button check, you win the game.
That's exactly how you play in this
Win
tournament.
button check, win life.
Button check is how you win games. That's how you secure games.
That's the first step on the road to victory, is winning the button check.
You have to make sure.
You got to win everything.
That's true.
That's a winner's mentality. That's what Starlight's got.
We're going to, I believe, Twilight Grove is what they...
No, Starlight Grove.
Oh, Starlight Grove, my bad. Excuse us, it's Starlight Grove.
Starlight and Astronaut, part of the Creed and Boomy. Boomy's shaking his head, already hearing the dumb jokes that we're making. But Boomy, he's got that Bryn. He's not going to mess around with any other characters. Usually, he was picking something different. He picked like a Diana, and then he was like, nope, I'll go back to the Bryn. It seems like this time he's taking it for realsies. He's going to go straight to the Bryn, and he's already got Starlight off stage, going for those dares, going for that quick gimp, but wasn't able to confirm. Starlight able to get back up top. Part of the Creed, though, has taken so much damage, and I wasn't really watching him.
It's because he was trying to do his best to separate.
The down low recovery. Creed. All right, he got the wall touch. He's going to hold on for a little bit. Astronaut just keeping that pressure on. It seems like it's going to be one of those 1v1 kind of games where it's going to be Astronaut and Creed versus Starlight and Boomy.
And Creed's been doing a really good job as trying to...
Oh, the recovery.
Unfortunately, he just got knocked out, but Creed has been doing a good job at trying to keep Astro at bay so that Starlight can focus on Boomy here.
He wants to let Boomy and Starlight fight it out in the 1v1. Boomy, just a slightly more consistent 1v1 player, but at the same time, it is a 2v2 situation. There are opportunities where Astro can rotate over and make it difficult for Boomy, or just bare minimum, if he takes down part of the Creed, then it's going to be a 1v2. But regardless, Starlight does get taken down first. Boomy looking deep in the red. Astronaut able to hit the hot dare. Part of the Creed just trying to put some more pressure out on top of Astronaut, but Boomy will get taken down. And part of the Creed! Part of the Creed!
Oh, no.
Part of the Creed! Oh, Boomy saved! Not enough. Boomy was trying to help.
It's not enough. Starlight.
And then there's too much pressure. Boomy going over there to help out part of the Creed has resulted in a whole lot of damage put out on him. Not sure if worth. Part of the Creed on his first stock, or on his final stock.
Sorry, I'm surprised I'm still here and sitting on the cast. I just wanted to say hi, so I wanted to see if someone else wanted to switch in.
You got this. Just believe the scream part of the Creed every time he's about to die. You got it. But
I believe in the Creed.
Slide charge down sig whiff. Part of the Creed is already in the red on his final stock. Starlight and Astronaut not even too damaged on their second stocks. Head start attempt. Starlight falls off. Oh, the dare turnaround. Boomy is going to go down top of the map. Part of the Creed able to avoid the recovery, but the sidelight There's so much pressure. He's just dodging around.
And we have Boomy and Creed
Stop.
out there. Last stock. Creed in the red.
Oh,
really
clash.
deep red. Oh, and he can't make it. Boomy is now by himself doing the 1v2 against Astro and Starlight.
But
Got
he's done
back
this
over
before.
the edge.
He's done this before, trying to get that black hole.
Boomy's playing it nice and safe. He's thinking
Starlight
it out.
goes to the outside. They were just trying to sandwich him. Starlight on the side of the wall. A nice recovery, and Starlight still not taken down yet. Pressure from Astronaut. Turn around. Side air onto Starlight, but Starlight still on his second stock. Boomy looking almost dead to rights as he's deep in the red, goes right through the needle hole.
Nice.
Still able to touch. Swing in every direction, not going for the wall strat just yet. Ground pound doesn't take down Astronaut. And it is going to be 4 stocks to the blue team. Part of the Creed, 263.
Why are you focusing on Creed? Why are you focusing on Creed? Come on, dude. I thought Creed did a great job at separating Astro at the very beginning.
He did well.
So that Starlight and Boomy
He had a lot of
could
opportunities.
Fight.
It's just the pressure from both Starlight and
Yes,
Astronaut. Just
eventually,
strong aggression onto him. Made it.
I agree. In the second half,
okay.
Astro and Starlight turned over and put the pressure on Creed.
Thatch? Dude, Boomy's Thatch goes hard. Boomy has an amazing Thatch. He's arguably one of the best gun players in NA, but he's playing a 4 defense Thatch. He's got the defense stat, so it's not a 3 defense Thatch, but it's still a 4 defense Thatch.
It's 4
one
defense.
more than
it's
the 3 defense
it's one
Jala.
more than, yes.
It is a squishier character, but it is going to be Thatch and Jala versus Hattori and Val. Boomy and Part of the Creed versus Astronaut and Starlight. I can't remember if this is upper bracket or not.
Yes, this is upper bracket. They are in top 8.
Okay, so not going to be a worst case scenario if they do get taken down, but still they want to try to stay in the upper bracket for as long as possible. Hopefully go up against Noel and Blood Diamond.
Oh wow! And already at the very start,
the hot edge guards. Nice side stick from Boomy, able to dodge out from Starlight. Boomy back to the guns, gonna turn around, look for Astro. No, he's trying to keep pressure, help out Creed versus Starlight, but the recovery from Starlight, Part of the Creed at the top of the map. Great haul, one of the maps with a higher vertical ceiling, so that downlight in the recovery will be a little bit more difficult to kill, but the side air, not as much. Gonna be fine. Take down Part of the Creed, ground pound from Starlight. Boomy is taken down.
Sorry, there are people passing by. I am the most distracted caster. It's mostly
Look,
because
there's a monitor. Right
I get it. I get it. It's mostly because I am usually running the background stuff. I'm usually helping.
Normally a TO.
The TO stuff in the background.
What move's Creed gonna use?
What move?
Call it out.
I hope he uses a freaking nair and get back up there, and then sair over to the wall. But nope, he did not. He did not do that.
It's all right. Boomy was able to help him make it so that he didn't have to use that nair. Instead, Boomy's just gonna turn around, get a quick dare on top of Starlight. Astronaut still holding on. Nice downlight, but it picks up the wrong person with that recovery. Was able to move enough to the side that it didn't fully do the force onto Part of the Creed. And Starlight's gonna get the side sig onto Astronaut to even up the stocks.
You know, sometimes it happens. 2v2s are really hard.
Accidents happen.
You know, accidents happen.
You know, sometimes the wife falls down the stairs. It's not his fault.
Whoa, what? I don't know if I should be sitting here. Anyways,
Part of the Creed and Boomy still on their second stocks, getting into the red. Astronaut gets a side air, leading to a recovery from Starlight. Creed dodging around, trying to get back on the stage. He wants to fight that neutral, get himself as far from kill boxes as possible.
And Astro's not letting Creed back on. Creed just made it back on to the stage. Starlight and Boomy still hitting out, but Boomy couldn't make it back. With that double KO. Holy cow.
But nice pickup from Boomy right off the sidelight. Not quite enough to finish off Astronaut. There's still an opportunity here for the red team. The blue team are both getting close to kill percentage.
I mean, Boomy and Part of Creed on their last stock, man.
That's fair, but I mean, they're not too damaged. If they can play it a little bit more safely, just extend their stocks for as long as possible, there is a very real possibility here. Part of the Creed has the opportunity for the kill on the Starlight, but Astronaut comes over, picks up both red team members, and gives Starlight some safety. Nice recovery pickup.
they could just finish Starlight right here.
Great movement from Starlight to avoid the ground pound off stage. Trying to turn it around onto Creed, go for the 2v1. Part of the Creed, down light, recovery, picks up. Left side, Astronaut with a down light ground pound. It's all up to Part of the Creed.
That is my man, Creed. Let's go. I just want to take the time to say,
down light sider.
Oh, dang. From what I've been noticing is that Astro and Starlight have such a strong 2v2 team synergy.
Wait, where are y'all in the? Are y'all? Was this semis?
This was.
Is this semis? Is this semis? I don't know. Call Foda.
Sorry, we are going to have a.
We need a TO to double check.
See, this is why I should be TOing.
Is this best of 5? I can't remember. I think it's not. But I think they want to get a TO confirmation just in case.
From TWK, who's been running the bracket amazingly in the background.
A little bit of confusion. It looks like they're going to shake hands. It was a best of 3. And Starlight and Astronaut taken out over Boomy and Part of the Creed. Boomy and Part of the Creed not out yet. They're going to go down to the lower bracket and then continue to fight it out. But strong showing from Astronaut and Starlight,
I just think
for
Starlight
sure.
and Astro had
Really
such a
strong team.
great synergy.
I mean, there's a reason why Starlight was
it was incredible.
Was, #1 in 2v2s alongside Daiku, and it wasn't just because Daiku.
And I think Boomy and Creed did well too,
They
but they
did.
had a different style. They wanted to kind of just play their own little matches. I kind of had a 1v1. I saw Boomy helping Creed a lot, but that doesn't mean that Creed couldn't handle his own. All right.
How much damage did Creed do?
Well,
well,
well, it was, I believe, 263 is what you said. And I wouldn't say. I'm just saying.
There was an agreement. There was an agreement and
like
an arrangement as far as the teams went, and unfortunately, Creed has not been holding up his end of the.
I don't like you wrecking on my
contract.
man Creed because I think he did a great job at least separating Astro
He
from
had moments.
coming.
There's a lot of opportunities for Creed.
Exactly.
He had Astro off stage. He had Starlight off stage. He had edge guard opportunities.
He did a great job separating
Strong
them so
team
that
play
Astro
from the blue team.
And Starlight couldn't come together and team up. He did a good job at separating Astro so that Starlight and Astro couldn't team up on Boomy.
Okay.
Because that's what we saw happen.
Sorry for hurting your friends' feelings.
I just like to be kind to
so
my
positive.
friends. Unlike someone over here.
Yeah, you got to grief everyone.
Okay.
Grief everyone. Coming up next is Steven Ader and Water.
It's Steven Ader and Zaloxery.
My water god. What up, Zaloxery, my
What's up,
dude?
Zaloxery?
Water. Drinking that hot water.
I can't see what's going on back there, but we have Steven Zaloxery coming up next.
Who y'all playing?
With
Noel and Blood
Noel
Diamond.
and
So
Blood
this
Diamond.
is winners semis? Winners semis. Noel and Blood Diamond going up against Steven Ader and Zaloxery.
Now-
Steven Zaloxery have been looking real strong on stage.
I also want to say Noel and Blood Diamond. I know you guys haven't really get to see them much, but in pools, they have been doing amazing. Amazing.
I mean, yeah, they they got this far.
I'm not quite sure. I might be wrong. I think they've only lost maybe one game. I'm not quite. TWK can confirm. I just know they've been doing amazing. I could be totally wrong just because I've been running everywhere. But I know Noel and Blood Diamond as a team alone have been doing amazing in the circuit overall as well. I believe you did 263. Creed's over here on the side.
You didn't do 300. No.
Creed's on the side here talking to Duke. So
Creed, hop on the mic. Creed, hop on the mic. Or get someone else to hop on the mic because Sheepy doesn't want to do this anymore.
Well, because I'm supposed to be doing a TO and stuff.
See, now I get to grief Creed in voice, in person. Sheepy was the only one defending you. She was trying so hard to make arguments for you and just like.
Oh, I know. I could
bad.
hear. I could hear.
You're bad. Just gotta let you know. Part of the Creed.
Is hard.
Dude, twos is hard. I mean, to be completely real.
No, I'm not saying twos. I'm just saying like playing with and against pros is hard.
I mean, for sure. There's a reason why they're pros. There's a reason why their names are known. I mean, for real. Like Starlight and Astro are looking real strong. They're one of the strongest 2v2 teams here. And it shows. They're going to be waiting in the winners finals for the winner of this match. Zaloxery, Steven Ader versus Noel and Blood Diamond. Get the breakdown. You know Noel and Blood Diamond because you're a Wester, right? US.
I don't
US
think that's
West?
how that works.
You know, I mean, you play against. You have a higher propensity to play against them.
I used to play against them more frequently, and
you
then
East
I
now?
became bad.
Are you East now?
No, I'm still West.
Okay, you're still West,
I
but
am
you're just like low end
not
of West.
high enough to ever.
I mean,
face
you
off
were like
against them.
you were on the top 50 board of West, but that's because no one plays West.
You could say that. What I like to think is that we've got a different variation in West.
What? What?
Don't think too hard about it.
I mean, I'm not, because your words don't make sense.
I beat Noel in Combo Breaker 2016. Does that count for something?
that was almost a whole year ago.
It counts for something?
Almost
yes?
a full
Is that what
year
you're telling
ago.
me?
No.
I beat Noel Combo Breaker 2016. Write it down.
I mean,
it's not even going to be
this
hard,
is
really.
one of those things that Sparky and I have always talked about with Noel and Blood Diamond is they have grown so much since then.
so much.
They have been absolute monsters. They grind all the time. Noel beat out Starlight in a recent LAN. I can't remember it. I just remember the pop-off where he just stands up.
In final round.
Was that final round? I think that was final round. Yeah.
Yes.
I
hope so.
I think so. I think that was a recent NA LAN. It was in ATL, which is one of the reasons why Noel was able to make it there. But yeah, just huge shout outs to both of those guys because they have been grinding.
It's consistent. It's slow but steady.
I mean,
progress.
it's been progress. They have been on the upward trend for such a long time. I mean, for real, they started off like not making top 16, and they started making top 8, and then slowly you start seeing making them top 5, top 4. Then now you're seeing Noel just he's a monster. He's in a league of his own, showing why his name is known now. It's just huge props to them. They've made their own play style for sure. It's not the same play style that you'll see out of Boomy. It's not the same play style you'll see out of Stevenator, but it's all their own, and they work it.
Absolutely.
They go hard.
And
Dude,
have
Earth goes hard.
we seen Noel Blood Diamond today?
No, they've been
so.
out in the pools.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, it is a little bit different playing on stage. I mean, the machines are different. There's a reason why Dobrin and Daiku are not playing on stage, and it's because they found a pools machine that they were happy with, and they want to stay on that pools machine as long as possible.
And you know Daiku, if he finds that one little thing, he's gonna
if it works for him, he's gonna
push all
stick
through
it
all the way through. And I'm sure Dobrin's just like, yeah, sure.
He's like, whatever.
Sure, okay.
I'll play whatever.
That's fine.
As long as I have a keyboard.
So, Noel Blood Diamond. And
I believe
Steve
on
Zaloxray.
the red team, looking at the character picks, even though this is probably going to be button shacks, even though they don't have their names in, I feel like the red team's a little bit more Blood Diamond.
That was Steve, right?
But Noel's Koji and Blood Diamond's Koji.
Maybe it's actually somewhere over there.
Yeah, that's what I don't know.
Fable.
We're gonna find out. Fable. Oh, they're gonna put their.
No,
nope.
it's Steve.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. See, we're fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, and Steven Zaloxray, we've seen quite a lot of them actually today, and every time
they own that stage, man. That is their stage.
They especially own this side of the stage. They always play on this side.
Do you think it's on purpose?
I think so. Like when Boomy and I went up on stage, I immediately grabbed this side because that was the side that we won on.
Okay.
And I was like, I want to be comfortable.
Thing, yeah.
I'm going to take the seat that I took last time.
That's fine.
Because last time we did that, Boomy carried the crap out of me, and I don't want that to change in any way.
It's a thing. People are superstitious. Baseball players will wear the same pair of underwear for every single game that they win.
I do want to be clear. I don't think I'm not being superstitious about it. I think it's a thing about comfort.
I'm just saying if you are superstitious, if you are more comfortable on a certain side, it's really NBD, man. It happens. But regardless, Stevenator and Zaloxray, they've found their winning side of the tables. If you ever go back to that player cam, you can see them. They'll be on the right side, and then their opponent on the left side is the one leaving the stage because Steven Zaloxray have been winning on stage. They own that. They are the kings of the hill, and nobody has dethroned them from said hill.
And we'll see how that goes for them. As of now, though, Zaloxray is on Roland. Zaloxray is on Roland. And
that's not that surprising. He played Roland earlier.
he did play Roland earlier, but he wasn't consistent about it, right? He was playing other characters too.
It's been Ember more frequently, but I
Right.
think Roland is just it's his pocket pick depending on the situation. And I guess in this particular situation,
Like
he
it's not
wants
even
to
a
be able
game
to
two
tank a little
pick.
bit more.
It's
Yeah.
right off the bat. Oh, we're playing Noel and Blood Diamond. I need to go back to Roland.
I mean, it could just be like flavor of the moment. Maybe he's just I'm feeling Roland right now. I saw Gobi play Roland. You know, it looked like a good idea. It seemed cool. I like, you know, he's a cool guy. He's got a nice beard. Raiden likes Roland. He was over here a little while ago. Grief and Grammy, Sparky. So you know, like it's as simple as that. Or it's for button checks and it's a hot bait. Noel and Blood Diamond. They're already theory crafting on how to fight Roland, and it's gonna not matter because the Luxor's gonna swap on over to the Ember.
And Noel and Blood Diamond on the double sword, I think, is just such a powerful combo. They've done a really
got
good
that black
job.
hole.
They've got black holes down. They've got all sorts of stuff. And basically, like, sword's been a very popular, consistent weapon for a very, very long time. And a lot of players, I'd say probably 6 to 9 months ago, who were playing sword for a very long time, started dropping the sword, A, because it received sort of nerf after nerf after nerf, but B, because it wasn't an innovative weapon, right? Like, people had played so much sword that everyone knew the tech. They knew about the downline dare resets, they knew about the power of recoveries, they knew all sorts of stuff. And so it got to the point where a lot of these top players went, if I play sword again, the opponent will know what I'm doing. Even if sword is powerful, even if sword is great, the opponent will know what I'm doing because everyone's playing sword. And so people started to sort of drop off that train. But Noel and Blood Diamond, they don't care. They know how good sword is, and they're going to keep using it.
I mean, they've been big fans of it. I don't think they've really swapped characters throughout their entire history. Noel, basically the only other Koji for a long time alongside LDZ. Blood Diamond, he is a huge fan of that Hattori. If you ever see a Hattori in ranked, it's either Mother Russia or Blood Diamond. Like those are the top 2 Hattoris that you'll ever really see. So they just like, they know their characters through and through. They know how to play them. Even if their opponent knows how to play them, that's what they know. So they're going to stick with it. But regardless, Noel and Blood Diamond on the blue team going up against Steve and Zalaxori on the red team. This is game 1 of winners semis. It's going to be a best of 3, and Zalaxori is on that Roland, which you were curious about.
I am certainly curious about. It'll be interesting to see what sort of stuff he does, especially particularly against Blood Diamond and Noel. Maybe he has a plan in mind, and right off the bat, Lance seems to be his play. He's using those big hitboxes. He's throwing his Lance quite a bit.
I mean, it's to set up. It's also to use that gigantic hitbox that Sparky was talking about a little while ago, where it covers so much space. But he also uses it to set up. You saw him follow up with an unarmed recovery, or I think he'll try to follow up with an unarmed nair every now and then. But it's just something to cover space and set up for any sort of unarmed tech as he waits for that sword pickup. He's on the sword. Tried to get the neutral light into the side sig, just off the mark. But regardless, Noel falls on the left side. Steve gets the ground pound on the right side. Noel gets a downlight ground pound on the right side, and it's all up to Zalaxori on the first stock game.
Zalaxori has been making it work. He's got that higher defense. Noel charges a side sig, gets punished for it pretty hard. Sidelight into neutral sig. Blood Diamond hits a ground pound onto the stage, but Zelo doesn't go for the punish afterwards. Instead, he's going to take his time getting back on stage. He does successfully get back. Noel puts more damage on him, but yet again, high defense is so important in 2v2.
Neutral light's coming out from Steve. Nice weapon toss. Oh. They're just keeping... Oh! The side sig went through! Zalaxori was trying to keep them off stage, but Noel, with that gravity cancel side sig, picks up, but there's still been so much damage put out on all the other players that the fact that Zalaxori just lost his first stock, that's just good news. Down sig.
And now Zelo, he's using these sigs really effectively. It's basically a zoning tool, especially when he's got Noel and Blood Diamond off stage. And there's another signature to knock out Noel, who's on his last stock.
Calling in that hot Uchiha, the Susano from Zalaxori takes down Noel. Noel on his final stock, and Noel was so confident coming into this. This is what I was talking about earlier. Noel was not afraid of anybody, but now it looks like Zalaxori trying to put that fear in as Stevenator gets a nice sidelight recovery onto Blood Diamond, and it is a full stock advantage for the red team.
And Steve putting down more damage. Noel does seem to be having trouble getting the momentum. Steve with the Gimp. Ground pound into Dare takes out Noel. Blood Diamond's on his last stock. It's a 1v2. And it's looking very harrowing for Blood Diamond to make this work.
I mean, so many extra stocks on the red team. Blood Diamond is going to have to play amazing not only once, but basically 2 times. And Steve's not even going to let him try the egg drop. That weapon toss into the ground pound, picks up, finishes off with a dare, and that is a very clean lead for the red team taking game 1. No character swaps, maybe some conferring. I can kind of see Noel talking and out, thinking about what they need to do to reestablish themselves as they start banning out maps.
I mean, yeah, Noel, it did seem like he was getting hit with these gimps, he was getting hit with these signatures, things that he knows he shouldn't be getting hit with, right? Like, none of this is new to him. These are things that he's seen before, and I think if he takes a step back and says, okay, what are they doing, and what do I just need to be wary of? Panic jumps and sig charges. Things that maybe he hasn't seen in a while, but he can counter them. And I think if he does that, then we can see a much closer game this time. Will it be a victory for them? It's hard to say.
I don't know, but Stevenator's put so much pressure out onto Noel. Zaloxry was able to keep it going with a quick side sig. And you're seeing Noel is the first one getting close to that red kill range as Zaloxry swaps over. Gravity cancel neutral sig. Noel high, but he goes to the corner. Side air will finish off the first stock and not too much damage on anyone else on the screen.
Yeah, Noel just seems to be unable to get his grip. Meanwhile, Zaloxry, again, I feel like the name of the game right now is Steve with gauntlet combos and offstage gimps, and Zaloxry with these signatures. He's done such a good job on it. You know, rolling signatures. They have far and few recovery frames.
I mean, you remember back in the day where the edge guard for rolling was down sig into neutral light? Like that was, that was just the way to do it. Zaloxry also familiar with that Lance down sig, the hot Susano, but he's able to make it back with the Lance side air. He knows that kit reasonably well. I mean, this is the character who he used to pick before Ember came out. Then he swapped over to the Ember for a while, but he still kept the Roland in the back pocket. Used it at Combo Breaker last year. Likely going to use it again at Combo Breaker this upcoming year, but regardless, he still knows Roland through and through.
And Noel going for a risky weapon throw into ground pound. Reed isn't able to get it, but Zaloxry can't punish because Blood Diamond's there. Instead, Zaloxry just picks up the dare on Blood Diamond.
Ooh. Not able to get the downlight dare onto Zaloxry. Blood Diamond comes over, gets a side air. Zaloxry still off stage. One recovery, able to get back to the wall with the help of Stevenator shoving Noel away. Oh, but Steve ground pounds Zaloxry. Noel
has taken a lot of damage, but is able to make it back. Yeah, that ground pound, pretty dangerous.
Oh!
What?
Susano in a ground pound. Stevenator probably didn't need to do it. Honestly, I think it was aimed at Blood Diamond. Nice gravity cancel side sig. But regardless, Steve, he wants to pad his stats, picks up the ground pound onto Noel.
And yeah, Steve is just doing fantastic with these offstage plays. He got that that gravity cancel side sig read off of the jump. It was a perfect read on the jump. And now Zilo and Steve are going to try to team up to get Noel off the edge, get the edge guard, turn it into a 1v2.
Their 2v1 is a little bit shaky, though. You're seeing them both kind of just going in, recognizing, yeah, they're a little bit on the tankier side, so they can kind of afford to just go ham, swing at both their opponent and each other. But you're seeing a whole lot of team damage put out when they went for that 2v1.
Steve struggling to make it back on stage. Blood Diamond will pick up that recovery to get the kill. Steve is down to his last stock. Noel and Blood Diamond get a bit of a black hole, but Zaloxry immediately DI's outward. And
nice.
There's the side air.
Zaloxry.
He's still not dead.
How many jumps does he have? Not enough. As he falls down, stocks are even. Still a damage lead for the red team. Steve able to pick up his gauntlets. Goes for the gravity cancel side sig. Picks up Noel. Blood Diamond. Only one left for the blue team.
Gravity cancel side sig from Steve. He's used that over and over again. This one picked up from basically behind.
The hot reads.
Blood Diamond trying to make this 1v2 work. It's a lot closer than last time. Last time that Zilo and Steve together had 4 stocks. This time, it's down to 2. Blood Diamond's going to look for the very risky edge guard. Doesn't get punished for it. Steve is not there to take out Blood Diamond after he used all of his resources.
Oh, right underneath the side sig. Blood Diamond comes back up, almost picks up that downlight. He's doing really well off stage. But now that he's back on stage, now that he's disarmed, goes for a risky ground pound, but he's able to down air towards the wall, get that wall touch.
And Steve and Zilo are struggling to find this kill. If Blood Diamond can take out Zaloxry, it could be a much more even game with the 1v1 against Stevenator. And Blood Diamond, as a Hattori player, I think he's used to being in these situations where one more hit is going to kill him. And so It's going to be up to him to figure out a way to maneuver around, but right now he still needs to find a way to kill Zelo, and that's not going to do it. Steve gets a side air, and Steve and Zelo take the set.
Steve and Zelo still holding on to that claim that they are the kings of that hill. They have won every single set that they have played on stage in those seats, and their weakness is going to be somebody getting those seats before them.
Is that going to be their weakness? Is that what you're telling me?
If they lose, that's going to be the one. Like it's just it's established
So when
now.
Boomy and I make the winner, or the lower bracket run all the way to grand finals,
take the seats before them.
We should take the seats.
That's what's going to happen,
and that's how we win.
But regardless, Steven Ader, Zaloxy, they're going to go on to the winners finals to fight Astro and Starlight, right?
I do want to ask you a question. What could Blood Diamond have done differently to get that to work?
At the very end?
Through the whole set.
Oh, through the whole set?
Because I think there's
I don't know why you're calling out Blood Diamond. Like,
oh, did I say Blood Diamond?
Yeah.
Noel.
Okay, I was gonna say like Blood Diamond played well.
My bad.
Homie was doing well. I think Noel, the big thing is he wasn't able to play his game, which is, I mean, obviously that's one of those big key tenements of playing a fighting game is don't let your opponent play their game. But Noel in particular, he's got a little bit more of a pacing to his play style. In 1v1, it works out. He's got a lot more room to move about. He's got a lot more space so he can kind of be patient. He's one of those players who will go the distance in a match. Whereas in this 2v2 setting, Steven Ader in particular was just keeping that pressure on, and whenever Steven Ader started to fall off in the pressures, Luxury was right there to pick up a sig. And Noel he couldn't find his breathing room. He couldn't find his like, you know, his safety net. I think a level of it could have come down to map picks. Mammoth is not exactly the largest map. We could have, you know, fought a little bit harder for Blackguard Keep, or, you know, even Twilight might have worked out if he went to the island. There was some other optionry, but instead Mammoth, he got a little bit handled. Steven Ader just kept that pressure going. He got the hit, kept hitting.
Yeah, and I think Noel's a person who I've seen time and time again do something that a lot of top players will sometimes struggle to do, is make strong adaptations. And I think that it's way too early to count Noel out. I think we will see more of him
They're
in the
the
future.
lowest bracket for sure.
And so I'm looking forward to see how Noel pushes back, gets back from this, and really steps it up in the future sets.
Right, but I do want to point out we have gotten word of what's been going on in the losers bracket. Hyper Hero is going to be fighting up against Hyper Hero and Midget are going to be going up against Multimum and TB. On the other side, Kraki and Dappy are going to be fighting against Silly Gobi and Wrenched, which means Kraki and Dappy did beat out Dobrain and Daiku, one of the stronger 2v2 teams that a lot of people had high expectations for. Playing for Enix did get taken down both in the upper bracket and lower bracket. They're knocked out.
And Daiku are out.
No stakes, man. They don't earn their stakes today.
I mean, they can still come eat steaks, right? they've still got 1v1.
I mean, yeah, there's still time tomorrow and Sunday.
I don't want to deny Daiku his stakes. He's already been through enough today. It is really unfortunate, and you know, I think that I think this does play hugely into how the rest of this tournament is going to go, especially for other players' mentality, because like Dobrain and Daiku were a force to be reckoned with for such a long time. Both individually and together, as a team, every single player and top player knew in this tournament, hey, Dobrain is coming to this 2v2 this time, and Dobrain Daiku are gonna take it all.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now that they're out, there's sort of an atmosphere amongst these top players saying, Dobrain and Daiku are out. Any of us could take this.
I mean, not only anyone can take it, but anyone else could get taken out. There is a very real possibility that some of these teams that maybe aren't so famous, aren't so well known, could win it out. Sure, I mean, almost everyone's heard of Malton TB. I mean, most people are familiar with Multimum. The winner of the EU regional championship, or regional last year, ended up winning it, getting his plane ticket to BCX, and then getting second place in 1v1s. You got second place in 2v2s, right? Who got second place in 2v2s?
You're asking...
No, Boomy and LDZ.
Yeah.
LDZ and... was it Boomy and LDZ got second place in...
No, LDZ and Steve.
Oh, yeah. LDZ and Steve got second place in 2v2s. But regardless, Multimum is... I mean, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. More than a handful of people are familiar with Multimum and TB. I mean, there's a lot of people who follow Kraki. They know how he streams. Silly Gobi and Wrenched. I mean, you know about my boy Gobi. You know
Gobi?
about Wrenched. Wrenched is an absolute monster in the Brawl League tournaments in particular. I've seen him have a lot of success.
Okay, sorry. Boomy beat Gobi.
Boomy beat Gobi and Wrenched. Will Crocky and Dappy be able to do the same, or will Gobi and Wrenched make the run? I mean, you and Boomy are still alive in the losers bracket. There's a whole lot of teams out there gunning for the 2v2 finals. I mean, unfortunately, one of the winners of the BCX 2v2s is now out. Daiku is out. But, I mean, his teammate Starlight's still in here. Starlight and Astro are looking real strong as well in the upper bracket.
I can confirm that they're looking strong.
They're looking absolutely monstrous, for sure.
And so, you know, as we sort of take a step back, look at everything that's going on here, I have to ask you the question, do you have a pick right now?
Do I have...
Oh. Who could win this?
So I know when we were talking the other day, I think Boomy was really, really rooting for Malton TB because he wasn't expecting to play. So he was like, man, if I can't play, I hope Malton TB or Dobrand and Daiku. So I think Malton TB are really strong. And I have other predictions, but you know what? I think it's time that we take a break as we transition over to the losers bracket. We will be back. There's still plenty more 2v2s, so stick around. We've got more 2v2s today. We're going to finish out all of the 2v2s. Then tomorrow, we've got more tournament action, so stick around. Twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. I'm Duke. This is Part of the Creed. Keep watching.
We'll be back.
cross.
What's up, everybody? We are back after that short break, and coming up next, we have Multimum and TB versus Boomy and part of the Creed in a backpack that I'm sure weighs almost more than Boomy can bear to carry right now.
It's not the world's lightest backpack for sure. Definitely not made of air. But regardless, this is going to be the loser's bracket. So this is the last opportunity for Boomy and Creed. If they get knocked out, they are out for the rest of the tournament. This is one game away from, I believe, best of or top four.
Yes.
So we're almost to that point. But regardless, this is Multimum and TB. We've sung their praises. It is Boomy and part of the Creed. We have given part of the Creed a lot of grief. So this should be a good one for sure. Is there anything you want to say about that?
Now, Creed's been getting better as the day goes on. He's been feeling more confident about the way he's playing. He's been getting closer and closer. It was, I think he tweeted out that in the game 3 of the last set that he played, he actually felt pretty good about his performance. Like he played better than he thought he could.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Multum and TB are coming just off of a win, knocking out Gobi and Wrenched from the lower bracket. So they're coming.
Hyper Hero and Midget.
Hyper Hero and Midget?
Unless this.
No, I just watched them play Gobi and Wrenched.
Okay, so
yes.
then that must have been the like result of the other one. So they beat Hyper Hero and Midget, Gobi and Wrenched beat Crocky and Doppy, and then the winner of that was they fought. And you understand how brackets work. Regardless, Multimum and TB did take down Silly Gobi and Wrenched to get to this point. But anyways, continue on your thought.
So now Boomy it looks like he's going to be sticking with this Diana pick on the first game. That's what he's been playing, and then he switched to the Bren.
How do you feel about it?
I mean, Boomy's Diana, yes. Like I
think he's got a great Diana. I think he's got a great Thatch, but he's had more success with Bryn. Like, just if we're going just pure stats and pure numbers, his Bryn's been the thing that's been working for him.
I think his bow has been a little bit lacking today in terms of kill power. His gun's a little bit in terms of kill power. We've seen him like going for Hail Marys and getting dares when he's really deep down on the left or the right. But a lot of times it's been getting him into trouble. It got him into trouble against Gobi and Wrenched. If he's just a little bit more consistent and not trying to push as hard as he possibly can, maybe woe that back just a little bit. LDZ was giving Creed a little bit of advice, saying stick to sword, play sword if you can, in Dobrand's Discord.
Oh, okay, in messages.
Stick to sword if you can, and also let Boomy take the risks. You play safe, you play defensively, stay alive.
For sure.
Let Boomy be the one to take the risk. Don't get in the way of his edge guards.
For sure.
Meanwhile, go ahead.
That's very accurate. He's had a more successful sword by far. His axe play, I mean, it's been a little bit hit and miss, but his sword has been pretty strong. And if he can extend those stocks, then it just gives opportunity for Boomy to focus on what he needs to do rather than worry about that 2v1. So I think that's very accurate. I would have been very excited to see LDZ like on the phone with Creed, like, dude, like you just do this. Like, you're doing it wrong. This is how I would have done it. But regardless, great advice, for sure.
I do like a Diana pick though. Boomy plays my favorite Diana. I love Boomy's guns.
I mean, who else plays Diana?
Dobrand on occasion.
I mean, that's my point.
Yeah. Okay, between those two, I like Boomy's Diana. If the only other person is Dobrand's Diana, that's still high praises.
Yeah, it's a good
that's
Diana
still
for sure.
high praises. Meanwhile, TB and Multimum have yet to select. Cross. There we go. We're coming in with the cross and the Wushang. I'm loving TB's cross today.
I mean, there's
far.
Potential for the Wushang. We saw that earlier, and it was reasonably effective. But regardless, I think he's had a great game with this cross. His gunplay with the cross has been absolutely outstanding. Multimum's been hitting those Wushang SIGs for days. So I think this is a solid option on both sides.
Now, TB is actually going with the deck stance here, and I'm looking at Dobrand's huge, gigantic spreadsheet that he lovingly put together, and going from 4 decks to 5 decks on Gauntlets doesn't really give you that much. It gives you one more frame on Sair and one more frame on Miss of Dare. And then from guns, trying to flip through, find the guns tab.
Should have added some more sticky notes to this.
The guns, I don't remember it changing very much. Oh, it actually does. It changes Sair, Dare, Nair, and Recovery
by 1 frame
all
each.
by 1 frame on Miss. So this isn't a terrible choice. You're removing 1 block from the Force, which Cross has a high Force. He can kill fairly early. So I think this is an okay choice. He's not going to suffer too much in the kill department, and he definitely won't suffer hardly at all in the damage department by losing a block in that.
It's not a terrible choice, but the ground pound off stage was a little bit of a risky play. Fumi wanted to come over, add some damage with that recovery. But we are seeing Creed trying to play I think this is a weapon. This is a button check. I wasn't paying attention.
Unless Creed is just real bad at the game all of a sudden, and Boomy's now
I don't know why
mad at
he
him.
would do a gravity cancel neutral light off stage. It's a goofy game. But I do also want to point out, as far as seats go, Multimum and TB have taken over the chairs that Part of the Creed and Boomy wanted. Part of the Creed was trying to fight for this side,
was
the
he
closer
really?
side. Yeah, he said he was more comfortable on this side of the stage. This is the stage this is the part that they won on. Technically, they also have lost on this side of the stage, but this is also the side of the stage where Stevenator and Zaloxry have been winning. So Part of the Creed wanted this side, but Multimum and TB got to sit down first. They got to choose, and they chose this side of the stage. And we'll see if Creed can overcome that discomfort alongside taking in the notes that LDZ had given him.
I mean, I don't blame Multimum and TB. When Crocky and Doppy played, they were on that side as well, and they won as well. This seems to be
the winning side.
These are the hot seats. These are where you want to sit. If you have your choice, like, rush up that stage, get on in there, grab those seats, because apparently that's where the winners sit.
I mean, the next couple sets, I believe, is all just back-to-back-to-back, so for the most part, if you know you're up next, you can just get in line, get at the bottom of the stage, get ready to rush, and take that top seat. And there's very potential for a team to sit there for the next 20 minutes as they work their way through the bracket, go for that losers bracket run. Looks like there is a little bit of errors going on, but regardless, it should be sorted shortly. Photo is up there trying to help with the players. It's Boomy. It's part of the Creed. They're going to be going against Multimum and TB. Do you have a clear favorite for this?
Multimum and TB. Like, absolutely. They're one of the top EU teams. Top 3 EU teams for sure. And, like, Creed has been thrusted into a very precarious position. I don't blame him for not performing on the same level that, like, LDZ would have or any of the other actual competitive players, because Creed doesn't play competitively.
He doesn't.
Like, he
plays Rainbow Six competitively.
He plays ranked Rainbow Six. He doesn't play Rainbow Six competitively. We're struggling on that, like, high gold, low plat.
He's competitive when he plays Rainbow Six.
Yes. I mean, he's also competitive when he plays ranked in this, but he isn't a competitive player. He's not.
For sure.
He's not a top 100.
He's not in the tournament
He's not a top 50 player. He's not like you said, a tournament player. He considers himself more of a caster than a competitive player. So he's been forced into this just very, very tough position, and he's kind of having to do trial by fire and sink or swim.
I mean, it is worth pointing out that Boomy chose part of the Creed. It wasn't like part of the Creed was just standing around. Somebody like threw a dart at a board or like just had a lineup and he got tagged and was picked as Boomy's teammate. Boomy literally went out of his way to say, hey, I don't know if LDZ is going to make it, but if he can't, I want you as my teammate. And I mean, that was Boomy's decision. It's been working out so far. They've gotten pretty far in this tournament, given that he's not part of the Creed and not, you know, some other person that maybe he's not as comfortable with as a teammate, or somebody maybe who has less communication skills. So it's just, there is a merit to part of the Creed skill that was at least noticed by Boomy to say that Boomy wanted him as a teammate.
I mean, some of that is due to the fact that he didn't have a lot of other options here. Most everybody that's here is signed up for 1v1, and pretty much almost all of them are signed up for 2v2 as well. So most people are partnered up. I know Boomy's not going to choose me,
for sure.
And Boomy probably wouldn't choose you either. So he kind of had to make do with what he had, make chicken salad out of chicken bits.
I think one of the ingredients is mayonnaise, so I think part of the Creed.
Creed's a good choice for that.
Solid choice for a chicken salad. But regardless, I mean, it's been working. It's had a couple bumps along the way, but it's gotten them this far. Whatever is working out for them. I still am a little bit interested in this Diana pick. I think almost every single time Boomy's been like, all right, well, this Diana's not working. Time to swap over to the Bryn. Why not just make the swap earlier? This isn't the time to be really like testing something out in a best of 3 in the losers bracket.
I think he just feels really confident in the Diana that if it works, it's going to do gangbusters for him. He's going to be able to edge guard really, really effectively with that bow if it works.
I'm not familiar with that movie. Is that like?
I don't know what you're going with here.
The female version of Ghostbusters? Is that what you were going?
I don't know how you got gang, meaning female. That's you being sexist. You need to respect women in 2017.
That's just the most recent Ghostbusters.
No, something going gangbusters. That's a phrase. So you're the one who's wrong here. Absolutely.
I mean, this isn't like where Dobrain didn't know helicopter parent. Like, what?
Baltimore.
It's too late. They're actually playing. Like,
yeah, I'm wondering if this is the game. Like they did stage banning.
I think they picked the maps.
But okay, it looks like we're in the game because I was going to look up gangbusters on my phone, but obviously I'm not doing that.
Can't prove me wrong now. Ultimate strategy. Boomy, part of the Creed blue team. Boomy yet to pick up a weapon. Is going to finally pick up a set of guns. TV and Multimum in the red. Boomy's off stage looking for these nairs and dares, trying to go for that vertical game against Multimum's Gauntlets.
Ooh, Boomy almost had a great spot to try and pick up Multimum with a gun recovery in that air.
Down
he gets the down signature. The insane force on that, plus the kind of close walls
great
with Great
positioning
Hall.
for it.
That is a very early kill onto Multimum. He's just struggling getting in with those Gauntlets. Wasn't able to find very much. Took so much damage in the process from Creed and Boomy. And now TB's taking a lot of damage from Boomy and even Multimum.
TB is getting close to that kill range. Part of the Creed throwing away his guns. Wanted a ground pound. Gets picked up by the recovery, but it drops.
Boomy dodging through that Multimum Sair. Trying to pick up with that side signature. Doesn't. TB ends up taking part of the Creed out off the top.
Creed comes back, picks up that sword, looking for the side sig, can't follow up off the dare from TB. TB is in that kill range. Boomy looking for recoveries, ground pound picks up, recovery picks up, TB gets taken down. Downlight can't get the recovery. Multimum with a great dodge out, but part of the Creed's covering the option. Gets the nair kill, can't take down Boomy, and it's a huge lead for the blue team.
He needed that second nair after BMG nerfed the force a little bit on it. That used to be a huge kill move. You saw Egg Soup killing all the time with nair off the top. It's a little bit harder. It ended up taking 2 nairs when the first one sent him off stage.
But still stock lead for the blue team. Multimum on his final stock with these gauntlets. Might be going for a Gimp opportunity onto Boomy. Left side, part of the Creed's going off stage against TB, playing aggressive, able to avoid the ground pound and trying to find his way back onto stage, but Boomy picks up a side air.
And Boomy is just doing so much work with these guns. It looks like he's trying to avoid Bo almost entirely. Using his nairs really well to zone out Multimum. You see Multimum dip, trying to go up to help out TB, but TB doesn't even need it.
Again.
There's another down signature. It has so much force, but it can be tricky to hit sometimes, and it's not too difficult to punish.
Multimum has got to be salty about those down sigs from Boomy. They've been so effective right on the edge of the stage, picking up and getting quick kills. He's going to be looking for the kill onto TB. Nice Sair pickup. TB's on his final stock, and Boomy's got 2 to his name. Creed still looking fresh, and he's got that sword in hand.
Just some real quick, clean bow work coming out of Boomy. He then immediately switches back to the guns. That's what the Diana pick is for. Ooh, nice gravity cancel downlight.
Not really looking for any sort of black hole opportunity. They're still looking for a sandwich just to be able to follow up off each other, but you're not going to see, the neutralites into neutralites is not going to work out for the blue team.
And there's another recovery pickup from Boomy. That is something that I expect to see from him time and time again. Those recoveries, those surprise recovery pickups were so strong from him. He's able to pick them up out of nowhere. If you play floaty against Boomy, you're going to get punished. Look! Look, Creed came over to put his hands in the air. Did you see how much damage he did?
Was it 360?
Creed did 341 damage. Ladies and gentlemen, part of the Creed.
I didn't think it was possible. I believed that there was no way that it could happen, but part of the Creed's done it. I think he's won his game. He's won the only game that matters, just like I like to win the game of I can't get 3-stocked by Magma Bomb, and that all that requires is me killing Magma Bomb once, and then I just run off the stage. It's the exact same logic. And part of the Creed's done it. He's won the only game that matters. He has done more than 300 damage, and this is the best opportunity for that to happen.
And
really.
look,
this is where you want it to happen.
Look at what happens. He
They
does
win.
more than 300 damage.
They win.
They win the game,
right.
and they won it pretty confidently. Like it wasn't the closest game in the world, but it wasn't a complete stomping by any means. Part of the Creed playing well with that Jala. I didn't see how much damage Boomy did, but
it must not have been a lot.
It must have been quite a bit.
Well, I mean,
his positioning was really good.
His downside positioning was
amazing. He took so little damage. He was able to keep insane gun momentum going. He was throwing out hitboxes almost constantly. Like you would think Diana had 8 decks watching Boomy that game, but she absolutely does not. She has that middle of the road. I'm trying to remember how much dex that she has.
I can't read your handwriting.
It's 6. She has 6 dexterity, but Boomy made it look like 8. I don't think he was using the dex stance. He was able to kill effectively with her. He was able to zone effectively with her. He had the bow for like less than 10 seconds.
It was really that TB kill. That was his bow.
That was it. It was a side light, chase dodge, down air. The down air missed, but then he hit the side air.
Yep.
And that's the edge guard. So much great work coming out of Boomy and consistent safe work coming out of Creed. Even when he was edge guarding TB on the left side of the stage on Great Hall, he didn't die. He was able to get back onto the stage. Part of the Creed coming in strong.
I think I can see why Creed might be a little bit on the back end of things. He doesn't have enough chroma lights on his keyboard. I don't know if you saw that.
I don't think
it's probably they just weren't enough LEDs.
I don't think that's the issue.
Boomy's got the red LEDs. TB and Multimum both had blue. Creed, no LEDs.
I really don't think that's maybe. No, maybe.
I mean, if he had the whole RGB, I think he would have been good.
Oh, I really don't think.
I think that's really what's holding them back as a player. But regardless, Creed has hit his quota. He's basically done for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, he's gonna punch out.
Man.
He's gonna hit his time card. He's done for the day. Great job, part of the Creed. But they still have either one more game to win or 2 more games to play in this best of 3 against Multimum and TB, one of the strongest teams in EU, with TB winning the most recent EU tournament, the Riddle Brawl tournament, coming in first. Multimum, the winner champion in 1v1 and 2v2. So they're not going to take this lying down.
Absolutely not. Multimum and TB, they're absolute monsters. They know adaptability. They've just been absolute monsters in the EU scene. Largely considered one of the better EU teams. Dobrin and Daiku was the other arguably strong 2v2 team. Unfortunately, it did get taken out. But regardless, Multimum and TB, there's no way that they're gonna take that line down. They're gonna come back.
I think we're having maybe another
like
button
a
check
button check
moment here, or maybe a couple more technical difficulties. I don't think we're going to be going back to Great Hall. It almost looked like Multimum and TB were a little bit smothered by those soft platforms. Boomy was able to do a great job of maneuvering in and
Also,
around them, and he was
kill
using them
boxes.
really well.
He
Absolutely.
used the kill boxes so great. You heard me on the first kill. I was like, that Diana down sig that killed. That was like maybe Orange Multimum, but great positioning from Boomy. I expect maybe something like Shipwreck, something with a lot larger of a kill box, where if he's hitting those Diana down sigs, Multimum or TB will have plenty of opportunities to get the jumps back up, while their teammate tries to block for them, tries to push away Boomy so they can get back safely.
That would definitely benefit someone like TB on Cross, turning him into an even more unkillable beef castle.
Especially with those gauntlets.
Absolutely.
Move about. Multimum's got gauntlets too with that Wushang.
Yeah, they both have the option to do that.
Aerial movement.
Yeah, using that side air to get back to the platform. You see it a lot on Lance. The few times that people play Lance. If we see another game, or if we saw another game with Gobi, I'm sure you'd see it there.
We saw it with Zaloxry earlier.
Absolutely, and you're going to see it with these gauntlets, using that side air to get back to the platform. Have we figured out the issue?
I think they're thinking about it. Maybe they're trying to remember if this is a best of 3 or a best of 5. I think I see the TOs currently conferring amongst each other right now. So they are trying to figure things out, trying to get things settled down. But I want to remind everyone that we are here at CEO Dreamland in Florida. This is
sunny Orlando, Florida.
2v2s for Brawlhalla. You're watching at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. And we are here in the losers semis, I believe. This is one game away from the top 4. It is going to be the winner of this goes on to fight. I don't know. I don't have.
This is actually losers quarterfinals that we are in right now. The winner of this will go on to fight the winner of Blood Diamond and Noel versus Crocky and Doppy.
Okay.
Now, meanwhile, Crocky and Doppy were the team that knocked out Dobrin and Daiku.
Okay.
So that's something you just immediately have to worry about. Noel and Blood Diamond, if they end up taking it, also a scary team. Let me just look through.
Noel and Blood Diamond have been looking really strong. Up until their lost set, they apparently hadn't lost more than a handful of games. They were absolutely storming through the bracket, but then they ran up against the unkillable wall, the immovable object, Stevenator and Zaloxry.
Yeah, going through Noel and Blood Diamond's bracket a little bit, they 2-0'd Galley and Eva Max, the ones who initially knocked Dobrin and Daiku into the lower bracket.
I thought it was Arkin and Eva Max.
I'm just going based off of the Smash GG bracket,
no
unless something had changed.
Maybe it was written differently. I don't know.
Then they ran into Arkin and Not a Song,
okay,
who they 2-0'd as well. Then they ran into what you were just talking about of Zaloxry and Stevenator. They got 0-2'd, which then knocked them down into the lower bracket. But let's look at a little bit of the journey that Multimum and TB have gone to. They beat Hyper Hero and Midget 2-1. Midget, the legend killer.
The legend killer.
Who knocked out Boomy,
Steve's been singing Hyper Heroes praises.
Absolutely.
Do not want to discount the Hyper Heroes.
He's legitimately said the person he's most worried about in his pool is Hyper Hero, more than anybody else. Then before that, they took out Spooky Knight Rider, and I'm looking at the name. I'm trying to remember the name. I can't remember the name, and it only shows me LO, so low. Probably CeeLo Green.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because the C it wouldn't be shown when you only see LO.
Well, he doesn't want to be mobbed by all of his fans here, so he's just going low. Yeah, he's staying on the low, he's staying on the low, which is why that's why he's low.
Yeah,
Get it?
Yeah,
it's two different lows. LO from CeeLo Green, and then the other low high, low, LOW.
How do words work?
I do stuff on like multiple levels, man. You got to keep up.
Double that on Tandre, my man. You just keep that going. But regardless, lots of tournament action has been going on throughout the day. I mean, we had the hot seats, we had the King of the Hill that's been going on, and here we are at the 2v2s. We're coming to the later stages of it, but we are far from done. There's still plenty more 2v2 action, and tomorrow starts the 1v1s. The pools, followed by Sunday, will be the top 8 of Brawlhalla's 1v1s and the finals and everything else in between.
Let's look a little bit forward.
Okay.
In pools tomorrow, you're registered for pools. You and I both did not play in 2v2, but we are registered for 1v1.
Correct.
Who are the people that you're worried about in your pools?
I mean, Multimum is he's down the line. If I can get through Blood Diamond, then I run into Multimum. Starlight's in my pool, so that's going to be a killer. I believe Crocky is also in my pool, which it's going to be a rough match if I end up fighting him. Those are kind of the big 3 that I think are going to come out of my pool. What about your side?
My pool, I actually kind of might have the freest pool, only because LDZ can't make it. He was in my pool. And my boy Eram out there, shouts out to Eram, he can't make it either. So both of those are just gone. The rest, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. There is Astronaut. I expect him to come out of that pool. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up right now.
Okay.
Let's see. On Smash GG right now. Let's see.
Smash.gg. If you look for the Brawlhalla circuit, or if you look for CEO Dreamland, you can find all of those brackets online. The 2v2 bracket is updated, so you can check that out. The 1v1 bracket has yet to start. It'll start tomorrow. So you can look at those pools and whatnot.
I know I have Noel in my pool. I'm still waiting for this to load.
Do you know who you
and
run into bracket-wise, though?
My first match is I don't remember. If I beat that guy, I beat. Sorry, I don't beat Astronaut. I play Astronaut and will probably lose to Astronaut.
Oh, so Astronaut's your round 2?
Yes.
Okay, and if you by some miracle make it past Astronaut,
I mean, of course, I'll make it past Astronaut. I'm not even worried about that, dude.
Did you have Doppy? I think you said you had Doppy.
Doppy is in my pool as well. So my guess right now is I expect Astronaut to make it out of my pool. It is top 3.
I think Zaloxery's looking real strong here.
I expect Zaloxery, and I haven't seen 1v1 play from Doppy in so long.
I mean, absolutely.
So I'm definitely going to put Noel in there.
Yeah, I think Noah's a really strong 1v1er. I think he has more success in 1v1 than in 2v2.
And he has more lane experience than pretty much anybody else.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Because he goes to all of the locals in Atlanta, as well as he's been traveling out. Obviously, he made it here. He was at BCX. He's had the most lane experience for a long time. I think Starlight's like right on his tails as far as lane experience goes. But for sure, he's if anyone's going to not have tournament nerves, I mean, aside from like Multimum and TB, Noel's up there.
For sure. And Noel is coming sort of just off of the win at final round as Duke spills his drink all over the table and almost down his front. That's why I had to tell them.
They can't see it.
I wanted everybody to know that Duke just had a critical failure in drinking out of a can.
I rolled a 1.
Everybody.
I rolled a 1. It's not my fault. Whoever overfilled this can.
They were trying to do you a favor by giving you most of that delicious goodness that they possibly could, and you just spilled it all over this table. That we have to use this table for the rest of the weekend, Duke.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
We get a new one tomorrow. It's fine.
That's not even a little bit true.
It's fine. But anyways, we have plenty more tournament action. Those aren't the only 2 pools. There's another one. Doughbrain and Boomy are in a pool together. That's going to be a rough pool. But do you have any other ones? I know Stevenator is in a pool.
I still don't think this is the game based on how quickly they went through stage banning.
I think they're still just testing.
3, 2.
So let's just wait just a moment to see how everybody plays.
They don't even have HUDs on.
Nope, definitely not. So in the first pool, who do you expect to come out of that?
So we've got Daiku. Let's just Tommy Boy, Stevenator, and Blood Diamond. Kind of the biggest names there. But Daiku's in the same pool as Evamax, the person who took him out in 2v2s today. So I think there's a level of I don't know if Daiku gets his stuff together, if he untilts for the rest of the day, maybe he'll have a couple of stakes and calm himself down. I think he's a strong player. Aside from him, I think Steve and TV are really strong options. If for some reason Daiku doesn't make it out of pools, I think Blood Diamond would be the next in line of those three.
That would absolutely be my guess as well. I just honestly, the way Daiku is right now, I don't see him playing as well.
I think he's a little bit tilted right now.
I'm going to call it right now that it's going to be Steve, TB, and Blood Diamond. Then in the next pool, the big boys are Boomy, Cyclist, Dobrain, Creed, sort of, Silly Gobi, and Wrenched.
My picks. So what sucks is there's a whole lot of Fable people in that pool, and I'm sure if you're a fan of Fable, if you're a fan of that org, if you are that org or the owners of that org, you want as many of your boys to get out. But to be realistic, I think Boomy and Dobrain are shoo-ins to be top 2 of that pool. Next in line, it's going to be one of the Fable boys. To me, it's going to be between Wrenched, Cyclist, and Silly Gobi. I think Wrenched and Cyclist have a slightly stronger chance, but Silly Gobi, he comes out swinging sometimes. Sometimes he's an absolute monster. Sometimes he falls apart a little bit. He's a little bit inconsistent, but regardless, I think for sure Cyclist and Wrenched are the next 2 in line behind Dobrain and Boomy.
I'd actually say the other way. I would say Wrenched and Silly Gobi over Cyclist. Absolutely.
Really?
Just Cyclist hasn't necessarily been the most consistent. He really hit the ground running whenever he started in the Winter Championship 2v2 with Isidru.
He's got just a smaller sample size, in my opinion, though.
Ever since then, in Block 1v1, he tied for 17th. Okay. That's not a great placing.
That's fair.
So it's just rough seeing him come out of the gate so strong.
Let's put it
sort
this way,
of fall
though.
off.
Let's put it this way. If there was a tournament between the 3, knowing the characters that they pick, do you still think it would go the way that you're saying right now?
There's a tournament between the 3.
So, because the way that it sounds like you're thinking of it, it's that, like, if Cyclist had his own pool, you think that he would do worse in his pool than if Wrenched had his own pool.
Oh, okay.
As in if they didn't have to interact with each other.
If I had to rank the 3 players.
Right.
I would rank it Wrenched as first, Gobi as second, Cyclist as third.
Okay, but now thinking about them actually having to fight each other, do you think Cyclist could take out either of the 2?
No.
Okay.
I do not. Just looking at specifically like 1v1s, Cyclist in block 1v1 lost 0-2 to OMG's Barry, and then lost 2-1 to Cody Travis. Those were kind of big losses for me. A lot of people know the name OMG It's Barry, but the fact that he was able to take out Cyclist doesn't necessarily give me the highest of hopes for Cyclist. Cyclist really came out of the gate in 2v2. That was where he made his name. And ever since then, he hasn't really been able to touch that, not even close in 1v1. And in block 2v2, when he got 9th with Isidru, even that's not top 8. So the fact that he hasn't really been able to get back to the spot that he was.
I think they made 9th here, too.
Did they make 9th here?
I believe that Fable tweeted out that they made 9th, something like that. So I guess it's been a rough couple of tournaments since his huge start, his huge explosion onto the scene. But, you know, sometimes after explosions, there's those, like, aftermaths, those aftershocks.
No, there's not. That's after an earthquake.
I mean,
after an explosion, the explosion is finished. The fuel for the explosion has been consumed. This isn't a 9-bang grenade in Call of Duty.
I've gotten a Moab once or twice.
This isn't a fuse charge in Rainbow Six with the 4 or 5 little grenades that comes out.
I mean, even whips have shockwaves.
Even what?
Whips. Do you know how a whip works?
Yeah.
Okay.
But why are you talking about whips?
Because it's a smaller scale. So
yeah, but it's not an explosion.
It's like a mini explosion.
No, it's not.
What if you added firecrackers to a whip?
Then the firecracker is the explosion. The whip is still not the explosion.
What if you had an explosive whip?
Cross.
What does that even mean?
If you had an explosive rope and you were whipping it around.
It's not a thing that exists. Have we fixed the errors, please? Duke is literally going to have to make me be hospitalized. I don't want to go to a hospital in Florida.
You haven't. I mean, there's no alligators in it.
Well, there aren't any alligators in Gatorville here. That's a joke 5 people will get.
There's also no alligators with whips.
There's definitely not any alligators with explosive whips because that is not a thing.
Yo, get on it, Mortal Kombat. Get out of BMG, dude. Imagine that as like an item. Explosive whips.
They're never going to have whips.
Best
They basically told me that they're
IRL.
never going to have whips. I think we are going into the game.
I think Foda said they're
here.
playing it out. I think they're going to just try to play through whatever difficulties they're having. Boomy and part of the Creed, I want to remind you, they're up 1 game over Multimum and TB. This is the best of 3, so if they win this next one, they just go home with a W. They get to continue on. Multimum and TB, the last remaining hope for the EU teams, not including Stevenator and Zalaxary, will be sent out of the TB2s.
Now, we don't have the HUD on right now, but Boomy's playing Diana. Part of the Creed is about to be killed as Jala. Maltimum playing that Wushong right now, and TB is playing the cross that he's been playing so well all day. But Boomy's putting out some serious damage, and Maltimum's putting out some serious damage. He still wasn't able to kill, even with a recovery that high in the air.
But part of the Creed with a great weapon toss left side. Plenty of side air room for TB, but a ground pound, the rest on top of TB will take his first stock. Multimum has been playing a lot more safely, though, not getting caught by those down 6 for those early kills. Instead, he's just trying to put pressure out on top of Boomy and part of the Creed. Down 6 connects. Creed's out.
Gonna go for the kill. Boomy doing a great job of taking very little damage so far. He's just now in the middle of orange as Multimum is just eking into that red.
Ooh, but the recovery underneath from TB.
And Creed is aggressing unarmed. He is not following LDZ's advice right now, and he's aggressing unarmed onto Multimum's spear.
I mean, there might have been a call from Boomy just like saying, we need this kill off of Multimum. Just go for it. Do whatever it takes that you can. But regardless, it seems like Creed has learned his lesson, has backed off, wants to help out Boomy. Boomy able to drop that ground pound in time. Dares wanting to pick up TB, but Creed gets the ground pound. Also the dare from Boomy, and that's going to be a double kill for the red team.
Fantastic team wipe for the red team. That first dare ended up picking up part of the Creed, but then Boomy was able to control it, disengage, and they kept going. That ground pound was so great, getting right around. Oh, that one taking out Boomy, though. That's such a shame after that incredible engagement from the red team on the left side of the stage. Great control coming from both of those players.
Side sig from Multimum connects onto part of the Creed, and Boomy immediately goes off stage. Once a little bit of safety makes it a lot more difficult to go for those 2v1s when there isn't as much horizontal space. And now that his teammate's back up, you're going to see Boomy start to go aggressive again.
And here's those bow edge guards I was talking about. Did he touch? He was able to touch.
Nice dare.
Great dare, taking out
Multimum's
Multimum underneath the stage. That is those bow edge guards that you were able to do with Diana so incredibly well. Bo is such a formidable foe on the stage.
Off the stage as well, as you saw, that's where the dare hit. Part of the Creed still on stage, still with that sword, trying to find some room back down to ground, but a nice neutral light pick up, but the side sig doesn't connect. I thought Creed stepped a little bit too close to that down sig for a hot second. Downlight side air picks up on Creed. Creed is disarmed, trying to make his way back up, and TB instead focusing on to Boomy. Boomy wanted that down sig, but the interrupt with that falling nair from Multimum. Nice recovery. Creed's out.
There's a big side signature. TB's out, and Boomy has 2 stocks to his name while Multimum's on his last. He gets the side light into the recovery. I don't know if Boomy had a dodge at that moment, because that's not true anymore after Dobrain abused the ever-living daylights out of it in Brawl League Masters.
I mean, maybe there was a level of Boomy not expecting it, you know, because so many people know that it isn't true anymore, they'll wait for the dodge and try to punish the dodge. So maybe Boomy was going to wait for that kind of just meta gameplay. But regardless, it is down to the final stocks. Boomy with a reasonable health lead. But
he's having trouble, though. He is not able to get in with this bow so far at all. Multimum's doing a great job zoning him out.
Is that it? With the whiff punish.
Boomy waiting
the
it.
ledge cancel. No! Nice side air will do it. Part of the Creed and Boomy continue on. Multimum and TB taken out 302. Just over the edge.
Just right
Just
on.
a little bit.
Oh my goodness. Boomy and part of the Creed somehow staying alive in this tournament. I guess our right of those seats, those aren't the winner seats anymore.
They're not. They have been dethroned. Those seats are no longer the champion seats.
Are Boomy and part of the Creed going to switch? Are they going to switch seats?
I don't know. I mean, are they still on? Because, like you were saying, Crocky and Doppy are going to be going up against Gobi and Wrench? No. Hyper Hero and Midget.
Hyper Hero and Midget.
Is that right?
I don't know. Let me look at the bracket. Let's look at the bracket.
It's Crocky and Doppy are going to be up next.
This is why I have spreadsheets in front of me, because when I say
just
things,
kidding. I see Steve and Zalaxury. They're going for the hot seats. They're on their way.
Let me go back into the 2v2 bracket right here, and let's look who is next. Let's look at this bracket right here. I love, though, in that set, and so far today, we haven't seen a lot of bow from Boomy.
Right.
Until the end.
Until just now.
Like, we saw almost exclusively 99 to 99.9% guns.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, that game, he was focusing so much on bow until the end when he hit that side sig.
Yep.
With the guns, that's the adaptation coming out of Boomy. That's what I was talking about earlier. It's not even just a character pool. It's specifically the weapon pool that Boomy has that very few other players have. So he's able to transition. He doesn't just play a gun Vrax like I play a gun Vrax. He plays guns. He plays this other laundry list of weapons and is so comfortable at every level with those weapons. It's honest. Frankly, it makes me sick to my stomach because it makes me realize how bad I am at this game.
I mean, it's one thing that's always been impressive is that Boomy has characters for every situation. Zalaxury dances on stage in front of me. But Boomy's got characters for everyone. He has a pick for every single opportunity. He's like, if my opponent's going to be coming in with a Wushang, I might be playing my Diana, I might be playing that Bryn, or if maybe my opponent is playing, you know, something, I don't know, whatever. They're playing Rex. Maybe he'll swap it up. He has different characters for different matchups, and so it's to his advantage to have all these characters in his repertoire, all these weapon sets, all these signature knowledge that he can swap it out for any sort of situation, and that's just been a huge benefit to him and his team as he and Creed continue on. Creed has now crossed the threshold into being able to do 300 damage in a match, and we'll see if he can continue going up. Up next, we've got the winners finals. This is a best of 5. Starlight and Astro will be going up against Zalaxury and Stevenator. Zalaxury and Stevenator have the hot seats. They've got the seats that have just been iced technically, but they are their preferred seats. And they'll be going up.
Iced?
Well, I mean, they just got iced because Multimum and TB just lost in them. They're no longer hot.
I mean, but nobody iced them.
Okay.
Nobody iced them.
What's the opposite of hot?
Well, I mean,
I just want you to
cold.
Okay, and what's a cold? Name a cold thing.
Those chairs right now. Ha! Gotcha.
All right. Well, regardless, Multimum and TB are knocked out of the tournament. Starlight and Astro are going to be playing up against Zelo and Steve, and both of these teams are looking absolutely monstrous. We saw Starlight and Astro take down Boomy and part of the Creed. We saw Zelo and Stevenator take down basically everyone in their path, including Multimum and TB. So it's going to be interesting to see how everything shakes out here in these winners finals. It is going to be best of 5. There's going to be a lot of opportunities. I think the only person who might swap characters is Zalaxury. He's got the Ember. He's got the Roland. Other than that, Steve's more than likely going to be sticking with his Val. Starlight might switch it up. He's got the Val. Maybe. I mean, I don't think I've seen him play a Suri in a long time.
I don't see Starlight switching.
I don't see him switching. He might switch to Bodvar if he's like desperate, but I think more than likely he'll stick with the Val. And Astro has basically only played Hattori since the dawn of time, so I think really it's going to come down to Zalaxury if anyone swaps characters, but for the most part, it's going to be just player adaptation.
Now keep in mind,
what they do.
Both of these teams have only lost a single game in their trek through the bracket. Stevenator and Zalaxury lost their one game to Multimum TB. Everyone else has been a 2-0. Meanwhile, on the other side, Starlight and Astronaut only lost one game, and that was to Crocky and Doppy. So we have very winning teams today coming through. A lot of 2-0s that they have under their belt going into this winners final set.
They're strong teams, to say the least. They will be coming up in just a little bit. We'll see if they can get their names put in. But any stances? I don't know. What do you think? Do they do stances?
I wouldn't be surprised if there were stances.
I mean, because Zalaxury's like, he'll sometimes do the no defense stance. He'll sometimes do an extra point in defense.
I think last time we saw Zalaxury, he did a stance.
Did stock.
I don't think he did stock. I don't think he did defense stance, though.
I could have sworn the last time he was on stage, he did just a standard no stat change character. Oh, I do remember Stevenator switching to that force stance. He wants just that little bit extra kill opportunity in the tank. On the other side, I don't quite remember if Starlight or Astronaut had any stances in their set. against Boomy and part of the Creed.
This is the first set that I've actually casted of Starlight and Astro today. Okay. So this is kind of my first time seeing them. When I wasn't casting, I was walking around on the floor watching some of the other sets. But let's do a little bit of tournament history here for Starlight and Astronaut. Specifically, I guess Starlight.
Starlight
here,
has a longer history for sure.
Going back all the way to BCX. In the 2v2, of course, he is the world champion in 2v2
one of them.
That he won with Daiku. He is one of the world championships when he won with Daiku. Okay. Then moving on to the block 1v1, he ended up picking up second to LDZ. Then in the block 2v2, playing with Astronaut, second place as well. Then in the winter 1v1, he ended up placing fifth. Tying for fifth in that one, so not really strong right there. And in the Winter Championship 2v2, he also placed second again with Astronaut.
Second in final round against Noel as well?
And second in final round against Noel. So Starlight has kind of been always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
I was actually just thinking
right?
that,
yeah, he's always been like right on the edge of victory. Since BCX, he's been right on the edge of victory.
Even so, going back, even during like BCS, he was very frequently second place. Generally, it was behind LDZ. And without LDZ here, is there someone to stop him? Sure, he lost to Noel at final round, and maybe that's his new kryptonite. But, I mean, is there someone who can really shut down Starlight?
Yes.
That isn't LDZ? Who is
Boomy.
Boomy lost to Starlight.
Not in ones, though.
Okay, but we're talking about 2v2 right now.
Oh, okay. I thought you were specifically talking about 1v1 because you said he's second to LDZ. If we're talking about ones, absolutely Boomy. I think Boomy is just more than just a little bit a better player than Starlight. If even in Starlight's own words from an article where he was interviewed for a little bit, he thinks he is top 2 in North America, and he expects a top 3 finish in 1v1s.
Okay.
Here at Dreamland.
Did you say specifically behind Boomy?
I don't think so. I don't know exactly when that was done.
Okay.
That's just in his own words.
Right.
So that could have been back when LDZ was going to come to Dreamland. But I think Starlight has a very high opinion of himself.
For sure.
Higher than I would have. I believe Starlight is...
Of yourself or of Starlight?
Of Starlight.
Okay.
Oh, he does. I have a higher opinion of myself than he does of himself.
Okay.
By far. My ego is bigger than Starlight.
Just wanted to check.
My ego is probably top 2 world, second to Daiku.
I don't know, man. I think Daiku's ego's gone down a little bit.
Well, maybe today. He hit a rough patch today. He'll be back soon enough talking about how Scene is free on Twitter.
But regardless, you think Starlight's a little bit over exaggerating his abilities here?
In 1v1, I absolutely believe so.
Since we've seen 2v2s?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Ever since Dobrin and Daiku have been knocked out, I think Astronaut and Starlight are the shoe-ins to take 2v2.
I mean, really, in their competition, let's see, there's Steven's Loxley right here. Boomy and Creed are still in. Who else?
Hattori.
Let me pull out the handy-dandy bracket right here. Noel and Blood Diamond are down in lower bracket.
Okay.
I think Zoloxary, or sorry, not Stevenator.
Starlight and
Astronaut are better.
All of those three.
Yes, I think they're also better than Crocky and Doppy.
I think it's hard to disagree. I think they're a very strong 2v2 team. I mean, very clearly Starlight has a great knowledge of the 2v2 gameplay. I think as far as threats go, it's gonna be this next match is gonna be difficult. Zoloxary and Stevenator are a little bit behind. I mean, in the pure fact that they aren't in the same region, they don't have nearly as much team practice or synergy. It just comes down to natural synergy, which is a lot of what's been working out for them. Stevenator just has a lot of natural knowledge of how to play the 2v2, but there's going to be those little nuances. We're at the point where it's the little things that end up working out for them. At the same time, Boomy and part of the Creed, like, no offense to them, they're doing freaking awesome. They've gotten farther than I really would have expected, to be fair. But it's more work for Boomy to carry. Like, so to be as nice as possible. Like, they lost against Starlight and Astronaut already. Like, it's just.
So you have two types of 2v2 teams here, right? You have Starlight and Astronaut, who Starlight immediately grabbed Astronaut because Astronaut could make it to CEO Dreamland.
Okay.
And I don't know if he's like confirmed for Combo Breaker. I know he obviously.
But he wanted that just team that was going to be consistent.
Yes. Early on, Astronaut was confirmed for Dreamland. So Starlight was like, "Yes, you were going to be my teammate. We are going to we're going to build you up. We're going to get better. We're going to last the entire season." Meanwhile, Stevenator has had 1.5 million different partners in 2v2. He
kind of
obviously
the
last
bicycle
year
of the 2v2 teams.
I mean, I wouldn't call it that. That's a little bit of a weird way to put it. So we're just gonna move on from that.
You just keep talking.
Obviously, Stevenator had LDZ last year, which they got second at VCX.
They did really well.
Other than that, I'm trying to look up.
I mean, he's swapped around. He's had Gobi as a teammate.
He had Gobi.
Past.
He had Noel. Yes, it was Steve and Noel.
Yeah, before Blood Diamond was confirmed, he was going to be with Noel.
It was Steve and Noel. I'm trying to look. He had LDZ. He had Gobi. He had Magma Bob in the block 2v2. So if anybody can take a new team and get it up to speed quickly, it's Stevenator right now.
And I mean, he's been in Florida the longest, so I mean, obviously it's minor things, but he doesn't have to deal with jet lag or anything of that sort. He's had more than a handful of nights to just kind of rest and get used to the time zone, get used to playing in this setting. He's been able to get like active hands-on with these machines and kind of get a feel for how they'll play, because I mean it's not exactly the same as being at home. He was immediately on stage when we said we're going to open it up for King of the Hill this morning, so he has definitely prepared himself to the best of his ability. But again, he didn't have the months of preparation that Starlight and Astro had.
And he's on spring break right now. That's one of the reasons he was able to get here so early, like days earlier than everyone else, because he's on spring break right now. So he's just big chilling. Yeah. He's just out here big chilling.
Relaxing.
He has Mominator and Dadinator 546 as the support behind him, the driving force. So it seems like Stevenator has essentially everything on his side for the way that this team is going to work. I expect big things out of this team. I don't think Starlight and Astronaut are going to be able to just waltz into this.
I don't think it's going to be free, for sure. I also want to commend Zaloxer's had just a great mentality after every single set. When we go to those player cams, he's almost always reaching for a handshake, reaching for a high five, or a pat on the back. Let's say, like, look, we're doing awesome. Let's just keep this going. We're going to do great. We're going to get through all of this. And I mean, they're guaranteed top 3, but the right side is going to be Starlight getting a hot ground pound. That's going to be a quick kill. Zaloxery wants to answer back, but Starlight is right there, making it so Zaloxery can't get that finisher on the Astronaut.
Ooh. Astronaut taking some serious damage here, but so is Zaloxery. Meanwhile, Starlight has taken very little damage so far. Big Nair coming out of Stevenator, chasing high into the air with the recovery. Ends up spot dodging through Astronaut's ground pound.
Nice side air. Zaloxery off stage. Patience from Astronaut, but Starlight is going to get the finisher with that down air. Stevenator not able to dissuade him. Center of the stage, Starlight looking for the gauntlet combos, that down light, side light, wait, but Astronaut gets picked up. Starlight and Astronaut still on their first stocks.
Ooh, and Stevenator downlighting the wrong way. I think he read the right. He expected Astronaut to dare a little bit over his head more and maybe possibly dodge through. But on the edge, Zaloxery is going to get the edge guard onto Starlight.
Nice weapon toss again, Zaloxery. That's both of his kills were weapon tosses. He got a side air into a weapon toss on the right side, and just there he followed up off of Stevenator's, I believe that was a neutral light, and finished off with a weapon toss.
And there's another weapon toss coming out of Zaloxery. This time there is no weapon spawn on the field just yet for him to grab. Stevenator just throwing out neutral lights, chase dodging neutral lights, turn around, get the read, almost hitting that neutral light. There's a weapon toss from Stevenator this time. He's trying to chase Steve with that unarmed dare. You see Zaloxery rotate over.
But Steve wants to keep this offstage aggression going. Starlight picks up a side air onto Zaloxery. Steve can't get in position. Zaloxery is not able to get back to the wall.
Oh, and you see Astronaut try to make that last second adjustment, trying to pick up that sword neutral light black hole onto Stevenator. He is just a little bit too high, though.
Astro got just enough above it to pick up the dare. Starlight, great patience, picks up a ground pound onto Stevenator.
And even though Zaloxery and Steve are on their last stock, Astronaut and Starlight are in the red. Starlight on his last stock. Astronaut needs to hold on. He needs to be careful of that 1v2 power play.
And that, I mean, that was great movement from him in that situation. Just started floating above Zaloxery and Stevenator, not even getting touched down, not going to risk any sort of hit into a follow-up. Starlight in position, doesn't want to let Zaloxery get the free kill, but Steve rotates over, picks up the side air. Stocks have been evened up. Slight health advantage for the red team.
And I'm a little bit surprised that Starlight went so aggressive and so deep on that edge when Astronaut was over there. I don't know if he was just trying to support Astronaut, but they were almost directly stacked on top of one another. That could have been some serious, huge loss of stocks for their team, and in a terrible moment. Maybe he just wanted to turn around for the Hail Mary, trying to take out both members of the blue team at once.
I mean, high risk, high reward plays sometimes work out, and when they do, I mean, it's just a huge swing in their favor. I mean, this is a best of 5, so you've got to play the long haul, be able to mix up your play style, but get that momentum as soon as possible. Right side, Zaloxery off stage, avoids the ground pound, gets the touch just barely, but Starlight comes over, gets the down air, and Steve is not able to connect with that ground pound. Downlight side air sends him off stage, but it's Val, plenty of defense.
And this is Astronaut and Starlight feeling very comfortable playing really close to one another. A lot of times, they'll let one player go down for the edge guard. The other player will stand on the main platform and have that stage control in case the opponent is able to get through the one teammate. But we're seeing that sometimes, but we're also seeing Starlight and Astronaut both really go aggressive for that edge guard, and somehow they're able to maneuver really well.
One down.
And Steven
Downlight recovery. No!
Almost!
Steve started putting his hand up. He thought it was done.
Both players in the red. Stevenator with the gauntlets. You see him double chained out the
Downlight,
way.
ooh.
He doesn't get the recovery. Starlight having a little bit more stage
air.
control.
Steve's got the movement. He's got the side air. He's got to slow it down. Side sig.
Almost gets
Not
the
enough.
read. Oh, and he gets the sideline
recovery.
into the recovery. That is not a true combo, but somehow Stevenator still picks it up.
You can see just a huge sigh of relief wave across Zaloxery and Stevenator. Both times they knew it was so close. You saw Zaloxery start to like pump his fist, Steve pump his fist, and then they finally get the hit. Huge sigh of relief, but it's not over yet. It is a best of 5, and like we were saying, they're not going out without a fight. Even though we think Starlight and Astro are stronger as a 2v2 team, Steve and Zaloxery are definitely going to put up a fight.
Coming into this game, Stevenator getting a recovery into a gravity cancel side light. I love gravity cancel side light. That is such just like a wake up move that so many players can use so effectively and so well with the high movement that it allows left and right.
Dude, gravity cancel neutral is also a really strong option. I don't think we've seen too many of those. We saw Creed doing it during a button check earlier, but oh, that ground pound to follow up off the dare from Zaloxery. Great patience.
Starlight floating
Both
so
sides.
well, keeping Zaloxery almost in place, just forcing the movement options to run through Zaloxery's mind. All right, where do I go? Where can I be safe? How do I get back? Oh, wait, I'm just going to take a side air.
Stock advantage for the red team. Steve goes for that neutral sig on stage. Both red team members are getting close to that kill percentage. Down sig not going to be enough. Downlight not able to follow up with the side air for Zaloxery. He wants this finisher. You're starting to see him throw out those signatures onto Starlight, but Starlight just chases deep and gets the down air.
I love how he did the side light forward, then he did the jump fade back, then hit the side air, and then kept chasing forward. So he faded back on one of his options and then chased forward and was aggressive on the other option. That's just a great mix-up coming out of Starlight so far. And that's why him and Astronaut have 6 lives, 6 stocks to Stevenator and Zaloxery's 3.
That is a double, but a nice kill from Zaloxery as he picks up the recovery onto Astronaut. Stevenator is going to get the nair, but it's still a huge hill to climb. There is a full stock, or there's an extra stock on the red team, not to mention the damage difference on both players.
And Stevenator hitting another recovery into a gravity-canceled side light. It looks like he is really familiar with that option. And that's almost, like, that's 37 damage. If he's able to hit that, that is almost orange.
I mean, almost orange is, it doesn't matter unless it's hand, shoes, and horse grenades. Almost doesn't count.
Did you just say hand, shoes, and horse grenades?
Nobody can see that wink, but it doesn't matter as the blue team getting down to their final stocks. Zaloxery and Stevenator, they've got to start thinking about their options here. Seems like a huge adjustment came out from the red team. Just lots of aggression. We're seeing a much quicker pace.
Oh, look
on the
at
red
this
team.
Astronaut. Oh, my goodness. Hitting that nair and then hitting the falling Sair. And then he just completely disengages. He wants that space. You see him dodge through, gets the read, side light, gravity cancel, down light.
They had Zaloxery off stage, immediately went for the double team onto Stevenator. And Stevenator has got the 1v2, gravity cancel, side sig. But a simple side air from Starlight will do it. A huge swing in momentum to the red team. And we're going to go into game 3.
I'm loving how explosive Astronaut was in the last 30 seconds of that match. Just really felt confident in all of his reads. He had the finger on the dial of his opponent. Such great work coming out of Astronaut, who is largely considered the weaker of the two players of this team. And I love to see things like that. Astronaut, we've talked about it a little bit over the past year, but it was sort of around September of last year that Astronaut was really starting to put time into the game, really, really getting better. And I love to see things like that that prove how good he is, that he's not just second fiddle to Starlight.
Absolutely. He's not just something that Starlight's carrying alongside him in his victory path. Instead, Astronaut, he's carrying his own weight. He's doing damage. He's getting that explosive, just massive work put out as he's working on the Stevenator, but instead disengages, wanting to go for the double team on Zaloxary as Zaloxary is on the roll-in. It is going to take a little bit more effort to take him down.
Stevenator playing very safe on his edge guard against Starlight. Zaloxary now with the Lance, he's actually switched to Roland, so it looks like he wants a little bit more defense, actually a lot more defense. He hasn't really converted much damage with this Lance so far. Most of it was a weapon toss into a down signature on his own teammate.
I mean, the weapon toss has been a critical element of Zaloxary's Lance play. He uses that weapon toss to set up for unarmed, or just uses it to keep pressure in certain areas of the map as he gets a nice unarmed recovery at the top of the map to take down Starlight's first stock.
Now it's just complete chaos between the two. Starlight getting the nice downlight on those gauntlets. Astronaut picking up with a downlight of his own.
Steve trying to get away from Starlight. He wants to get the stock off of Astronaut first, but Starlight just trying to keep pressure on. But now it's turned to a 1v1 for Starlight and Astronaut. Down sig punished by Stevenator.
Big recovery coming out of Astronaut, taking away Stevenator's first stock. Astro, the only one holding on. Never mind, cancel that. A minute and a half in.
That was so close. Such a hard read from Zaloxary. Starlight going for a hot gimp with the gauntlets, but not able to finish it off.
Almost getting that huge gimp. You saw he was trying to read Zaloxary, immediately tunnel visioning and getting back to the wall. Zaloxary was able to diagonal dodge up into the right. That was able to keep him out of Starlight's danger zone.
I mean, Zaloxary's had such immaculate dodging, such great recovery play. He's been very patient to the point where Starlight was able to burn out a lot of Zaloxary's options, but when he doesn't have the time to do that, when Stevenator's coming around the corner to keep pressure going, Zaloxary can get back safely because he doesn't have to burn everything.
Nice falling
Nice chase dodge into the neutral sig from Zaloxary. Turning around onto Starlight. Starlight gets the nair, so Zaloxary immediately disengages, gets back safely, and again, great recovery game from Zaloxary.
Yeah, you saw Astronaut go for that push-off column, spear down throw, and then into the ground pound, but Zaloxary was just so wide. He was so wide outside of that push-off column that Astronaut just had no idea who's going to recover there.
Apparently Zaloxary's going to recover there. He's got the Lance pickup, and this is, I mean, it's been a slightly weaker weapon for him. It's generally more signature focused, but he gets a nice recovery.
Almost got that recovery stuff. If he didn't,
that is it! Steve! It saved Steve! That was the plan. It was to save Steve for himself, but Steve falls down. Stock advantage to the red team as a black hole comes out onto Zaloxary. Can't DI out. Steve barely able to get there, but not enough. Zaloxary is deep in the red.
And that is actually huge, because if you look at the health, Zaloxary's in the red now. Meanwhile, before that, Starlight was in the red on his last stock, and because of that black hole, they were able to take out Zaloxary that early, that huge defense on Roland, now forcing Steve into the 1v2. This is a best of 5, but both players on the red team look to be in control at this moment. And look how close they're playing to one another with such little team damage. And this is with Starlight in the red on his last stock.
There's still an opportunity here from Stevenator, but I love the positioning from the red team. You see the second Steve got that ground pound, Starlight was there, rolled over, got that sidelight, able to put damage onto Stevenator, not going to let him get anything for free as Steve, running out of options, gets ground pounded, and that is going to be another win for the red team. One game away from securing top 2 for the red team.
Just unparalleled communication has to be going on between Astronaut and Starlight. And maybe it's nonverbal communication, that they're just able to kind of have a sixth sense for where the other one is going to be. Just stellar positioning coming out from the two boys on the red team. So close together, such little team damage. Even in the end, when Astronaut picked up a gravity-canceled downlight, he was able to finish off the Sayer to kill Stevenator, and somehow Starlight was able to dodge through that. So he only took the 8 damage from the downlight.
I mean, that's just one of the, oh,
this is huge.
Trouble.
The two-man black hole.
This is trouble. Oh, just a little bit too close. Starlight not able to keep it going, so instead he tried to go for that neutral heavy. But regardless, that's just a huge momentum swing for the red team. So much damage already put out onto the blue team. Stevenator does get the wall touch.
Triple ground pound, quadruple ground pound from Starlight. And after that black hole, he's able to take a 30-second stock from Stevenator. Insane coming out of them. And you saw them get closer together on that black hole.
He's not done. He just got a quick dare on his Luxury.
Just absolutely ridiculous coming out of Starlight and Astronaut. I think they got closer together on that black hole because they were trying to prevent the DI up. You saw Stevenator was able to DI up Luxury. That's the second time he wasn't able to DI, or at least DI in the correct direction, out of a black hole.
Luxury is having so much trouble off stage against Starlight. He completely disengaged just now. Went all the way out to the left side and just trying to hold on for dear life. He wants to slow this down as much as possible, but Starlight and Astronaut are not going to let that happen. They're going to keep this aggression going, keep just enough in position that they can follow up off of each other and keep this damage build.
Big neutral signature coming out from Stevenator. That was an on-stage neutral signature that was able to take out Astronaut. That just goes to show how much damage Astronaut was able to just soak up and tank before finally falling. Meanwhile, Starlight still hasn't died on his first stock. Stevenator in the red on second. Zaloxry now in the red on second. There's a big downlight side air coming out from Astronaut. Now a big dare. Just Astronaut is switching targets so quickly and so effectively.
Oh, and Starlight, with some great patience with that gauntlet play, got the sidelight and then waited for Zaloxry to burn an option and then punish accordingly. Light do a kill. Zaloxry on his final stock. Starlight just now losing his first one. Stevenator is in the red. This could be critical for the blue team. Astronaut and Starlight, they just, after game one, were so fired up. They've had this momentum throughout these past 2 games, and they're keeping it going into the third one.
The momentum just seems to be immaculately shifted into Starlight and Astronaut's favor. Astronaut getting a little worse for wear as he gets a nice dodge through Zaloxry's down signature. There's a downlight nair into a downlight side air, and Zaloxry's not even going to edge guard him. He's going to immediately get back onto the stage, and Astronaut's not even afraid. He says, come get me over here. I'm on the left. Come get me.
I mean, he's got minimal things to lose. Stevenator is able to pick up the side stick once the dare.
Oh,
recovery's
no!
up. That was
Stevenator just saved Starlight with that recovery.
But he needed that recovery. He was not going to get the wall touch. Otherwise, unfortunately for him, it kept Starlight alive for a little while longer. Zaloxry in the red. They are going to take down Starlight, even up the stocks. Zaloxry, sure, he's in the red. He's rolling, though, so there's still an opportunity here.
Ooh, nice double neutral light coming up from Stevenator, picking up both members of the red team.
Steve trying to dodge around, trying to work some magic here as he knows that Zaloxry is so close to kill range that Zaloxry can't really be the one to initiate. He can't be the one to start. Instead, Zaloxry has to follow up off of Stevenator. Nice
ground pound. Oh, he just, how did he miss that side air that looked like it was perfectly at the max range? I guess it was just a little bit too far. There's the downlight into the recovery coming out from Starlight, trying to finish it up with a side air.
Nice the side stick, but the side air from Astronaut will finish it up. That is going to be a 3-1 going the way of Starlight and Astronaut. Well played on both sides. Great teamwork from the NA team. Stevenator and Zaloxry are going to go down to the loser's bracket to wait for the winner of the next set, I believe, which is going to be Boomy and Part of the Creed versus the winner of Crocky Doppy versus
Noel and Blood Diamond. That's a lie.
Do we have a result?
Crocky and Doppy beat Noel and Blood Diamond 2-1. So we have Boomy and Part of the Creed
versus
Crocky
and Doppy.
That already happened as well.
Crocky and Doppy
going 2-1 over Boomy and Part of the Creed. Boomy and Part of the Creed are out of the tournament. They made it so far, though.
They did. They really did. Props to them.
I know we're talking a lot about Part of the Creed today, especially for someone who's been knocked out of the tournament, but honestly, to be a last-minute sub in a tournament with this many top players, like, that's actually ridiculous. I know a lot of people are giving him a lot of trash on Twitter. I mean, I retweeted a tweet of him in a backpack that Boomy was carrying.
Yeah.
But you have to give him all the respect and all the props in the world for really
They
just
got far. For
part
sure.
of the creed was thrown to the wolves today, and he did really well. And also congratulations to Boomy for trying to take all of that in stride and carrying what was a reasonably heavy weight, even though part of the creed is such a small boy.
They did. I mean, they did well for sure. Crocky and Doppy, huge shout outs to them.
And they were able to take a game off of Crocky and Doppy. Like,
Yeah.
that's in and of itself. Crocky and Doppy, for a team that we haven't seen play in so long, like the block 2v2, they were DQ'd immediately. I think the 2v2 tournament before that, they were also DQ'd. So for a team that we have really no idea what to expect coming into this, a team we haven't seen play in, at least in tournament, in forever, I am really legitimately proud of Crocky and Doppy coming into this.
They were a team that I used to sing their praises like way back in the day when they would do like Vex versus like Boo in like 3v3 or whatever it was. You remember those?
Yep.
Like, I used to be a huge fan. I mean, they took a huge hiatus. They, like you said, haven't been a lot of tournaments, but it is amazing to see them still succeeding. Crocky, I know he's been grinding it out. If you see on the ranking page, he's like, I think he's up there. He's on the top 50, right?
He was number one recently, very recently. I'm sure he's fallen since then as other people are logging on and playing ranked, and he's maybe taken a break from playing 1v1 ranked to do other stuff. But I'm also really proud. I'm actually really proud of both of them because Doppy was kind of absent from the scene for a really long time, and even Crocky was not placing very high in the scene, hardly at all, specifically in 1v1. And in 2v2, he couldn't even find a partner because he wasn't playing with Doppy for a while. And like back in the early days when they would play 2v2, Doppy carried him. Like, I'm just going to be very frank about that. Like, Doppy
was a god.
Absolutely
Doppy
carried him.
I still remember Doppy picking Olgrim and you being like, what is this pick? And then Doppy beating out what was
Pugsy
at the time considered the best team out there, which was, I mean, it's just, Doppy was a strong competitor. He took a huge break. He's now back, and apparently he's back in full force alongside Crocky and Doppy. They're one of the longest running 2v2 teams out there.
Yep.
And just that history together, they've been through ups and downs together, and they've grown so much. And it's just amazing to see them here in top 3 of 2v2s at CEO Dreamland. It is going to be Crocky and Doppy going up against Stevenator and Zaloxery. Which one of these teams do you think can beat Starlight and Astronaut?
I think Crocky and Doppy is the closest.
You think that they have a stronger chance? Do you
I
think they
do.
can win here?
I think they can win here. Yeah, absolutely.
Who do you think Doppy's going to be playing?
Azoth.
Is that his character?
Yeah.
Seems fun.
At least today. it was funny because I went over there to talk to them because I saw them playing. I can't remember. I think it was when they were playing against Gobi and Wrenched. And he like leaned over to me and was like, you like the Azoth pick, don't you? And then Crocky leaned over to me and was like, yeah, dude, me and Sparky said so long ago to play Azoth, and you finally played Azoth. And I was like, yes, thank you for understanding. Crocky understands me with this. Azoth is so good, and Crocky specifically said is Doppy plays on those quick reaction times, and he's able to do that so well with the high dex bow that Azoth has. Of course, it doesn't change anything for startup frames, but with recovery frames, having that higher dex on the bow, and of course, Doppy had such a strong axe back in the day.
Yeah.
That was a huge thing that he had on Olgrim that he was able to do that no one else was able to do, was that just fearsome, somehow insane low dex axe back in the day. And that's why I wanted him to play Azoth, because of that axe specifically, and because of those signatures that were able to chase people so well. Like that side signature on axe is able to chase so hard. And one of the problems that Crocky used to have, you'll hear him talk about all the time, is he doesn't have kill options. He can win dodge circles, but he had no kill options. Now that he's playing Nash, he has that great signature kit that he's able to do.
He's not playing Nash.
What?
You were literally just talking about how he's playing Azoth, and then you said now that he's.
I'm talking about Crocky.
Oh, Crocky's switching to Nash.
I said Crocky.
I thought you were talking about Doppy's.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Dodge circles and kill options.
I thought you were talking about Doppy in a 2v2 situation. If Crocky is doing the dodge circles, Doppy is
No, we moved on. Crocky used to have trouble with kill options on Ada. He doesn't have that problem with Nash here. With that high force that Nash has, even since he's using the deck stance, he's able to kill so much more effectively with Nash because of those signatures that he's able to use to traverse the stage, the long range hammer down signature.
Not to mention, I mean, he's more known for his spear play when he was playing Ada back in the day. And
nah, dude, he's a gun player. Trust me, he said it. He's a gun Ada.
Might be. He claims to be a gun player. I'm more familiar with his spear play, and it helps him that he's got Doppy as his teammate. Doppy had a really long time where he was a big Nash main. He was a big fan of that Nash. He had an absolutely amazing hammer kit. And it's going to help that Doppy can tell, hey, Crocky, you're not doing that sig right. Like, bro, I know. I've been playing Nash since like forever.
Yeah, Doppy was one of the like OG Nash players.
It was like him and Milo.
He was before Multimum was Nash the Hermit.
Yep.
He was before, I think, Defensive played Nash. Maybe before Milo, but he was definitely around the Milo time, back when literally nobody played Nash except when Raiden played Random, and he happened to RNG Nash. I am a little bit worried about Stevenator's ability to get in on Crocky and Doppy. Spear, hammer, bow, axe have longer ranges than Steve's gauntlet, so I don't know if he's going to try and force the sword play to try and up his range a little bit, or if he's just going to try and stay glued on. You saw him immediately on Doppy, and then when he changed targets, he was able to get right on top of Crocky so quickly as well.
Those quick rotations from Stevenator, the side stick connects onto everybody. But Zaloxry and Doppy both make it back safely. Doppy wanting this stock off of Zaloxry, but Stevenator with a nice side six slide charge just a little bit onto Doppy. Side sig, Crocky's not dead. Steve chasing deep. We're seeing a very different playstyle coming out of the blue team. It's a little bit less pace than we saw in the winners finals. Instead, they're going aggressive. They want this pressure. They want to keep aggression going off stage, on stage, everywhere. Sidelight recovery, not enough to finish off Crocky. Nice rotation, though, onto Doppy while Crocky was trying to get back to stage.
He almost got hit into that signature coming out from Doppy. And Zaloxry actually switching to Ember. He's getting away from that Roland pick and starting off this set with this Ember pick. Still using that movement speed stance. He wants those fast rotations, and Doppy is actually going to end up taking out Crocky with that axe recovery. Turns around, trades it out. Stevenator for Crocky. And when Crocky and Doppy are this far behind, that's not the best thing to happen. That's really not a trade that's in your favor.
I mean, it's better than losing one, right? A trade is better than nothing, but Doppy is in the red. He's getting down to that final stock as Zaloxry looking for a side light. Will get the side light to finish off the second stock of Doppy. Doppy on his final stock, but he's got that Azoth. He's got some potential movement abilities here as he's going for the 1v1 against Zaloxry and instead throws it away, wants to play bow.
Now, this is a little bit different than we're used to seeing from Crocky and
Nice
Doppy.
turnaround again from Doppy.
Back in the day, Crocky was usually the one to die first, forcing Doppy into numerous 1v2s, which he oftentimes clutched. Even with Ulgrim, he was able to clutch those 1v2s. But now with Doppy being the first one to die, Zaloxry ends up hitting the side signature on Crocky, but the down signature ends up hitting Stevenator, tries to hit another side signature.
Nice side hit from Doppy, just keeping Stevenator at way. He knows that he's on his final stock and he's going to play so safe. Gets a nice side sig onto Stevenator, rotates forward, tries to get a neutral light onto Zaloxry, but Zaloxry with another unarmed kill. Nice follow-up side sig, not enough to finish off Doppy, but he's so deep in the red. Steve more than willing to go off stage for it, gets that ground pound, and it's all up to Crocky.
He's in very precarious position here.
They're not worried about the recovery.
Oh, the hammer recovery. Always respect the hammer recovery. Zaloxry almost blowing all of his movement options. Apparently, he's not afraid. He has 2 stocks to his name. He has one to possibly burn.
You so see hard. Him chasing. You can see it. Zaloxry!
Oh, and he gets the kill onto Zaloxry. Zaloxry still has a stock to blow, though. You're going to see Crocky. He threw out that neutral signature. It covers so many approach options, and it's kind of tough to punish. That's why you're seeing him get away from it, because when you end, you're just a little bit off the ground, so like a sword downlight or a gun downlight won't hit you. So a lot of times you're able to jump out of it and avoid a lot of grounded moves.
Can't avoid that side sig, though. Crocky off stage, running out of options. Steve gets a sidelight, but miscommunication as Zaloxry interrupts. Crocky will hold on for a little while longer.
Oh, you're seeing Crocky run away. He's worried. I do not blame him.
He knows how ready he is. That recovery just a little too low. underneath stage height.
Oh, that was just, oh my goodness, a very ballsy move coming out of Crocky. If it would have hit, it wouldn't have even killed, and he's dead. Crocky and Doppy going down on game one, Zaloxry and Stevenator. But it was pretty close. Stevenator was in the red on his last stock. Meanwhile, Zaloxry on Ember, that low defense, a fresh stock could be deleted. In the right hands, it could be deleted very quickly.
There is still a real possibility, but regardless, game one goes the way of Steve and Zaloxry. Game two, in just a little bit, maps getting banned out. We haven't really talked a whole lot about maps today, but for the most part, it's been pretty consistent. It's the usual tournament ones. Mammoth, Shipwreck, Twilight. We're going back to Mammoth.
Yep, absolutely. Nothing crazy. Nobody leaving King's Pass on the table, really. We've seen Great Hall a little bit.
Yeah.
We
no Blackguard Keep?
No Blackguard Keep, which that's the only map I could beat Raven on last night. So I love me some Blackguard Keep.
Stevenator with great sword play, keeping pressure on Crocky. Couldn't get the weapon pick up till just now.
A neutral light, a side light, and a nair that is almost 55 damage coming out of Stevenator right off the bat.
He's not done. He's trying to stay on top of Crocky, staying just high enough to avoid any sort of hammer recovery.
We're seeing more weapon tosses coming out of Zaloxry. Doppy ends up picking up both players in that down light, side light, neutral light.
Side sig from Zaloxry to punish the side sig from Crocky. Another down sig. Zaloxry gets the first stock off of Crocky. Stevenator looking for a ground pound on a Doppy. Zaloxry wanting to cover the other option. Couldn't quite cover it. Doppy makes it back safe, but a nice side air. Weapon toss. Doppy has dodged through it and will be it's fine. Weapon toss again. Doppy still holding on to this first stock. Doppy's trying to find a weapon.
I'm loving Doppy's movement right now. He was able to get in, out, and around Stevenator and Zaloxry. He was able to play aggressive, but somehow also staying safe, taking very little damage in the process, and not getting hit by any kill moves.
That was a hot sword play from Stevenator, finishing it off with a gravity cancel side light. I want to go back and rewatch that when I can later. But regardless, Steve back onto the gauntlet. Stoppy not going to get taken down yet. The side light recovery not going to work out for him as Zaloxry gets killed and Doppy picks up the recovery. Doppy had so much pressure from the blue team, but he still holds on to his first stock.
And homie is still alive, even at this point. That unarmed nair almost killing him.
And this is, I mean, this is where we're used to seeing from Doppy. Back in the day, he would extend stocks for so long, almost as long as the famed Daiku could. But regardless, Doppy has had such great movement, but now he's back to a 1v1 against Stevenator.
You saw Crocky just go for that egg drop. That was actually the final move that took out Gobi and Wrenched earlier. Did I ever tell you I learned what an egg drop was from Crocky's video? I didn't learn it from Egg.
No, you're just like, hey, Crocky made a video about egg drop. Well, hopefully you can do it. As Stevenator gets some nairs, drops the recovery thanks to the weapon toss. Doppy gets underneath to punish Stevenator.
These vertical weapon tosses from Doppy are so good because he's able to throw up
safely.
Sig. Oh! But you see Doppy coming in with a side air. Ooh, Zaloxry dipping down, and Stevenator hitting the ground pound. It's Zaloxry with the ground pound. The back
Watch the recovery.
Ground pounds.
Hammer recovery.
All right, fix that move. Somebody please fix that move. Like, that move's a dumb move.
No,
that move is so good.
Zaloxry knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. I called it like 3 minutes ago.
That move is so good. Hammer players go for it every time. And Zaloxry now with those vertical weapon tosses where he's able to throw out the hitbox, pick up his weapon, keep himself armed. Ooh, and even though Doppy took that bow recovery from Zaloxry, he was able to use that aerial force to then turn around and hit Stevenator with a side air, end up picking up that kill. Nice. Great adjustment, but Stevenator coming in and Zaloxry hitting that side signature.
The follow-ups from blue team have been on point this game.
He's looking for it. He's looking for it. Oh, yeah. No, and you see Steve. He's not even playing that vertical.
Hey, gravity cancel neutralize, Steven.
Who does that there?
What?
Who does that move? Who does that move there? You even said it earlier. You were like, gravity cancel, sword neutral light's a great move, but people don't really do that. Stevenator does that.
What?
all the way over there on the left side, almost below the platform. Stevenator, the insane lord. I bet Mom and Dadinator are going nuts right now.
Dadinator's sitting there like,
yep, I taught him that.
Should have done that. Oh my God. Stevenator and Zaloxery, they want the run back. They are one game away from going back into the grand finals to fight against Twilight and Astronaut. They will have to do 2 best-of-5s to win it. But right now, they have shored up their follow-ups. They've had such great follow-ups. We saw Stevenator get a sidelight, and Zaloxery off stage came back up and picked up a bow recovery. They've just been hitting these little things. Stevenator's been hitting those neutral lights, and for a while there, Zaloxery was missing the follow-up side sig. Now he's cleaned it up. He's got that bow. He goes for the bow side sig, which has such a long hitbox. It's been working so great, and it's going to be interesting to see if Crocky and Doppy can make the proper adjustments as Crocky switched to Bryn.
And Doppy switched to Ragnar. He's still playing with an axe. Crocky's still playing with a spear. He's actually playing the defense stance of Ragnar. I didn't know people still played Ragnar in 2017 now that, according to multiple,
Cyclist
Katars
is still
are dead.
here, all right, my guy.
That's true. Cyclist is still here, but he's playing with 7 defense on this Ragnar, so he's going to still be pretty tough to kill. Oh, nice down signature, but the weapon toss actually staving Stevenator there.
We're seeing, again, Doppy's got such great movement, hasn't taken a lot of damage, and there's the follow-ups. Zaloxery able to get that side sig off the neutral light. Just those little touches are going to add so much extra damage in tiny moments. Zaloxery going off stage. Doppy goes all the way around and gets caught by the ground pound from Steve. I love the patience. Steve didn't go immediately for a ground pound. He went down, touched the wall, and waited for Doppy to come up.
Yep, he saw Doppy go wide and then realized, okay, he only has one more movement option to get back to that wall. He's probably going to go back to the wall. Those are those floaty edge guards that always catch me in ranked. That is those floaty edge guards that are so safe for high-level competitive players to do that they get away with. Big down signature coming out from Doppy. You saw Daiku put that to work at BCX last year. That is just a Ragnar 101 edge guard staple.
Zaloxery runs out of options off stage. Great ground pound from Crocky. Crocky stocks are evened up. And again, I mean, that's one of the big things of the Ragnar is he's got such a strong signature kit.
It's not as strong anymore, though, once that side signature was nerfed. And, of course, we're just going to pretend that that axe down signature does not exist in this game.
Yeah, it's a good move, all right?
Crocky and Doppy doing a reasonably good job of evening it up. Crocky was orange, Doppy was red, while Stevenator and Zaloxery were both yellow. Recovery. Now Steve is taking some serious damage. Doppy getting knocked out off the top. They're going to need to put some serious work into taking out this stock as Zaloxery, or at least killing Stevenator.
Just swinging. Nice neutral sig pickup. Crocky does get taken down. Slight stock advantage for the blue team. Steve immediately rotating over. Recognizes that Doppy's trying to get some damage built onto Zaloxery in the second. That Doppy connects. Steve rotates in, picks up a downlight recovery.
Nice dodge through, gets the downlight into the side air, and that's going to be the kill onto Stevenator. Steve on his last stock, Doppy and Crocky in the almost exact same boat. Meanwhile, Zaloxery with the lowest defense in the game right now, somehow maintaining orange on his second stock.
I mean, there's a reason why Zaloxery is so confident with this Ember in 2v2s. He's got such great movement. He recognizes the threat areas and tries to minimize how often he's inside of those situations. Goes for a hard side sig, but Crocky just going to get a falling nair on top of him.
Back when Olgrim was bad, Doppy's the only one who could play him. In 2v2, Zaloxery is the only one I trust to play Ember, 3 defense.
For sure. Crocky holding on hard, charging the neutrals. Another one. Zaloxery.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. I wish you could have seen the player cams because Zaloxery put one fist up and just
sending him to the birds. Who's the Disney princess that calls all the animals in to clean up her house?
All of them? Snow White.
No. Sleeping Beauty? No, Snow White.
Snow White.
It was Snow White. She had the mean sisters,
Belle?
right?
Who sings
who had the mean sisters? The shoe one.
Cinderella.
Cinderella? Okay, Cinderella.
Did she sing to animals to get them to clean her house?
Yes. Okay,
the girl
it doesn't
from
matter
Shrek?
what Disney princess is. It's one of the Disney princesses that gets the animals to do the stuff for her. He did that. Zaloxery is a Disney princess.
Okay.
He called in those birds to come help him out. Who hits a fully charged Ember Bow neutral signature in 2017?
followed by
literally one person.
Ensig.
Literally one person.
Another Ensig.
He's right there, and he's dancing a little bit.
He is having the time of his life.
Oh my goodness.
He is having a blast. That was 2 Ensigs for the finisher.
And that was a 3-0 as well.
Well played from them.
That set was a mighty 3-0. They will be moving on, going back up to
Against
face
Starlight
and Astronaut, who just beat them 3-1. But they are coming hot off a win. Meanwhile,
we're seeing a different Starlight, or sorry, a different Zaloxery and Steven Nader though. It's not the same one that was in winners. It's what I was talking about. They were a lot more paced in winners bracket, but once they went down to the lower bracket, they were fired up, and you saw them just go hard onto Crocky and Doppy. Steven Nader wasn't doing his kind of general weight with his gauntlet combos where he'll get a sidelight and wait. He was just going in, sidelight, recovery, follow up with a nair, chase down with a ground pound. He just wanted to go in, and it worked out so great. I don't know if it's going to work out again, though.
I mean, that's basically his Ember. It's Zelo.
Zaloxery.
Who are you playing?
Who are you playing in game 1? He's going to play Ember game 1.
He's
I'm going to go ahead and tell him that that's a wrong move. I think his Roland was better.
Whoa, really?
I think when his Roland was working out, I mean, he can hear me right now. Maybe I'm just telling him wrong things. I'm messing with his head.
50%. I think
he's got such a good Ember, but I don't think the Ember is going to work against Starlight. Imagine the black hole. That is where I'll agree with you. The second the black hole hits, he's just dead in the water.
I think his Ember is better than his Roland, but specifically the defensive way that Starlight and Astronaut will play when Astronaut's not just going off and exploding out of the ground. Yeah. I think that's why you need to play that Roland. I do think Zaloxery's Ember is just definitely way better because his Roland Lance was, at least what we've seen today, it was seriously lacking. Seriously lacking.
It was definitely a more sword-centric. He had a couple moments earlier on in the tournament. He was hitting those down sigs, getting that hot Susano. He was getting the fire down, the sword down sig. He got the sword neutral sig, that baseball swing.
Did you say an anime thing?
Yeah. So he's had moments. His Lance, again, though, it's been predominantly weapon toss, follow-up. Weapon toss, follow-up, wait for the opportunity to swap over to the sword. It works for the stats, it works for the SIGs, but when it comes down to pure Lance play, it's not the strongest.
I 100% agree with you. He wasn't able to do the things with Lance that Gobi was able to do. He wasn't able to get any on-stage momentum really that Gobi was able to do. It was those little pops, like you know those things that you get.
Pop rocks.
No, they're like
firecrackers.
They're not firecrackers.
Those little paper bag ones?
Yeah, the little popper ones?
Pop?
Yeah, those. Because it's not as big as a firecracker. It's a little bit smaller. It's those little poppers. I think they're called poppers.
Poplars?
No, that's from Futurama.
Appreciate that you knew that one.
Poppers. That's the way Zaloxery is able to play Lance, and it's specifically with those weapon tosses and the unarmed follow-up. He's not able to turn it into huge strings or any huge bits of damage. It's little bite-sized engagements.
What it really comes down to, though, is the Lance, is the defensive boost of the Roland, is the stat change, the extra SIG kit, going to outweigh how well he's been following up. He's been following up so well off Steven Nader. And that's not to say Steve's not following up, but a lot of it's been Steve hits a sword neutralite, and Zaloxery follows up with that side sig. He was not hitting it with the Roland, but when he was on that Ember in the last set, he was hitting it every single time. He hit that neutral sig off of Steven Nader, the one on Crocky. The one on Doppy, that one was just a fully charged Hail Mary that worked. But the second one, Crocky got knocked into it. He's hitting those signature follow-ups, but at the same time, it's against Starlight and Astro, and they're going to punish the fact that he does not have defense.
That's really cool, though, for Zaloxery and Steven Nader, and I'm actually really glad you pointed that out, because that made me realize that Zaloxery's strength in the team is his follow-ups. Steven Nader's strength in his team is his just raw 1v1 skill. So he's able to point at an opponent, say, I'm going to go kill that guy, then he goes and kills that guy. Meanwhile, Zaloxery is able to say, okay, this dude's fresh on his stock. What's Steve about to do? Okay, he just hit a side air. I'm going to fast fall and hit a dare. I'm going to then hit him with a recovery.
Right.
That's extra damage. Right. So I love that they have that that duality on their own team, and that's just really cool to see.
But at the same time, Starlight and Astro have their own duality. It's been similar where Starlight's kind of, he's the team lead. He's the one who says, I'm gonna set the pace for this match. You follow up. You've got your own moments where you can just go ham on top of Steven Nader with the spear, but at the same time come back home to earth where we're gonna go hard. We're gonna follow up off of each other. He's gonna call for the black hole, and we're gonna do it. It's gonna happen.
I wonder if Starlight and Astronaut are going to try and focus on Zaloxry. Unless he lied to me, if he plays that Ember
it's
game
the hot
1,
bait, dude.
I wonder if they're going to see that and say, yep, we're going to black
It's the hot bait.
him.
He's going to go in with Nyx.
I'd be happy with that. Like, yes.
He's going to go in with Nyx.
Play Nyx.
We haven't seen Scythe today, have we?
I don't think so. Like when I watched Dobrin and Daiku over not
pools?
on the stage, Dobrin was playing Nyx. But I don't think we've had one on stage.
Okay. All right.
you said that okay like you were mad at me. Like I was, dude, go take out the trash. I told you to do it an hour ago. Okay.
Okay. Got it. He's on the Ember.
This could be a button check, though. Like
That's true.
I still halfway believe that Zaloxry is going to lie to me.
Zaloxry's running movement speed. What is this?
He's been doing that all day.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, he's been doing that like all day.
I keep thinking he's been running defense because I don't know what crazy person wouldn't run defense.
I told you that he was running a stance, but I knew it wasn't the defense stance.
Oh, that's crazy.
You got to listen to the callouts, man. Creed knows all about that in Rainbow Six.
I forgot, who was I talking to earlier, like yesterday, that was like, speed and defense are the stats that matter.
Oh, shoot, who was that? That might have been Game Fiend.
Was it Game Fiend?
It might have been Game Fiend.
I think so. I think he was like, look, speed and defense matter the most. Zaloxry, you know what? He doesn't care about defense that much, so it makes sense that he'd be like, all right, well, I'll just go for more speed, help him with those rotations, help him with the fact that Steve's beating him up in this button check. But regardless, that is a little bit surprising. Sure, Dex doesn't matter as much. You know, it changes one frame at best.
You can look at that huge spreadsheet that Dobrain pretty much single-handedly. I think somebody did Scythe for him. I can't remember that person's name, and I'm so sorry if you're watching right now because that's a lot of work that they put in doing that. But yeah, it's not huge differences with Dex. If you look at the damage spreadsheet, I think it's the same person did the damage spreadsheet for the different strengths that did Scythe on Dobrain's spreadsheet. That person, you're actually a god. But when it comes down to it, I don't know how much it changes with Force in terms of like how many side signatures with Ada do you have to do to kill if you have X amount of force versus X -1 versus X +1 amount of force. But damage difference overall from the highest force in the game to the lowest force possible in the game with every weapon is no more than 4. I think you get some that are like 3.2 or 3.5, but that's far from the norm. So in terms of damage, adding 1 to your strength does virtually nothing.
But it does help with killing as far as like distance sent with the force of moves. But regardless, Zaloxry, he's got the movement speed, and that's one of those things that has been popular in 2v2s for a while, is defense and movement speed. It helps you with rotations. It helps you tank damage. I mean, like we've always said with 2v2, is that there's just so many different damage sources. But again, Zaloxry not too concerned with defense. Instead, he'll just go for the movement speed, help him follow up off of Stevenator. That's his role, and he's going to try to play it to the best of his ability with that movement speed. Regardless, we're going into Game 1, Grand Finals, best of 5. If Steve and Zaloxry win this, then they get another best of 5 against Starlight and Astronaut.
And there, it already starts.
Boom!
Zaloxry's already yelling.
He's
Zaloxry's up! He tried to DI out of it. They ended up getting the turn around neutral signature coming out of Astronaut Satori. They get the dare onto Zaloxry. That is a 15-second stock. EU players are not used to these fast NA games. Let's go!
Can they answer back? What's the closest thing to a black hole that they can do? Zaloxry can go to sidelights off of Stevenator's neutral light.
They might. Zaloxry kind of needs bow. If he's going to do that, he has the option with both sidelight, but even then,
sidelight kind of does it too, right?
I don't think that's even a priority for Stevenator and Zaloxry, but that's always been a priority for Starlight. Whatever teammate he has, Black Holes have always been a #1 priority. Even when Black Holes fell off after DI was introduced, that has always been a priority, and Starlight's been able to do it so well.
Stocks have been evened up, though, even though Zaloxry might have gotten preemptively tilted. They have the stock advantage. There is still a very significant health difference. Stevenator has got to hold on to this first stock for as long as possible. Zaloxry has got to be a lot more careful with this Ember, but at the same time, they have the numerical advantage right now.
Oh, an Astronaut dropping the downlight Sarah that probably would have killed Stevenator. He's somehow managing to stay alive.
Oh, that side air from the left side of stage, and immediately the Black Hole's a little preemptive with that side sig, but Zaloxry he is going to be a little bit triggered about those black holes.
I love that, though, how quickly Starlight and Astronaut realize, okay, we can get a black hole here, 1, and 2, that he's in the red. So just, I'm going to hit him once, you hit him once, and then I'm going to go for that turnaround signature.
Zaloxary doesn't have jumps. Immediately, Astronaut recognizes it. He hit the spear toss, and the second that the weapon hit, he rotates over, tries to help out Starlight for the 1v2 against Stevenator.
Ooh, you saw Starlight kind of turn around, pull out of the string that he was doing, so he didn't end up hitting Astronaut. Zaloxary on his last stock. Stevenator very close to being on his last stock.
Nice recovery!
He ends up out-prioritizing the gauntlet ground pound from Starlight and ends up getting the kill with a recovery onto Starlight.
Another recovery from Stevenator. Down like ground pound does not connect onto Steve. Steve and Zaloxary hold on for dear life. Signature charged up from Zaloxary.
Oh, and Zaloxary, he had dare opportunity right there. That might have killed Astronaut at that point. He ends up throwing his weapon away. He's not able to convert it to anything. You see Astronaut with the weapon toss. He's trying to come back up. Great dare from Zaloxary. Oh, and Astronaut just barely touching the corner.
And the turnaround.
Oh, my
Starlight
goodness.
hits it, and the follow-up. Astronaut was charging that for a minute before it connected. It's all up to Stevenator.
And with that explosive opening, I don't know how you could possibly come back from that. Stevenator and Zaloxary were looking in reasonably good shape after that huge black hole from the very beginning. But it seems like this might be game 1 starting to wind down. 3 stocks for Astronaut and Starlight to Stevenator's 1. And the damage has almost been completely evened up. Stevenator just barely now getting into the red. And it's utter chaos from Starlight and Astronaut.
Let's pick up an air kill.
Nice downlight side air into the recovery. Starlight floating up now, going back to the stage. Trying to go for that ground pound.
Let's going for the kill onto Starlight.
Stevenator chasing so
the ground
deep.
Pound.
The ground pound from Astronaut.
Needed that. He needed that. If he got the kill on the Starlight, he can go into the 1v1 against Astronaut, and there's potential there. But
he almost had it. Like, if someone comes after you with chasing that all the way down, and you try to like float to the left, a lot of times they'll just be able to stick onto you that entire time. Starlight just happened to be enough to the left, in addition to where Stevenator was. He was just barely out of the range of that.
But that is going to be a quick game 1 going the way of Astronaut and Starlight. As we go into game 2, Steve and Zaloxary again. They have to win 3 in this first set in order to get a reset. Otherwise, Starlight and Astronaut taken out. They're going to go home the champions of CEO Dreamland.
And you see Stevenator and Zaloxary not really sticking on one another in the very beginning of this game. They are worried about that huge black hole that Starlight and Astronaut were somehow able to pull off in game 1.
Zaloxary dodges around both red members. Trying to get back up, trying to hit that weapon toss. Top of the map, Stevenator picks up the recovery kill. Black hole and Zaloxary. You know it. He charged it because he was like, it's not going to hit. Maybe he'll panic into it.
I don't say cringe ever, but that made me cringe for Zaloxary right there. Just really,
little bit of a wince.
Really hoping that there would be some miracle and Starlight would fall into that. That just seems like a big rookie mistake coming out of Zaloxary.
Just slight mispositioning. He wasn't ready for it. Wasn't expecting Stevenator to pick up that neutral light and trying to make the most out of the situation. Unfortunately, didn't connect and then just held it, hoping something else would happen.
Ooh, great follow-up from Zaloxary with the side signature, back-to-back side signatures, and a down signature. And there's the weapon toss.
Waiting. Ground pound onto Astronaut. Astronaut's on his final stock as Zaloxary rotates over to try to finish off Starlight's first one. Weapon toss not going to connect there.
That's the dodge.
One more hit. No, Starlight gets the touch. He's going to survive. Dodging around right side. Oh, turns it around onto Zaloxary right side. Astronaut was going for the kill onto Stevenator, but Stevenator able to disengage with the help of the island.
And what I want to point out that we've seen now from Zaloxary is we're seeing those vertical weapon tosses down before as an edge guard, but a lot of times he would get back onto the platform, maybe looking for another weapon spawn. But when he got the kill on the Astronaut, he threw the weapon toss down. The weapon toss didn't kill, so he followed it up with an actual unarmed edge guard. It was that ground pound that led to the kill. When he misses with the weapon toss, all is not lost. I want to see him commit to those.
But hopefully not overcommit. I mean, at the same time, when he goes for those situations where he's unarmed, he is going to be unarmed against a weapon. He'll have the range disadvantage in most situations. But regardless, he is up a stock over the red team currently. But they've got to be able to hit more follow-ups and keep this momentum going. Otherwise, there is still a real opportunity for the red team to come back, get those black holes onto the blue team, and take out game 2.
Astronaut getting into the red on his last stock. He needs to be careful. He's getting pushed away by Zaloxry. In comes Starlight for the pressure relief. In comes Steve for the pressure relief. Gets the neutral signature, not quite going to kill.
Goes off stage. Starlight picks up the recovery and is going to be able to get the wall touch off the island. Recovery from Zaloxry. Starlight still alive. Astronaut on his final stock in the red neutral, or the recovery again. Side sig from Zaloxry takes down Starlight. Astronaut holding on, neutral sig!
He had another one! This time knocking Astronaut out. How did he hit yet another one of those? And now Zaloxry and Stevenator with their 3 stocks to Starlight's 1.
Nice follow-ups.
Let's go! Steve read the wrong way! Steve read the wrong way. That had to have been a misinput.
But still great follow-ups, able to rack up a whole lot of damage early. Something that was a little bit unexpected. That was a non-traditional black hole sort of situation, and they made the most out of that.
And that's something you just really don't see anymore. If it's not just a standard black hole, you really don't see it. Even the standard black holes are rare unless Starlight and Astronaut are on your screen. It's starting to slow down. Stevenator and Zaloxry playing safe, going for just those ground pounds. Stevenator going for another ground pound. Ooh, playing so close
Nice weapon
together.
toss. That snipe. Double weapon toss. Side air from Steve. They take game 2, even it up.
It's tied 1-1, and I didn't. Who was on the far right of the screen?
Didn't catch it. I think that was Astronaut.
Okay, because he did 264
I think that was
damage.
Astronaut.
Whoever was on the far right of the screen only did 264 damage that round. It very well could have been Astronaut, just because I don't remember anything huge from him that round.
Well, generally it's like winning team is on the far left, losing team's on the right,
and then the person on the
and
left
the person
of the
on the
right
left is the one who did
yeah.
was the last one standing.
Good logic. Good step-by-step logic.
But regardless, game 3 still on Twilight, and the blue team is they're still holding on strong. We're not seeing the quick explosion that we saw in game 1. It seems like Stevenator and Zaloxry have kind of recognized that if they can play it smart, make sure that they are positioning properly to not get caught by these black holes, then they're going to do so much better. Ooh.
A little bit of team damage coming out of Zaloxry. Oh, Stevenator avoids a side signature, but is ended up getting picked up in the sword recovery from Starlight. That's a hot 20 damage.
Nice
going the way of
sideline into a side air. And a follow-up from Steve. Ground pound down! Stevenator is popping off right now.
That was so fast from Steve. That huge, just immediate peek over, get the ground pound into the dare. That is just like classic sword play from like 7 months ago that you just really don't see
that anymore.
Occasionally you'll see quick ground pounds like that, and only people like Magma Bob, who still plays sword from 8 months ago, those are the only people that still go for things like that.
Zaloxry is looking so healthy on that 3 defense. Ember wanted the ground pound, ended up ledge canceling it. Starlight able to pick up a nice ground pound and is able to follow up off of the neutral light. Great movement from Zaloxry. Stevenator finally rotating over. Now that he's respawned, picks up the sword, trying to help out his teammate.
Zaloxry still, again, somehow with the least defense in the game,
the ground pound.
Holding on to his first stock for the absolute longest. The last person to die first.
No weapons on the blue team. Black hole picked up. Steve able to interrupt with the neutral light.
Starlight on the edge. You see Steve chasing. Oh, he immediately disengages and goes for Astronaut. Almost picking up Astronaut with that grab to cancel side signature.
Weapon toss.
Going over that neutral signature coming out of Astronaut. Great read.
Zaloxry able to pick up that bow. Steve going for the weapon toss, can't pick up the ground pound, has to disengage. Steve, nice side air. Trying to chase. Everybody is getting so close to those kill percentages. Neutral air. Recovery. Starlight still alive.
Steve still unarmed during that entire time. That really hurt his kill potential. It's still there, but he just wasn't able to hit any kill moves just yet.
Astronaut did get taken down in the meantime. Zaloxry picks up a recovery off of that weapon toss. And they have a slight stock advantage.
Great follow-up from Astronaut.
Ooh,
after that
the
unarmed
ground
neutral
pound
coming up
connects.
from Starlight. Ooh, Zaloxry really trying to fish for that down signature. That's just classic Ember 101 right there. Not quite connecting. The Starlight saw it coming. Stevenator is going to end up falling to the hands of Astronaut. I'm sorry, to the hands of Starlight. And this game is still pretty much even now as we come into about 3.5 minutes.
Just huge props to the red team, though, for denying the weapons from the blue team. They've been going for a lot of weapon tosses, and the end result is they leave themselves disarmed. There you see it, Zaloxry disarms himself with that bow toss, and with nothing on the board, it leaves opportunities for the red team to try to take advantage of it and punish the fact that they have no weapons.
And by doing that, they forced actually Steve almost getting the dare. Starlight was able to dodge right through it. But as I was saying, they forced Steve onto unarmed quite a lot, as well as Zaloxry. Steve is a little bit more at home there, but still, even if he's making those hits, his damage potential just isn't there. It's not the same as if he had a weapon.
Everybody getting close to kill range. Side sig connects onto Astronaut. Nice follow-up there. Right side, Steve looking for the kill onto Starlight.
I love how Zaloxry saw how far that Astronaut was retreating to the left side of the stage, and he ended up immediately disengaging from that and going over to Starlight. It breaks my heart that Stevenator's now dead. We are up 2-1 in favor of Starlight and Astronaut against Zaloxry and Steve, and this back and forth 50-50 match. Oh my goodness.
One game away for Astronaut and Starlight to win it out. Stevenator and Zaloxry have to win the next two in order to get the reset and go for a best of 5. They're leaving Twilight on the board, and I don't know, it looks like they don't want it. They're going to go for Thunder Guard. This is an interesting option. A lot of people don't like Thunder Guard due to the fact that, generally speaking, combat is below stage height. It is generally inside of that shenanigans area or out on the edges of the map. There's not as much neutral game on stage played, but maybe that'll be to the advantage of Stevenator and Zaloxry.
And with that soft platform in the middle, you kind of get some like wonky, goofy interactions with the left and the right corner.
Hit the wall.
Of the actual like hard platform. But we're still seeing Zaloxry stick to this Ember. His damage output's just higher. His kill potential is just better. I'm loving this Ember because he's still able to pretty much stay alive a lot.
Nice pick up the double dare. That was risky on that ground pound. If Starlight had connected with the side air, I think Steve would have gone down. But regardless, that great pickup with the dare is going to be a huge swing of momentum for the blue team.
Or if he didn't go for that nair at first, I think he would have had the timing. It wouldn't have been on cooldown still, so he would hit that nair instead of that Sair. That might have been death for sure, just because Stevenator was just a little bit above him. But that's a huge early team wipe going the way of the blue team, and that could set the pace for the game. We've seen explosions from Astronaut before. We've seen them from Starlight as well. But I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Cancel. Side sig from Stevenator. He has hit so many of those. I think that's the third one. It's just been absolutely amazing because you never see that.
And even when he misses them, he's unpunished. That entire time, he is unpunished. Now we're seeing some team damage coming out from Astronaut.
Nice follow-up with the neutral light. I just want to point out, top right corner, Zaloxry in the yellow on his first stock.
Almost connecting with that side signature from Zaloxry.
Oh, he's got to be careful. He's getting chased high into the sky, is able to make it back down safely. Stevenator was able to put some pressure outside to connect. Starlight gets taken down.
I love that Zaloxry went for that side light, dipped back for a second just for timing, turned around, and then hit that side signature. He's trying to send Astronaut down below with those down signatures. Astronaut needs to be really careful. A bow side air would kill him, even if it bounces him off the wall. Zaloxry's just waiting. He knows Astronaut has to come to him. Astronaut in the red on his last stock.
Nice weapon toss into the falling Sair. Stevenator picks up the side sig on Astronaut, and it's all left to Starlight. Zaloxry still on his first stock, and Steve just dodges in with the neutral light to interrupt. The recovery from Starlight will prevent the 3 stock from Zaloxry, but regardless, huge momentum swing for the blue team again.
I think Starlight sees the writing on the wall for the end of this game. He's playing very low. He's trying to go for those Hail Marys. He absolutely needs them. 4 stocks from Zaloxry and Stevenator to Starlight's 1. at least right now, Zaloxry and Steve can play as greedy as they want to.
Oh, they can absolutely afford it, but they're not going greedy. They're going intelligent. You're seeing them just kind of alternate. Steve will go down, and then Zaloxry waits up top, and it works out. Just great play from the blue team. Huge momentum swing. We're going to a Game 5, and it has been back and forth, an all-out brawl. This is going to be intense, and if Zaloxry and Stevenator win it, we get a reset.
Zaloxry is now EU's only 2v2 hope.
He's the last hope for all of EU. Not only does he have his Burrito Esports on his back, he's got the EU scene on his back. He's got his country of origin, I believe the UK, is on his back. England, London, France, all of it. I don't care.
Yes, it's a United Kingdom. You know,
Yes.
England, London, and France. They're such a tight-knit group right there. Really, all in the same
they're
landmass,
allies.
of course. Yep, absolutely.
Ireland.
Meanwhile, Stevenator out there repping Fable on the low. Doesn't have a jersey, but he has the icon in the game. We're
That
back
young
on Mammoth,
Chi-Town,
though.
my dude. Yeah, this is I mean, obviously Stevenator and Zaloxry didn't get to choose. They got to ban out the first 5 maps, and ultimately it came down to the red team. I'm sure they would have liked to have Twilight still as the map of choice, but I super don't blame Starlight and Astronaut for picking Mammoth. This is where they had so much success in Game 1.
I think Astronaut and Starlight they're straightforward players. The things they do incredibly well, but they're kind of straightforward players. And I think that just is accentuated by Mammoth Fortress. They can just do like just textbook fundamentals so incredibly well, and Mammoth Fortress really leads itself to that. And you're seeing it with this edge guard from Starlight. Stevenator is forced out.
Steve, hot base. Zaloxry came down.
Oh,
what a great pickup from Starlight.
Gosh.
Gets the double. Not too much damage on the red team.
And you talked about follow-ups that Zaloxry is able to do after Steve, but Starlight and Astronaut right
Got
there.
their own.
And especially on the last game on Thunderguard when they were picking up those neutralites one after the other, not even like facing each other like a black hole, but facing the same direction. And it was so great. Astronaut and Starlight are just, even though they're straightforward players, I love watching them play.
Steve was so close to finishing that stock off of Astronaut. He almost got the side air, but Astronaut was able to interrupt. Just great follow-ups on both sides, and that's really what's critical to this 2v2 play, this 2v2 scene, is you've got to be able to follow up off of your teammate, and they're doing it amazingly. Stevenator, gauntlet play onto Starlight. Oh, Zaloxry wanted to follow up, but Astronaut was able to interrupt.
Steve trying to pick up that unarmed recovery off of the weapon toss stun. Didn't quite make it. I'm loving the aggressive dodges from Steve when he chooses to do so, though. He's able to stick to
great
it.
follow-up.
Oh, my gosh. Big down signature from Astronaut.
Zaloxry with just the rolling guitar toss, and Astronaut gets taken down. Everybody on their second stocks. It's going to be between Starlight and Stevenator. Who gets taken down first?
I think Astronaut.
Oh, Zaloxry! Zaloxry!
He has the dodge. Oh, he didn't have the dodge distance. I thought he had it. I thought he would get it by pixels, but he just didn't have the distance vertically for it. Stevenator and Zaloxry on their last stock. If they don't win this, that's second place. They're playing second fiddle to Starlight and Astronaut. Starlight will hold his second LAN 2v2 championship.
Nice nair pickup from Zaloxry, keeping the hopes alive, but Steve is taking so much damage. He's got to start reining himself in. Otherwise, he might be taken out. Starlight looking for another down-like ground pound.
Still one of my top 3 favorite moves to see in the entire game.
Especially off stage, the gravity cancel down-like ground pound. Oh my goodness.
Astronaut is so good at timing that in his edge guards. Like, it's absurd how good he is at doing that.
Nice weapon toss from Steve, sticking around. Oh, and Starlight is going to pick it up. It's all up to Zaloxry. He's got a reasonable amount of health, but again, it's a 2v1, and the black hole is going to come out.
And he's got to just power through 3 stocks of Astronaut and Starlight, who are just now getting into
Neutral light, there it is.
There it is.
Zaloxry is stuck in it.
That has to
DI's
be
out.
pretty
Zaloxry.
much the game.
I mean, he's holding on. Side sig.
He just has a mountain to climb. Meanwhile, Astronaut and Starlight, the way they've been playing
so well. Zaloxry gets up.
So aggressive. Astronaut's still able to get
down
back.
sig. It's all up to Astro. Can Zaloxry beat the 1v1 god?
Oh, no,
Look
did he
at how
just
many
hit that?
hits! Cancel down sig from Astronaut. And that'll do it. The 2v2 winners of CEO Dreamland are going to be Starlight and
Look at Astronaut's face. He is the style lord. He's just like,
he doesn't believe it. They don't believe it. It's like Steven Hitter's like, yo, y'all won.
Astronaut's just like, did I win? Astro, Bastro, Bistro, Mistro, and Starlight taking it.
They didn't realize. They literally didn't realize.
They didn't know.
They were like, wait, what?
Look at how red Starlight's face is after he realized that they just won 2v2. Oh my gosh. Now, back at BCX, Daiku seemed like the Rock.
Right.
That not the person. I wish Daiku was the Rock, but like he kept Starlight grounded.
The movie then?
No, not that one either. But I love that movie.
It's a good movie.
But when Starlight looked all but like mentally defeated, there was that moment.
Daiku,
Daiku like leaned over and they had a little powwow. And
I think didn't we talked about what they said?
Everybody has wondered what they've said, or sorry, what Daiku said to Starlight in that moment. But maybe Starlight is the Rock that moves on. Starlight, the LAN champion now, I guess, for 2v2. Did it at BCX. He's done it at Dreamland. Will he do it at Combo Breaker?
Does Combo Breaker have twos?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, regardless, Starlight has proven.
Creed told me he doesn't have twos, so he's not going to do it at Combo Breaker. Sorry, guys.
Doesn't have to.
Spoilers.
He doesn't have to risk losing his title of being the 2v2 champion.
Put your threes up, everybody.
Put your threes up.
And put your American flags up for Astronaut.
For Astronaut. Starlight has done it. He is he and Astronaut are the 2v2 champions of CEO Dreamland. He holds on to the title. Starlight, an absolute monster. Props to Steven Hader and Zaloxry, though. They played absolutely amazingly, absolutely lights out to get there to second place. Congratulations to everyone else.
For a relatively new team.
Dude, yeah, for sure. For a team that,
for
a LAN team. A LAN team. They go home with half the points because they're not a true team. But props to Kraki and Dappy. They did well.
For sure. That is our top three here today. First, Starlight and Astronaut. Second, Zaloxry and Steven Hader 5-4-6. And third, Kraki and Dappy, a team that we haven't seen place top three.
They did
in maybe a year.
Yeah.
At least a year. I think maybe more than a year.
Probably more.
But that is all for us today here for Brawlhalla 2v2s. We have 1v1s coming tomorrow. I don't know when the time is.
Same time.
Same time?
No, it starts at 12 o'clock. That's when pools start.
Not even close to same time then.
I said same location. Same
here.
It's
the same location.
Same here. Twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. Brawlhalla.
Twitch.tv/Brawlhalla.
Brawlhalla. We are going to be right here tomorrow, 12 o'clock. I don't even know if we're doing any pre-shows, like King of the Hill stuff.
There'll probably
There's
some cool
potential.
stuff.
I don't know.
Just be around. What are you doing?
Just keep the channel
it's Saturday.
open. What do you, you
going to Saturday school? Get out of here, nerd.
Tomorrow's Saturday, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Today's Friday.
I know. That's why I said, what are you doing tomorrow? Are you going to Saturday school?
Otherwise, if not, we are going to be hosting the Rivals of Aether stream. So if you want more CEO Dreamland stuff, keep watching. We will be hosting them. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I am Duke Designated Asian.
I'm Spargate78, and please, somebody come collect this man.
Duke X Spam.
I
forgot my thing.
Yeah.
I forgot I changed it.
Oh, I'm glad that you said. I didn't make a mistake.
I'm Duke
He messed up his own name.
I don't know who I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, he just messed up his own name.
What are we doing?
Thank you for watching all of this, and we'll see you tomorrow. Watch Rivals.